Yeah, getting Locke to carry messages throughout the centuries. You know.
Yes. Yeah. That's that's enough.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
For him to say, I've gone through a lot.
Mhm.
I'll take
it.
Yeah,
managing to get another body.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Getting that whole thing orchestrated is pretty, and then just all the running around and being different people and pretending to be Alex to Ben, and
that's the thing that makes it seem really confusing what the loophole is, since he's standing there as John Locke, yet Ben is there to kill Jacob. So it's like, which one is he talking about?
What do you mean?
When Jacob tells Man in Black, I see you found your loophole.
Oh, okay.
He's standing there in John Locke's body for the first time. Jacob's seeing that for the first time.
Yeah.
So it's almost like, is that the loophole? Or is it that he's about to be killed by Ben? That's the loophole. Which I think that's the loophole.
Yes. It seems, I feel like that's at least part of the loophole. The being Locke thing may be part of it, but it seems to me like the big obvious part of it is he couldn't kill Jacob. He needed Ben to do it.
Yeah, I just think, like, if he could come to Ben as Smokey and say kill Jacob, that would be doing the loophole.
Yeah.
Being Locke, I feel like, is his way to get off the island.
Yeah, okay.
But, all right, you ready for the next scene?
I guess so.
So we're back on the island. Kate helps Jack sit down. Is this the right scene? Wait a minute, sorry. I feel like I skipped. Yeah, I did skip. All right, sorry. We flash sideways. Let's see. Yeah, we flash sideways. Jack walks down the hallway at the hospital as some nurses wheel John back to his room post-surgery. The nurse congratulates Jack on killing the smoke monster. Repairing Locke's spinal surgery. She asks why his neck is bleeding. Jack wipes away the blood. Jack says Locke is stable and tells the nurse he's going to hop in the shower and attend the concert with David. The nurse stops Jack, telling him John is awake despite having the right doses of anesthesia. Jack tells John to try not to move. He's just had surgery. John tells Jack it worked. He can feel his legs. Jack is very skeptical. Then John moves his toes. The sensation brings back a flash of memories of his times on the island. He asks Jack if he saw the flashes, if he remembers. Jack gets a quick flash of him and John looking down the shaft of the Swan hatch. Yes, 2 hatches. Jack tells John to relax, but John wants to go. He asks Jack if he will come with him. Jack tells John he needs to go see his son. John tells him he doesn't have a son. John tells Jack he hopes someone does for him what Jack just did for John.
There's a shot of them looking down the hatch?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that.
You didn't see that flash?
No.
Yeah. When he says, "Did you see?" Jack gets a quick flash of them. It's a shot of that telescoping crane shot or whatever of the camera falling down the hatch and looking up at Jack and John.
Yeah.
Yeah, they show that.
They actually show that.
Mhm.
Wow. I'm amazed. Because I feel like I should have noticed that.
I feel like you should have too. Just want to agree with you there.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. It's pretty fast, but
maybe you blinked. Both times you watched it, you just blinked.
I must have. Yeah. So the neck thing is still confusing to me. I don't understand it. His neck was bleeding in LAX. It was bleeding earlier this morning, and now it's bleeding again. It's like, What? Stop bleeding. Why? I don't understand.
I think it's like his body, like he's getting it's like these physical hints of his mortality or something like that. Like the fact that he died.
Yeah, okay.
It's like, he's getting closer and closer to realizing what's going on. and like, you know, the realization is bleeding through, as it were.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I guess I get that. I just, you know, I'd expect it to more line up somehow, but I guess it doesn't. I mean, this is after Jack dies, so it's not like lined up really. There's not even supposed to be time, so it's all kinds of crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't get that. So Locke's little line here, "You don't have a son," that's one of the things that made me think that Jack's son is sort of not real, and to kind of extrapolate a bit from that like some of the stuff we see isn't really real, you know, isn't, and by that I just mean not you know, not something that comes from the real world.
Yeah, I mean, I think that interpretation is correct, just in terms of John just having the memories of the island times, of the original timeline, and sort of knowing that Jack doesn't have a son. So I think that's true, that he's literally saying, you know, you don't have a son.
Yeah.
You know, in the real world, you don't have a son.
Right.
You know? And that's the thing, like, I think you can take it so far as to say, okay, that means that David doesn't really exist, or, you know, whatever that means.
Whatever that means. I mean, to me, David is like a holodeck character, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He has some kind of, you know, I mean, holodeck characters had their own reactions, and, you know, sometimes they came alive in certain senses, but, you know, I feel like he's as real as that.
Yeah.
You know, he's something that's there for Jack, really, and he does, you know, react and have his own things, but sort of once Jack goes, I think David's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I think David, you know, the program shuts down, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true.
I'm surprised they put in a shot of it going down the hatch. So sort of, it goes a little bit against what I was saying earlier, because most of the shots aren't like that, aren't part of the mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was sort of a part of the mystery stuff.
I think they showed that because, you know, it ties to what Man in Black said to Jack when they're lowering Desmond down the hatch.
Oh, okay.
You know, and so it's like, it's like, you know, Man in Black brings that up, that connection with Jack and John, and then in this scene, John says, "Hey, Jack, do you remember?" And Jack gets another, you know, that same scene of a connection, but he actually gets to see the Flash.
Right.
You know, of that. So it's kind of, I think it's mirroring that way.
Yes. Okay, I see. I wish the nurse had congratulated him on killing the smoke monster.
I think she did. I don't think she knew it, but I think she did.
She's so awesome. Oh, man, I love that. I don't think Jack would understand right away, but
yeah,
when he did, it would be amazing.
Did we say this earlier, that the Jack's appendix scar in the Flash Sideways is like probably the knife wound from Locke killing him?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that might be supposed to be something like his neck wound, you know, like the same kind of his body having the wounds from when he was dead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. It's weird that he also had his appendix out.
Mm-hmm.
So he should have a scar there for like two reasons.
Yeah.
But maybe that's the way they got us.
Yeah. Well, if you go with the notion that this time, you know, they haven't really lived their lives in this time, in this purgatory world, and you just have sort of fake memories, then it would make sense that he has a fake memory of his appendix being taken out, but the scar is actually, you know, this thing from his death.
Right. Right. But it's just like, you know, they had the appendix, you know, he had his appendix out on the island when he was much older, and so it seemed like it was sort of that bleeding through. But then they had him stabbed in his side, and then you can say, oh, it's actually that bleeding through, because that fits in more with the cut on the neck.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I almost imagine they had him stabbed in the side so that we could interpret it that way. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and also, like, on the right side, too, like the side where the scar is.
Yeah.
So I think that seems like that's right. I think one of the big things, if I ever rewatch this season, and I probably will someday, I guess I've already rewatched a lot of it, but I think the sort of alternate timeline teases will be this season's version of the who's the Oceanic Six kind of stuff, where it's like, okay, I know what you're doing. I remember when that was a big mystery, but
but Jen's just in the closet. He's just in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It'll be that's the downside of mystery shows or whatever, mystery plot lines. It's just like once you know the answer, and then you get to watch it and see them set it up, and it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that stuff just doesn't survive very well. It doesn't, but it is a kind of show. I mean, the show wouldn't be the same if it weren't a mystery show, and they didn't do that stuff.
Yeah.
It's just that's on rewatching. That's always the stuff that sort of doesn't come off as well or hold up as long. But but on the other hand, they have put in stuff in the Flash Sideways that sort of you can look at differently now. That once you know what it is.
Yeah.
So I think that part of it, like Desmond's episode being Happily Ever After. Like that sounds a little different now that we know where it's going.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think we fully sort of got it at the time. I mean, I had a half-assed explanation, but I think now that we know that in a way this purgatory ends up leading to something like a Happily Ever After.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of that's where Desmond goes. Like that sort of fits more than what it originally seemed like.
Yeah.
So I wasn't surprised that it was the toe wiggling that jogged Locke's memory. That's to me that's pretty much perfect. That was definitely probably the most pivotal moment for Locke in the series.
Yeah, totally.
Sort of Locke became the guy that he was on the island because of that, really.
Mhm.
We never would have had season 1 Locke or the later crappier Locks if it weren't for that. So that's sort of what I thought they'd do. And even though it was kind of predictable, it played pretty well. I liked it, and I really thought Jack would wake up here, but I guess they're kind of saving Jack for last.
Mhm.
It's like, okay, now Jack's going to be awake, but
he gets the Flash, so they did something with it.
You're right. There's stages.
Yeah.
Of it, but I thought it would be more. But you're right. He gets something that counts. So I enjoyed this little scene. I thought it was good. I like the I like the whole Jack Locke thing, and I like Locke sort of realizing it's an interesting point in the episode where characters are understanding what's going on and the audience isn't.
Mhm.
And they kind of hold that off for a long time.
Yeah, there seems to be this unspoken rule with the Awakened that they can't just forcibly wake someone else up.
Yeah.
They have to help them wake up, and they can maybe induce them waking up, but they can't just tell them straight out,
right,
hey, you're dead.
Right, exactly. Yeah. There's some line Hurley has about that's against the rules or something. Like they have to have their own personal experience instead of just being told what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of enlightenment or something.
Yeah.
But like as soon as they do, it's like, okay, I'm on board. It all washes over them. It's not just like I remember. And I'm ready to go move on. Yeah,
that makes it weird, I think. It makes it that lack of conflict between realizing this life isn't real and their past life is sort of just negated by they're just like, yeah, I'm ready to move on.
Yeah.
I don't have any problems with what happened on the island. I don't have any problems with the fact that whatever version of life I was living here isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that part of it is, I don't know, it undercuts both things. I mean, the bigger thing for me is the island, but even the sideways stuff, it has allegorical value, but it definitely loses a few points when they don't care about it anymore.
Like Ben is the only one who actually says something, I think. Hurley says a little bit, but Ben is the only one who actually sort of shows he cares about what happened on the island and actually has sort of concrete thoughts about his actions and realizes they were wrong and stuff like that. And I would have loved to see that with some other characters, just sort of saying like, Sawyer telling Jack something.
Yes.
Thanks for everything, Doc. I mean, he just thanks for everything before he leaves on the island, but something in the afterlife of, them sort of acknowledging mistakes or acknowledging their history or, just commenting about what happened. I would have liked a little bit of that.
Me too. It was like all was forgiven, and for the most part, I mean, we're all done with all that,
Yeah, it was like you didn't like me and I didn't like you, but that's okay. We're all dead now, and you never helped me do anything, and I needed some help one time, and you wouldn't give it to me, and it really mattered, but that's okay. We're all dead, so I'm gonna hug you and sit in the church. And,
One time I tortured you because you wouldn't give up an inhaler that you didn't even have.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah.
Can you believe it? We were so young back then. We were so dead. We were so alive back then.
Yes. The good days.
Yeah. Living is wasted on the alive.
That's right.
Living is wasted on the living. It was weird. It was like, you didn't even know that other character. Why are you hugging them?
Yeah.
Really, Libby, you're really close to these guys?
Yeah,
really?
that's I call bullshit on that.
Yeah.
That's I mean, and to me also, like, Shannon and Boone, I mean,
it's still skipping ahead, but yeah.
It's nice to bring them back, but it's just, to me, they're just not part of the core group. Like, they're early, to me, they belong there as much as Libby, who also doesn't belong, or like Ana Lucia, or even Penny. I feel like it's kind of out weird there. Desmond sort of gets tied in. He had enough, I think.
Desmond's huge in terms of what he did. He has a huge contribution to the group.
Yeah.
Overall, but it's like, I don't mind the characters that they showed. I think it's fine. I guess I'm happier that I guess I'd rather have more characters included at the end than less. But I would also say that I wish there was some sort of like milestone in terms of their times on the island that you had to reach to get to this point. Like, if you weren't around after the hatch blew up, like, you don't count. Or if you weren't around when Jack and those guys got captured by the others, like, you don't count. Like, some sort of, like, milestone where you helped the group out enough and you lived through enough to where, you sort of did enough to warrant it. And it's like, Shannon and Boone got out of the game pretty early.
Yeah.
Yeah,
totally. And it's almost like Desmond is so important, he can just bring in Penny as a +1 or something.
I think, exactly. I think you can't have Desmond without having Penny, and so it's like, he just gets to come too.
It would feel wrong to do that.
I forgot about their kid, Charlie.
Yeah, he's not even.
He gets his own.
I guess so. But yeah, like Penny, I guess Penny technically met some of them for like a week or something, but it seems like she never was on the island.
She did help them, she helped them get rescued after the helicopter crash.
Yeah.
That's big, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. I feel like she didn't really earn her place there. It's just that she gets to kind of ride Desmond's coattails.
Yeah.
And just in terms of being with the group, I agree. I think it's a problem. Like, there's not a clear criteria for what they have to do to be there, and like I guess the point is like they didn't want everybody in there, and it, like if they start adding characters, like there's always going to be why not this person, why not that person.
Yeah.
You know, like at a certain point, it's like you need every character in there, or you just need to, you know, keep some core group. And it seems like it's almost like they just went with the original season 1 cast, but that's not quite right. Like there's exceptions to that.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, I think the exception is if you know the season 1 cast plus anyone they fell in love with.
Yeah.
You know, and that's pretty much everybody. You know, and then you have Desmond and Penny.
Yeah.
Attached to that, but it's like if you were somebody they loved, then you got to come too.
Right. That's how Libby got in there.
Yeah. She's a +1.
Yeah. She's a +1. Yeah. Exactly. But it's like Ana Lucia couldn't make it, and you know some the freighter characters aren't there. You know, we never even saw Frank in The Flash Sideways.
I almost want to say the criteria should be if you have to have saved somebody's life, you know, or significantly helped in some situation. So, like, you either save one or multiple people's lives in that group, or some other sort of big situation like that. You know, and I think for most of them can probably get in with that criteria at some point. You know.
Yeah.
So I think that's the big thing, and that's why I would say, you know, Penny gets in because she did save their lives. You know, they would have just drowned out there or something.
Yeah.
Or you know, got dehydrated or whatever.
Yeah.
Died like that. So you know, she gets in for that. That's a pretty big thing. So it's not necessarily even like the amount of time she was. You know, you have to be with them so much as like maybe just the big contributions. And so you know, I can't explain Shannon. She's a +1 because of Sayid, but I think she gets in for being the OG crew.
Right.
Boone, I think, gets in because of his impact on Jack and Locke.
Yeah.
Like he's important to them in terms of their feud and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think he ever like saved anyone's life, but he also gets the OG crew credit. So.
Yeah. No, I don't think he ever saved anyone's life either. He tried to help out a couple times, but I mean, he was barely alive. I mean, in the run of the show, it was so little, and it's like he gets a place in the final moments, and like characters who are around for like multiple seasons. Though it's just, I don't know.
Well, we can talk about it more when we get to that scene and figure out who should have been in there.
Yeah. I just, I don't know. It would have to come to where does it end at a certain point if you want to throw everybody in there, you know. Definitely feels weird not to have some of the family members there to me. You know, I mean, I understand that's not about the island, and you know that's probably part of it, but you know, like Jack's dad's there, you know, so it's sort of like, well, I don't know. Jack's dad was dead like before any of the island stuff happened, so it seems a bit odd that he's there. I mean, it works because of the role they have him play, but I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
Well, he's Claire's dad too, and you know that he's important to Jack in a way, and so it seems like that's how he gets in. And I think he has some role as the shepherd. You know, in all of this. So I think he's almost like Desmond in a way, where he's got some, or Miss Widmore or something. It seems like he's got some weird special role and to play in all of this in terms of like being the, you know, the sort of guide for Jack or something, who is the leader for the rest of them. So
right.
There's something there, but yeah, I know what you're saying. It's not like he's really connected to the group.
Right, because
like,
he was,
in terms of being on the island.
Him on the island was the smoke monster.
You know what it is? I really think it's that it's almost like Christian, you know, was dead in his own afterlife, and then came to this place to help Jack and the rest move on. Like I think I don't think he was necessarily waiting in purgatory or anything like that. Because you know he tells Jack, this is a place you guys made so you could find each other. You know, It's not like he was including himself in that. So
yes.
I think it was almost like he had already moved on and he came back to show Jack the final rest of the way.
Right. Yeah. To shepherd them all.
Shepherd them all in a Christian way.
In a non-denominational Christian way.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's right. It's just, it's, I know we're not even on that scene, but...
Yeah. Let's just keep talking about it.
It's the time. Maybe I'll just save it for when we get to that scene.
Yeah, just save it. Just let it percolate.
Okay, I got more to say about that, but of course I do. It's the last big scene of the show.
Mhm.
So okay, all right. Jack and Locke. I think we've covered.
All right. Yeah, I just have to say Swan Hatch, since it was the hatch to the Swan Hatch.
Very good.
Station, it was a hatch.
That's right.
All right, so next scene, we're back on the island. Kate helps Jack sit down. She sees his wound and asks if he's okay. He jokingly tells her to find him some thread, and then he can count to 5. Sawyer and Hurley arrive. Sawyer asks what happened. Kate tells him Locke is dead. It's over. Suddenly, another island quake. Sawyer says it doesn't feel like it's over. Anything here?
It's not over.
It's not over yet. Next scene, we flash sideways. Sawyer enters Son's room. She and Jen smile, recognizing their old salty friend. Sawyer asks if they've seen Sayid. Sawyer wants to put them under security, but Son declines. Sawyer says he wants to keep Son safe, but Son tells him she is safe. Touché. As they leave, Jen tells Sawyer they will leave him there. That's not what I meant to say. As they leave, Jen tells Sawyer they will see him there. See me where? Sawyer questions.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we find out.
Yeah.
So...
At the concert, of course.
I know, yeah. So I know it doesn't matter in the end, but...
So you're not going to bring it up?
No, I'm going to.
Oh, okay. The way you prefaced it, I thought you weren't going to bring it up. You're like, this doesn't matter.
No, that's not going to stop me from bringing it up.
Oh, okay.
It never has. I'm all about that shit. So, yeah, of course she's safe. She's safe for multiple reasons. First of all, Sayid is not even going to be that Sayid anymore. But second of all, it wasn't even Sayid. Sawyer is still Cop Sawyer here, and it's, Sayid wasn't even responsible for, shooting her.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't in danger even from sideways Sayid.
Yeah.
He was just wrong about that completely.
Mhm.
And it bothers me. That whole plot was just, catching Sayid, and it's all sort of pointless. He was wrong, but it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, it's like he didn't know he was wrong, so he was doing what he thought was the right thing, but he didn't know it didn't matter.
Yeah. I guess it basically gets into the hospital.
Mhm.
That's how they get him to run into Juliet.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. But yeah, here we get Son and Jen. They've taken a drink of the Kool-Aid, and they're just going off to their happy little next life, and assuming Sawyer will see them there, and all that's over. I remember a time when I was like, okay, now they're going to go live happily ever after, and then I remembered that her dad wanted to kill her, but now I'm like, I don't even know if that's real. That might have just been part of their purgatorial, stuff going on there. Maybe her dad, I don't even know if her dad is in this world. He might not be. It might just be, part of their problems. She had problems with her father, and, what he was, him sort of standing in the way of her and Jen's relationship being good, and it seems like it's sort of that going on there. So it wouldn't matter.
It seems like she in this place she didn't press her dad to accept Jen's lower ranking in society or something.
Right.
She just hid it from him instead of saying, no, I love this guy, even if he if the poor fisherman's son or something.
Right.
But it's like he's still, working for her father, but yeah, just like a little different take on that whole thing. But it's like, yeah, we can't really, now we can't really extrapolate that in the real world, Pike wanted Jen dead or something like that.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
I want to think that's true, but yeah, it looks like we'll just kind of never know what he wanted because they both died. And I guess, Sun eventually goes home and she thinks Jen's dead, so at that point it probably doesn't even matter to them.
No.
Or to him, I should say.
Yeah. Well, he's got a granddaughter to take care of now.
Yeah, that's true. Hopefully he'll do a better job.
Any job?
Sure.
All right. You want to go to the next scene?
Yes.
We flash sideways. Oh, sorry. No, now we're back on Hydra Island. Frank laments the patchwork job of the plane repair, but thinks it will work. Frank tries to reset the electronics and sees an error with the hydraulic on the nose wheel. Frank gives Miles some schematics, a flashlight, and some duct tape, and tells him to make sure everything is hooked up right. Ben radios in and asks Frank what his timetable is. Frank yells, "Don't bother me," and tosses the walkie. At the cliffs, Ben tells the group it seems like Frank and the gang are making progress. Another island quake shakes everyone. Kate wonders why this is still happening if Locke is dead. Jack says whatever Desmond turned off needs to be turned on. And if it doesn't work, they all need to be on the plane. Kate tells him he doesn't need to do this, but Jack tells her he has to. He can't just let the island sink. Jack asks Sawyer if Jack asks Sawyer if he can get the boat to the Hydra Island in time. Sawyer says yes. He and Sawyer shake hands. Jack wishes Sawyer good luck. Sawyer thanks Jack for everything. Ben tosses the walkie to Sawyer and says if the island's going down, he's going down with it. Jack tells Hurley he needs to go, but Hurley doesn't want to go down the cliffs. He wants to stay with Jack. Jack tells Kate she needs to leave and get Claire on the plane. She tells Jack to tell her that she will see him again, but Jack can't. They kiss a kiss of eternal love that shall only be fully realized in the afterlife. They tell each other they love each other. Ben and Hurley and Jack leave. That's the scene.
Wow. So, it's Kate and Jack, but not much.
Mm-hmm.
Not till the afterlife.
No.
Yeah, I can't believe they. So I like Sawyer's little thing, but again, I do feel like Sawyer is kind of underwritten in these last few episodes. It feels like his character deserves more to do and say, and even in the Flash Sideways, it seems like he connects with Juliet, which is good, but it does seem like there's enough his character's been through that it seems like he deserves more than he gets.
As just the final word on Sawyer kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's sort of like Sawyer just kind of sits in the background for the rest of the show.
Yeah. Well, some characters have to.
Yeah. He doesn't
really have anything to do.
Right.
But in terms of his reticence, though, I give him a pass because he is sort of he's not a guy who's always going to say what's on his mind. So, and I always feel like Josh Holloway gets across the impression like there's more he wants to say, but he just won't say it. Like that scene after the sub when Jack and Sawyer walk into the jungle and Sawyer says, it's my fault, and Jack says, no, it's Locke's fault. And it's like, it's a very short scene when I want, Sawyer to profess how wrong he was not to trust Jack, but he comes across like it's right under the surface, and he just, you know, he's just the kind of person who's just not going to wear his heart on his sleeve, you know. And if they had time and could talk, you know, it might come out at some point, you know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But it was good to hear, you know, him thank Jack for everything. But it's like, I wanted to say, you know, thanks, Doc. Thanks for everything. Thanks for this. Thanks for that. Thanks for this. Thanks for that. Thanks really for this. And, you know, that one time I didn't think I would ever thank you for, but thank you for that. You know, it's like I know what you're saying. It's like I feel like you feel like you want more to happen in these final moments. But it's, you know, it's all about brevity because the island's about to be destroyed.
Yeah, no, I understand.
You know, so it gives them the cause to not sit around and say a lot. Because if the island wasn't being destroyed and Locke is dead, you know, they could really take their time.
Yeah.
All the way around. You know, Frank could hang out and check the plane some more, and
yeah,
you know, like they could really take their time. But it's like, no, gotta go.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want everybody to just hang out for the last like hour or something. Just get it out.
Have a little barbecue at the beach.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah.
Just hang, you know, tell each other stories. Just, you know.
They'll do that in the afterlife.
Yeah, and sort of have a good like final farewell party.
Yeah, they'll do it in the afterlife. That's why they get to all hang out for eternity.
Yeah, afterlife is not what I want, but yeah, I get it. That's sort of where it happens. But even in the afterlife, like you said, it feels like they don't do as much as I want. Like there's still a sense of urgency. Mm-hmm. Like they have to go do this thing right now, and they're not going to just hang out for a while. Like, hey, let's, you know.
No, I mean in the real afterlife, the final.
Oh, the final afterlife. Okay.
That's where they get to hang out.
Damn it! So we never get to see it.
No, that's the problem. We don't ever get to see it.
I want a little epilogue where they're just hanging out, and I don't know. I'd like to hear that stuff. But yeah, I get why they did it. It's just that I thought Sawyer was such a strong character, you know, particularly with the fourth and especially the fifth seasons, and he took a nosedive early this season because of Juliet, and I just feel like at the end of the series, you know, I feel like I want more from him, and I you know, I feel like Jack and Hurley and Cave and a lot of the other characters got their due, and it just seems like Sawyer is a little bit underdeveloped.
Mm-hmm.
This season, but he's had good previous seasons. So I mean, you know, like Jack was sort of underrepresented in season 5 in a way.
Yeah, totally. Jack was totally sitting in the back seat when Sawyer was running the show. So
yeah,
Sawyer got to have his moments, you know.
Yeah, he had a good early part of the season.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll definitely take that. Those are very good scenes. But, you know, this is the last goodbye, and it's not because they're going to meet in the afterlife. But, you know, it's supposed to be the last goodbye as far as they know. You know, and thanks for everything. Okay, good enough. I mean, I guess it's as good as I wish you believed me.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, you know, you have to imagine that there's a lot that's left unspoken by those words. You know, it's just like you know, he's saying more than just those words.
Yeah.
You know, for Sawyer to tell Jack thanks for everything, like that's a big deal.
It is, and I'll take it. I mean, it's better than nothing. It's better than, you know, I don't know, see you later, sucker, or something.
Mhm. Bye, Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the big sort of the last time the group is splitting up.
Yeah, it's for real this time.
Yeah, people going their separate ways. You know, Jack and Kate, you know, it's that was a good little moment they got to share.
Yeah, it's the final leaving the island thing. Yeah, see, Jack and Kate get an appropriate sort of farewell scene.
Yeah.
You know, like it's big enough to you know, justify, how much time they've given it. It is interesting to me that, even though they end it with Kate and Jack, they were barely together on the show ever.
Yeah.
They had like some flirtations and stuff and little tiny things, and then they almost got married and they were together for a little bit, but mostly not. And and then this, and that's it until the afterlife. It's such a almost nothing relationship for how powerful it is.
Yeah. Well, 3 years is a long time to be with someone. And I think it always seemed to me that, like, Kate and Jack on the island, partly things were muddled because of Sawyer, and then things got muddled because of Juliet.
Yeah.
It became this quadrangle thing.
Right.
But like I think it just seemed like Kate and Jack never got to just have a sort of straightforward romance because of all the crap on the island. All the stuff they had to deal with. There wasn't time to be like, hey, you want to go steady? Like they didn't really get to do that. You see Hurley and Libby trying to have a picnic. You see what happens there. So
right.
Just there's no time. So much of their relationship was formed by by the adventures and by like the sort of emotions of them saving each other and losing each other and trying to help other people and the sort of common causes and stuff. But I think the 3 years they spent, even though it was rocky, I think that was pretty big. I think they were like, didn't he move in at some point?
Yeah.
They were living together or something.
I didn't get the impression they were together the whole 3 years. It came across to me like they were together for, I don't know, maybe 1 year, something like that. Because there was a period like when they first went back, Kate had to have her trial, and they have that scene where Jack doesn't want to see Aaron. And so Kate's like, you can't see me until you're ready to see Aaron. So there's some like period where Jack doesn't see her because he doesn't want to see Aaron. Eventually he gives in on that, but then he goes crazy because she's doing this thing for Sawyer, and then it's over, and then he sort of goes into his little downward spiral. Yeah. So it seems to me like there's some like middle period where they're together that it's not the whole 3 years. Yeah. But I think it's significant, whatever amount of time it was. It is. It's more than a lot of people who got to be with their eternal loved one, It counts. But like the Sawyer-Juliet thing was just a lot better. Because it started off bad. With Jack and Kate, it started off bad. It sort of ended bad. And, with Sawyer and Juliet, it wasn't like that. It just, it ended bad in terms of tragedy with her dying, but, they didn't have a giant, breakup thing. Well, yeah, she just died. She just died. I think that might be a giant breakup, but... Right, but that's different from them both being alive and just going their separate ways. Yeah. And then I guess Kate sort of, after she gives up Aaron, she turns up in Jack's apartment. There's that whole thing, but it's there is something there. That's true, but it definitely feels like very little showtime has been spent on it for how much they get out of it at this point. Yeah. Well, and I think that again, it's like the fact that it works. I think shows that. It was a lot of subtext and a lot of how much they care about each other even though they're not saying it. Right. As often as, they probably would if they weren't dodging bullets. Right. And time traveling. Right. But it's nice to just sort of end on, knowing, okay, is it Jack, is it Kate and Sawyer or Kate and Jack, And it's nice to know how the pairings sort of work out. Yeah. It is. They stuck with what they really showed. They didn't have too much in the early days there were sort of back and forth stuff, but once both of them kind of had really serious commitments going, they didn't nullify those. Yeah, exactly. I mean, her stuff with Sawyer was always sort of just flirty anyway. Yeah. But it was like they
He forgot what she looked like, so he fell in love with another woman.
Right. Exactly. And she still cared about Sawyer. She followed him and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it only goes so far.
Yeah.
So it looks like Hurley just doesn't want to do that jump. I mean, it does look a little scary. I don't know that I would want to do it.
Well, I think at this point they're not going to jump. I think first they're planning just to climb down.
Okay.
The thing, and I think he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. They jump when they realize the plane's about to take off.
Okay.
I think that's later.
Okay. He just doesn't want to climb then.
Yeah, same problem really. Just the heights and the cliff. And
yeah. I would.
The attempt, the impending doom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben seems to just want to stay behind. That's another thing I was going to say. I'm kind of surprised that maybe I'll save that. Yeah, I'll save that. But Hurley's decision not to go ends up, at least in part, leading to him becoming the next island protector.
Yeah.
Which is
got to know what Jack would have done if Hurley didn't come with him.
Yeah. Ben or Desmond, I guess.
Mhm. I don't think he would have chose Desmond. He wants Desmond to go home with Penny.
Yeah, Desmond wouldn't want to do it. It'd probably be Ben.
I don't know. That's a tough call. But maybe I don't know if that's the call you'd have to make. Does Jack trust Ben enough to put him in charge of the island?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I think it's interesting that Hurley trusts Ben enough to have Ben as a number 2.
Me too.
And I think something has to do with the fact that he saved him from that tree branch, that tree falling. But he's still a dubious guy. This is the same guy Hurley, got arrested for to stay away from.
That's a good point.
So it's like, how did they come that far where he just, implicitly trusts him?
Yeah.
And I think the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
But is it reasonable, or is Hurley just desperate? You could ask that question too.
Yeah.
But I think it works out.
Yeah.
Ben comes off way less evil by the end of the show.
Oh, definitely.
Even though he was just willing to kill all of them for Locke, a couple hours ago. Don't tell them that.
Hey. That was 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now he's helping him out. I think that's totally why they put in that scene where he saves Hurley.
Yeah, I think so too.
It gives Hurley a little boost in terms of trusting Ben.
Mhm.
So that makes sense.
And it's like, he's got Hurley's back. That's what a number 2 does.
Yes.
Yes.
That too. Exactly. And I also think, for Ben's arc, it's better. I mean, he definitely wants to have some kind of power on the island, but having him be the number 2 is sort of better, I think.
Oh yeah, it's him having to relinquish power and accepting not being in charge.
Yes. He still gets to be on the island and have something of what he wants, but not he doesn't get to have it all.
Yeah.
So it's a good compromise thing, I think. But we're not even there yet. I see that happening here. It's like Hurley's making this decision, seemingly just based on the simple desire not to crawl down those rocks, and it leads to this whole different kind of life for him.
Yeah, it's like I think he does want to help Jack and stay with Jack and do all that stuff, but it's like he's really not going to go down there. It's like, yeah, Jack, I want to help you, but I'm not going to go down there, so I'll come with you.
Yeah.
I want to help you anyway, so it's one of those things, I think. But
yeah.
He might be worried about trying to climb down those, bamboo ladders or whatever they're made of. Those wooden ladders probably aren't the sturdiest thing.
No. We've already seen them snap.
Yeah.
Multiple snappings, I think.
All right. Anything in this scene else?
let's see. Was there stuff from the plane as well? Or is that not
there
this
was
scene?
no stuff from the plane.
This is just Jack and Kate and Sawyer on the
Let me see.
on the cliff saying goodbye.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think that's it.
Yeah, I mean, the only stuff from the plane was in the beginning when Frank tells Miles to go fix the hydraulics.
Oh, okay.
And then Ben radios to Frank, and Frank says, "Don't bother me," and tosses the walkie-talkie.
Oh yeah.
I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed him. He does that twice of just saying something on the walkie and throwing it as far away as you can. Get this thing out of my face.
Yeah.
That's acting. That's acting, ladies and gentlemen.
It is. Jeff Fahey, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. He's not just a lawnmower man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Frank was great. Such good casting, and just for a character who really didn't do a lot, nothing like spectacular.
Right.
He was good.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's amazing how good he is for how nothing he's done.
Yeah, he's just sort of been around.
Yeah, he's been around for a lot of stuff. And he was useful for being a pilot.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't really do a lot of things in particular.
No.
It was just kind of, well, and there's Frank too.
And there's Frank.
He's there. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that. It's very odd.
Well, let's try to make something of the next scene.
Okay.
Let's see. On the next scene, it's pretty short. On the Hydra Island, Miles and Richard attempt to repair the hydraulic on the nose wheel. Richard asks Miles if he thinks this will work. Miles says he doesn't believe in a lot of things, but he believes in duct tape. Then the island starts to shake again. I'll go to the next scene where Sawyer radios to Frank on the walkie. Richard answers. Sawyer tells them they're on their way. Don't leave without them. Frank gets on the walkie and tells Sawyer to hurry up if they want to leave the phone, then tosses the walkie again. Sawyer realizes they don't have much time and tells Kate they must jump down to the ocean. Kate looks over the cliff for a second. She tells Sawyer she'll meet him at the boat and jumps into the water. Sawyer follows. They both swim for the boat.
All right.
That's that little part.
Jumping boat swim.
Yeah, I love Kate jumping. She's like, okay, I'm done. Go, let's go. She just looks for a second, make sure, get an open space to jump. There's no obvious rocks in the way, and boom, she's ready to do it.
Yeah. Just diving in first. Yeah, that was nice to. It was nice to have Kate doing stuff.
Yeah.
She had a good finale. I have to give it to her.
Mhm.
There's been a fair amount of. I've seen some anti-Kate sentiment out there, and at times she hasn't been great. I never really hated her. I never thought she was awful.
Yeah, I never. She was always. She was good a lot of times, and then the time she wasn't good, it was because she was screwing up or something, or she was doing something that I'm like, the same way when Locke was sort of bad, when he was like doing stuff you didn't want him to do.
Yeah.
Or the same way, it's like when a character frustrates you because of their actions. Like she was never like doing stuff that was bad, that like was crappy in terms of character. It was just like she was just frustrating sometimes. And then sometimes she was like, it was just like, well, what is she doing? Why is she around? Like, what purpose is she serving? But overall, she never really got that far down the totem pole to me,
Yeah.
And she always, she managed to have a couple of high notes, and, I think she was really good in season 4, and, I will forever love that scene when she's in Jack's apartment, and she's just like, it just turns into a film noir all of a sudden, and it's just like dark, and she's just like, don't ever ask me about Aaron, and she's just crying, and I just love that. There's just a lot of scenes like that, but she wasn't like Juliet or something who just was like, to me, almost always just great.
Yeah.
Like no matter what she's doing, I'm loving it, except getting a tattoo on her lower back.
Okay, well,
that's probably the worst for Juliet, but that was over and done with, and they never came back to it. So.
Yeah, that wasn't really her fault.
Yeah, it wasn't her fault. So I don't really blame her that much. But yeah, I know there's a lot of people who didn't like Kate, but I always, she was always good to me overall. She never really went too low, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I liked her in season 1. She definitely pulled me in with that whole "What did you do, Kate?" thing.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I started watching season 2, and I saw the episode "What Kate Does." Of course, I instantly knew what it was about, and at the time, I was actually excited for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, finally, I get to find out what Kate does. Of course, it was a bitter disappointment, but
yeah.
It was cool while it lasted. It added some intrigue to her character because you just did not know why she was being escorted by a marshal for.
She didn't seem like a criminal.
Exactly. Yeah, and it added something to her because you didn't quite know. You didn't know what to fill in there, and so you didn't know how to make that fit with who you were seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just sort of imagine like crazy shit, but then when you learn what it is, like, well, of course, that sounds like something she would do.
Yeah, total Kate.
Yeah, like, of course, if Kate's going to commit a crime, that's the kind of thing she would do. So no wonder they wrote that. And when she got caught in the hunting party, that definitely disappointed me. That
was the first big, oh, my God, Kate, what is your problem?
Yeah, Jack told you not to come.
Behind, don't follow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then she comes, and that's how they lose their advantage, and it's just, God.
Mm-hmm.
That was a bitter disappointment. But, but she had some okay other moments that season, and later, she was good. Like you said, the season 5, that scene was good in season 5, even though it's like, is Aaron with his grandmother? Don't say it. It's too terrible. Okay, whatever. And she had her moments in season 6 as well. So I'm happy with that. I think you're right. I mean, Juliet is just it's just a more interesting, consistently good character overall.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really a competition there. But I think Kate, earns her place on the show. I mean, I think she does enough to have as much screen time as she gets.
Yeah, totally.
So I'll take it. I think, and she got a lot of good moments in the finale. In a way, more than Sawyer did.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I think it goes like Jack, and then Kate, and then Sawyer or Hurley.
Yeah.
In terms of the big characters.
Yeah. Yeah. And Locke is in there.
When
he's alive.
Yeah, when he's alive, yeah.
This season it was pretty much the smoke monster.
Yeah. And the rankings changed. The rankings changed over time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
because like Hurley, Hurley had a long period of me really just not liking him.
Yeah.
I was really annoyed with him for a while. It's like, well, after Numbers and, in the early days he was cool, and then, like, after a while it's just like, yeah, you're not really contributing anything here. You're just a whiny guy, or you're just a whatever guy, and but then he came back up. Yeah.
Yeah, he was totally superfluous to the plot for a while. It's just like, it seemed like he was just there to, do the comic relief thing.
Mhm.
So he definitely got better. He never fully annoyed me, but I always thought he was kind of pointless.
Yeah.
I felt the same way about Charlie for a while until it got to the point where he was going to die, and then it was like, well, now I like Charlie, but it was sort of like they could make him good because he was going to die.
Mhm.
He got to be cool because he wasn't afraid of dying. Like that gave his character a confidence boost, and it just made him more interesting to watch. because he got to do good stuff,
Mhm.
you know, instead of just hanging around doing nothing like he normally did. So yeah, anyway, we'll probably have to talk about the characters more later, but I felt the need to address Kate a little bit because you know, because I thought she had a good finale.
Mhm. All right, next scene.
Yes.
Flash sideways. Sawyer passes Jack in the hallway at the hospital. He asks Jack where he can get some food. Jack tells Sawyer there's a vending machine down the hallway. Sawyer says, "Thanks, Doc."
Ooh.
As Jack leaves, Sawyer seems to have a moment of recognition. The next scene, Sawyer puts $1 into the vending machine and attempts to buy an oh-so-tasty Apollo bar, but it gets stuck. He reaches his hand into the machine to get it, then a heavenly blonde doctor enters. It's Juliet Carlson. Sawyer tells her he is a cop, and Juliet jokes he should read the machinist's rights. She offers to tell Sawyer a secret. If you unplug the machine and plug it back in, the candy comes right out. Sawyer gives it a try and pulls the plug, causing the power in the whole room to go out. Oops. The candy drops down, and Juliet hands it to Sawyer, saying it worked. He grabs the candy, their hands touch, and they both get flashes. Juliet says they should get some coffee sometime, but Sawyer says the machine ate his last $1. Juliet suggests they go Dutch. She touches his hand again, and they share more memory flashes from their honeymoon phase during Dharma times until Juliet's death in the Swan station site. They realize it all. Sawyer says, "It's me." They hug, and Juliet cries. They hug and cry. Juliet tells him to kiss her. "You got it, Blondie."
Coming up, sweetheart.
Mm-hmm. One quick peck coming right up.
Yeah.
So this is the big Juliet. We just had the big Kate Jack scene. Now we get the big Juliet Sawyer scene. Afterlife.
Yes, I guess so. That's the best they could do with them since Juliet's dead.
Yeah.
On the island. So yeah, I really I like this one. I liked how they replayed the stuff from LAX, and how we hear the extra line Sawyer throws in that fills in what Juliet said.
Mhm.
That was good. That was a nice little touch, and it did for me what I wanted out of all the flashes, which was really address the way she died.
Mhm.
You know, like they sort of replay her death scene in a way.
Yeah.
So I like that. That made it have more impact to me because it was really acknowledging that, terrible moment when she's dying, in his arms. So I think to me that's the kind of thing I wanted more of, I guess. I mean, I know they can't do too much of that, but just that sort of feeling of like, yeah, that was really, that was really crappy.
Yeah,
I know the focus is that they're reuniting now, but
yeah, and it's like for them that's specifically important is that moment, of him losing her and all that stuff, and it works really well, and I think this is part of why, part of Sawyer's contribution to the finale is, this is big part of his story here.
Yeah.
The idea that he didn't have any more money is just like, come on, Sawyer, really? That's your last $1. You don't have a credit card. Take us to the ATM. All right. You had $1, and if the machine didn't eat it, you would have bought her dinner with that $1. All right.
Yeah.
And technically, the machine didn't eat his $1. The candy just got stuck.
Good. Well, yeah.
And then he got it out. But I'm splitting hairs.
Yeah. Yeah, so it does kind of look like when Juliet said it worked, she was talking about her trick for getting the candy bar out of the vending machine.
Mhm.
I don't know what else to make of it. I mean, that's why she says it. I don't know why that was so important, but you know, maybe what happened to Juliet sort of had a Desmond kind of thing where she.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely true. I mean, that's at least what I believe is. I don't think she's just saying it because she says it in this scene. I think she's saying it. You know, I think she's conscious of what happened when she says it to him at the Swan site. You know, I think she has that flash. You know, the bomb going off or something sends her to the other side, where she, you know, remembers this scene or experiences this scene or something. You know, and so when she comes back, she's sort of reiterating it. But I think, like, to me, the difference is like when she tells Sawyer to kiss her, like you can see her like wake up out of like a trance, you know, like a daze, I should say. And then she's like, she sort of focuses and then says, Sawyer, kiss me. And then he kisses her. And then she says it works. So I think, like, you know, like I said before, my theory, I think it's like that's her realizing she just experienced the other side. Now she wants confirmation. So she wants, a more powerful touch of Sawyer. And then that convinces her, you know, what's going on.
Yeah. But I guess I was going to say maybe she, like Desmond, sort of doesn't really understand what she's seeing, and maybe the way she's interpreting it is that Jughead worked.
Yeah, of course. I think that's totally it. Like she's saying, she thinks, oh, I'm seeing another reality where we haven't met yet,
yeah,
you know, or we're just meeting, not on the island, and it worked. Yeah, I think that's the big thing is they don't know they don't know what they're seeing.
Yeah.
Again, the show's about people interpreting things and getting it wrong a lot of the time.
Yes. So that explains it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what did you think about the power going out when he unplugs the machine?
Atmosphere.
Okay, I thought the same thing. I was going to call atmosphere, but I was like, okay, maybe I don't know. Maybe this is something that's sort of recent. Like I was trying to understand why that would even happen. It seems so crazy when it happens.
It puts them back sort of closer to where they being at the bottom of that Swan site in the dark, and I think it's just atmosphere because it makes no sense to me why he would pull a plug on a vending machine and all the power would go out.
Yeah.
Like that's just that's not the power switch for the room.
Yeah.
So I think it's atmosphere.
It makes the Sideways world seem crazy, up for a second. Like, what? You pull this and then the lights go out, and it's just like, what's going on?
Yeah.
I didn't understand that. But, it definitely adds to the atmosphere. That's what I was thinking. But then I was like, okay, maybe there's, Yeah,
unless they're trying to make us believe he pulled the wrong plug, and he pulled a plug that somehow was, it just doesn't make any sense why the overhead lights would have a plug in the outlet like that.
Yeah.
But, maybe that's the best they're trying to do with that. It's, oops, he pulled the wrong plug.
Yeah.
But I think it's really for atmosphere.
He doesn't really seem to react to the fact that happened.
Yeah, but he does, though. He does sort of react.
They don't say a word about it. They just go into their scene.
I thought he said something.
Really?
Actually, when he pulls the plug, I thought he says, oops or something, or I thought he responded oops, I did the wrong thing.
Oh. Well, if he says that, then I'm wrong. I really thought he didn't even say anything.
I don't have the transcript, but...
I'm checking it out.
Cue the tape.
Yeah, that counts. Okay, you're right.
Yeah. Did he say oops?
He said oops.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right. I thought he didn't even acknowledge it. I don't know. I was hypnotized by something else in this scene. But yeah, okay. But I guess the reunion becomes the more pressing concern than the fact that the lights are out.
Yeah, I think so. Just by a little bit.
But I think you're right. It really helps. It really helps have the symmetry with the previous scene. So I like that they did that because Lost isn't usually that stylized.
Yeah.
In terms of like some mysterious power outage just to make the lighting cooler in a scene. You know?
Yeah, that's why I think like he says oops and we're supposed to just kind of think he just pulled the wrong plug.
Yeah.
Or, you know, at least he wasn't planning to make all the lights go out.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I see.
And I think there's something there about pulling a plug and a light going out. I'm just going to say it.
Maybe you should say it.
I said it.
You know, I also have to say there does seem to be, I mean, maybe it's just kind of story stuff, but there does seem to be some similarity between what happens in this episode with Desmond going down there, pulling the plug, then the island starts falling apart, and then Jack has to go down and put it back in to sort of restore things. That seems sort of similar to, you know, rough outline to Ben going down, turning the donkey wheel, then the island starts, you know, flashing around, or the people start flashing around in time, and then Locke has to go down there, you know, to sort of fix what Ben did and stop that stuff from happening. Like, it's sort of the same kind of plot.
Yeah.
You know, someone like going down there and messing about with the power of the island and causing it to go awry, and then someone else has to go down there and fix it. Basically. I mean, very simple plot, but, you know, it seems like the same kind of outline.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a cool scene. I enjoyed it. It was nice to have Sawyer and Juliet have their moment. And you're right. I think it's like it's more powerful because they're realizing the tragedy of her death and their separation, and they're finally coming back to each other. You know, it's sort of different than, you know, it's different than Sun and Jin, sort of both, you know, well, Jin choosing for them to die together, you know, Sun not really having a choice, but like, you know, but them sort of dying together. It's a little bit different, you know, and so when they realize what's going on, like, it's emotional, but they didn't have that sort of like separation of one dying and the other not.
Yeah.
And then finally them.
Yeah.
Yeah, finally them coming back.
Yeah. Right.
Third time, go.
Like, dying together is sort of romantic. You know, like that. If you're going to end a love relationship, like,
don't put that in the Valentine's Day card.
It's hard to be dying together in terms of, like, you know, ending a great romance. Like, that's you know, that's about as dramatic as it gets.
If it was really dramatic, Shakespeare would have wrote it. Oh wait. I guess he did.
Yeah, even once. Yeah, perhaps. So yeah, I think, you know, Sun and Jin, like, even if there was no afterlife, I think they got their ending. Yeah. You know, it's sort of good enough. I mean, it sucks, but it's good enough that they got to die together. But, you know, as we find out, Sawyer presumably goes on to live a life, you know, without Juliet. So it really was a case of him losing Juliet for some probably significant period of time.
Yeah.
So there was real tragedy there instead of just dying together kind of romantically.
Romantic tragedy.
Yeah. Yeah. Romantic tragedy that sort of preserves their, you know, love or whatever forever, you know, in this kind of, you know, joint death. It's like a, you know, death-love bond or something.
On that note,
so yeah, we don't really know that at this point, but it's for Sawyer. It's you know, it's a big reunion. I think.
We don't know what at this point.
We don't know what this is. We don't know that we're watching the afterlife.
Oh yeah.
You know, but once you know, you realize this is a big reunion for them. It seems like really for Sun and Jin in a way, it's almost like they just woke up, you know, from both dying together. So it's almost like they were never apart.
Yeah.
You know, except for the 3 years where they were apart.
Yeah. Yeah, because even when they weren't awake, they were still together in this world. So
yeah.
Alrighty. Anything else for this scene?
Probably the last Apollo bar
Let's hope so.
we'll ever see. It's not even some kind of weird afterlife Apollo bar. But yeah, anyway.
Probably
I
no
think
calories.
that's it. What?
Probably no calories.
Probably. I hope so.
Calorie free in the afterlife.
Should be. Yeah. It was a good scene. I like this. As far as reunions go, this was probably my favorite.
Oh, totally.
It was well done. I'm surprised because when they originally introduced the Sawyer-Juliet relationship, I was a bit skeptical about it. I wasn't sure if I was willing to buy it. It seemed it was so abrupt. I mean, they tell us about it, and it's already been going on for 3 years.
Yeah.
It's like we have to buy that really, really quickly, and I think they actually managed to make it work.
Yeah, I think once you see LaFleur in action and you see the sort of world he kind of set up for them, it seems to work. And I think, like, you see the qualities in him that Juliet would be attracted to. Because you think, well, she liked Jack, and Jack doesn't have the qualities that Sawyer has. They're sort of different people. And it's like, well, Sawyer doesn't seem like the obvious choice. But then you get to see why she sort of fell in love with him,
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's unlikely. It seems like the kind of thing that, because of the circumstances, like in different circumstances, it probably wouldn't have happened. But they were in this really particular situation that allowed that to happen. So it does seem that way. But in the end, it was one of the stronger probably relationships on the show.
Oh, totally.
I
mean, that's one couple who actually got to spend significant time together.
Yeah.
After being on the island.
Yeah, on the island too, exactly. Yeah, it was sort of one of the more successful. If Juliet hadn't died, it seems like it would have been better. But I'm just, as late as that is in the show, I'm surprised that it carries that much weight. So I think they did a good job with that, and it's probably partially, the actors themselves selling it.
Yeah, they help a little bit.
Yeah.
They're there. They show up.
Yeah. Well, because they're both good characters, So
yeah.
It's
put two of my favorite characters in a room together, and throw a big reuniting on top of that. It's it's pretty cool.
Exactly. Yeah, totally.
All right, so we flash sideways. Jack arrives at the concert. Kate enters and tells Jack that it's over. The concert, that is. Jack tells Kate he's looking for his son. He notices Kate is staring at him and asks where he remembers her from. Kate tells Jack she stole his pen on Oceanic 815, but that's not how he knows her. Kate gets close to Jack and touches his face, giving him flashes of memories before his eyes. Jack doesn't understand what's happening. Kate tells him he will understand if he comes with her.
Uh-oh.
So I wonder what he's going to do. Go with the woman who just touched his face and made him see stuff from a previous life, or go home.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see.
So this scene, I want to tie this into another show that we've both seen. Let me think if I can do it without spoiling it.
Oh dear.
Maybe I can't. Maybe I'll just give a spoiler alert. I want to tie something into Battlestar Galactica here, and it's not the biggest spoiler ever for that show, but it's a medium minor spoiler. So if you don't want to hear it, skip for a second. I just want to say, when Kate says, "I missed you so much," she like touches Jack's face and says that.
Yeah.
And, this idea that this is, their second life or something like that they have this previous life, it just reminded me so much of the Cylons, the ones who woke up and had these previous relationships with some of the other Cylons who woke up, like Ellen. Ellen talking to Ty or something. I could see her telling this to Ty, like, I've missed you so much, This idea that because, with Ellen and Ty and these Cylons, they sort of lived this long life, and, yeah, they were still together, but not having their full memories, and so after waking up and having their full memories, it's like they've sort of been away, but haven't really. So it just reminded me of that, this idea of these people sort of, having this long love and it being sort of separated across lifetimes or something.
Yes. I can see that. In a way, the Cylon reincarnation is some real world kind of version of this.
Yeah, I think so. It definitely made me think of that.
Yeah, I can see that. That's I really had no idea who you meant when you first said it, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, even like Ty and not Ty, Tyrell and his girl. Forgot her name, but
Callie.
No, I didn't mean Callie. I meant the Cylon he was with in the previous life.
Number 8.
Yeah.
Sharon?
No,
right?
No.
No?
Why does he have so many women?
How many women did he have?
I'm talking about Tori.
He didn't have anything to do with Tori.
Yeah. He and Tori were together in their previous life.
Oh, in their previous life. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like having waking up and remembering that you were with someone in a previous life.
Yes.
That's what I remember.
Yes. I forgot about that whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, that was that brief little flashback of Fake Earth. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll end that spoiler segment, and if you're didn't want to be spoiled, hopefully you're back now.
Yeah. We'll just continue with spoilers. Really should check out Battlestar Galactica, though. It's worth watching.
Mm-hmm.
I recommend it. Don't expect too much from the ending, but the journey's good.
Mhm. But don't downplay the ending.
I don't want to downplay it too much. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel the need to warn a little bit about it.
Yeah.
It's not horrible. I personally really like it, but there's certain things in it that, let's just say, well, okay, I can't even say that.
Yeah. Well, we're out of the spoiler segment. So.
I know. Maybe we'll talk a little more about it later, but I'll just drop it. I'll drop it for now.
All right. So you ready for the next scene?
Yes.
So we're back on the island. Hurley helps an injured Jack to the light cave with Ben in tow. Jack tells them he's going alone. Hurley's worried how Jack will survive and then realizes it's a suicide mission. Jack thinks he's already dead, so it doesn't matter. Hurley says Jack isn't supposed to die. The island needs him. Jack tells Hurley the island needs him. It was only supposed to be Jack so he could finish what Desmond started. But Hurley is the protector of the island for the long haul, and Jack believes in him. Hurley vows to give the job back to Jack as soon as Jack comes out of the cave. Jack asks for something for Hurley to drink out of, and Ben produces an old water bottle. Jack fills it with water from the stream and tells Hurley to drink it. Hurley drinks the water, and Jack places his hand on Hurley and tells him, "Now you're like me."
Wow. So I'll just note again, I think I said this in the initial reaction, but it looks like the incantation doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You can just, it does look like there's something about drinking something. It looks like there's some part of it that sort of matters, but not the particular incantation.
Yeah, like I said on the initial reaction, I think it goes back to the choice to take on this position, and you sort of have to actively choose to do it, and you know, drinking something that the old protector is giving you, I think is like a good thing to do that. I think if Jack said, like, you know, go chop down this tree or something, like, and Hurley chopped it down, I don't know, something tells me that might be enough. Just some sort of some sort of choice, you know, given the choice to do something and then actually doing it, you know, analogous to Jack having to be the one to give Sayid the pill. Like, they couldn't just give it to Sayid and let it kill him. Sayid had to choose to take it.
Right. It's sort of symbolic of accepting the responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Of the job. Some kind of.
But yeah, the incantation didn't matter. And like I said the whole time, I didn't think it mattered because it made no sense that it would matter because it's just one person saying something, and why does that mean anything? And then the next person only says something because the first person said something. And so it was nice to have Jack not try to come up with Latin phrases to say here or whatever he thought would have been appropriate. Like, he sort of knew, like, that's not how it worked.
Yeah, I guess so. Although if he did what Jacob did, he would just try to copy him, which I guess he knows he doesn't have to do. But
yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't think he really even knew what Jacob was saying, so or could really even hear him. So it's like he just wouldn't be able to repeat what Jacob did. And if it mattered, Jacob would have made it obvious.
Right.
Like, this is how you transfer power.
Yeah, yeah. So I think, I thought it mattered because, basically if they had Jack do it in this scene, I would think it mattered, you know. I thought it mattered because that's the only way we've ever seen it done, but they did the thing I wanted to see to prove that it doesn't matter, which is not do it.
Yeah. That goes to my point, though, of, like, sometimes things are just what people do because someone else did it, and we don't always get this third example of them proving it wrong, even though it might be wrong, you know. So this is like an example of where, like, if we didn't get that scene, we wouldn't have gotten proof that it didn't matter, even though it didn't matter.
Yes, that's true. But I will point out the writers did include a scene to illustrate that it doesn't matter. So, you know, so the global view of what they want to show us does still apply, you know.
Yeah.
In the end, if they hadn't included the scene, it wouldn't, but they did, you know. So, so I think that's right. You know, before this scene, it also didn't matter.
Yeah.
So, you know, that was the correct conclusion. So yeah, it doesn't always work, but in the end, they included the information.
Yeah.
So that's sort of what I'm looking for. Something like this. This is where I can definitively say that's what's going on.
Well, yeah. It's nice when you get proof of something, but you know, they don't always have time to do that.
Right.
And I think there's probably plenty of little mysteries and little confusing bits that, like, they just didn't get time to explain or show a contrasting example to. You're
right. But yeah, I just until this, I would have said that it mattered, and I would have been wrong.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's why I like to try to figure out why characters know things or do things, because I think that does mean something.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't mean anything. I think it's not necessarily the way to lead to correct answers.
Yeah.
You know, I think it can help, and trying to think those things through is definitely good. I think writers do that, you know. It's just, I think there's also other things they do, you know, in particular just communicating the story. And so I try to just look at why did they write this, you know, and you know, part of it is because the character would do that, and here's why they would do that. Here's their motivation or where they knew that from. But there's also, you know, we just need to convey the story to the audience. You know, this is stuff for an audience to watch, not real people doing stuff. So I think there's some of that too, and that's sort of, I try to take my cue from that basically. But you know, the character thing, it has its merits. It's definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, I think that's it's appropriate when, again, like, you don't really know what the answer is. It's not clear what the writers are trying to say.
Right.
You know, so I think it's a nice tool to use to say, well, why like you said, why would they do this? Well, you know, when they're writing the scene of Mother transferring power, they're going to have to come up with something.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, okay, well, she says a little thing, and she gives him some, you know, some of the wine or whatever, and, you know. But anyway, what else in this scene?
So I guess, yeah, Jack really chooses Hurley. I suppose of the people who are standing around, he thinks he's sort of the best candidate to do it. They've kind of been hinting at this. I think you mentioned earlier, you know, all that stuff with Hurley being the leader. I think that was all kind of subtle hints in this direction that he could actually end up being the one in the end. I couldn't envision it until they actually did it. It didn't seem like there was any way that would be the outcome. And then they were doing it, and I thought, you know, okay, I guess I buy it.
Yeah, things are very unimaginable until you see them.
Yeah. It just looked weird in my head, but when they played it, it didn't seem strange.
Yeah. I
guess part of it is that my view of Jacob came down several notches. You know, Jacob seemed like such a I don't know what the word is, very elusive, enigmatic kind of figure, and I just couldn't imagine Hurley being that kind of person. But I don't think he has to be. He's just going to be Hurley doing the job.
Yeah, that's the thing. Jacob was just a man. He just was an enigmatic man. That didn't necessarily have to do with his protecting duties, but it was just like that's the kind of person he was. Yeah,
exactly. That was just Jacob's personality, and I mean, I didn't think you had to sort of be exactly like Jacob to do the job. I just sort of thought, you know, I guess I thought there was more to the job, or it sort of required certain kinds of knowledge or something. I guess I thought like the attitude would sort of come with the job. You know, it would just kind of naturally be an outgrowth of doing this job that I didn't understand at all. You know, when I was thinking that. So I think once we learn what it entails, which is in a way simple, I think then you can see that basically anybody can do it.
Yeah.
They get invested with the power, the responsibility, and they just have to do it, and they do it as themselves. You know, it could have just been Man in Black doing it. You know, if that kid had just, you know, made different decisions.
Yeah, totally.
And he wouldn't have been like Jacob.
Yeah, he probably would have been more hands-on or something.
Yeah.
Or depending on what he wants.
Yeah, I would imagine he would definitely be much more straightforward. Much more willing to come out and say what he wants and what he means, I think.
Yeah.
You know, so that the job can be done by anybody, and whoever does the job, that's what their, you know, whatever their personality is, that's what their personality will be.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Do you want to go to the next scene?
Yeah, okay.
Unless there's anything else in this scene. That's the big stuff. Yeah, I'm wondering if Jack is putting Hurley in charge because Hurley's there, or if he's being honest and saying, like, he really feels like it was always supposed to be Hurley. Yeah, how much is he just saying that for Hurley, you know?
Right.
But we will never know.
No, it's sort of like what happened with Jacob. You know, it's like, it was always supposed to be you, Jacob, but I did want it to be him. So it's sort of like, I don't know. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah. All right, we can go to the next scene.
You know.
You ready?
Yes.
We're on Hydra Island. Frank tries to get the plane started, and the engines fire up. Quick scene. The next scene, we're at the light cave. Hurley and Ben lower Jack down to the bottom. An island quake shakes everything, causing Jack to fall the rest of the way. Jack enters the cave and finds Desmond. Desmond says he put out the light, but it didn't work. He thought he'd leave the island. Jack helps Desmond up and walks him away from the plug hole. Desmond tells Jack he was right. Desmond tells Jack he has to put the plug back, and it can only be him. Jack tells Desmond he's done enough and should go be with Penny and baby Charlie. Jack tells Desmond he'll see him in another life, brother.
Wait, so Desmond tells Jack it has to be you?
It has to be Desmond. You seem to get confused by my pronoun usage.
Okay. Sorry, Jack tells Desmond it has to be you?
Desmond tells Jack it has to be Desmond.
Oh, to put the plug back in.
Yeah.
But Jack says no, it has to be me.
Jack tells Desmond he's done enough and should go be with Penny and his baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't remember that part, so that's probably because that wasn't what they said. Okay, I see. All right, so Desmond... Okay, so basically Desmond didn't get what he wanted, as in flashing back to the afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I understand. So I enjoyed the seeing another life, brother.
Yeah, that was good. That's what you do with Jack and Desmond.
Yeah, it's a perfect last thing for Jack to say to Desmond.
Yeah.
You know, I couldn't think of a better thing, and that's the kind of thing I wish he didn't really have that kind of go-to phrase with Sawyer or something, but that's what I wanted with the Sawyer.
Yeah. The best thing with Sawyer probably could have been something like, you know, you've been a great friend, Doc. Thanks for everything.
Yeah.
You know, tying back into his line about you're the only friend I have or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So that's the only thing I think they could have connected to, some line or moment like that would have been big.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that whole scene. But yeah, it was it's weird to hear that. And of course when I watch this I don't really know what's coming, so I don't really realize what's going to happen later, but it was nice they did that, and of course it's got the added significance that not only did they meet off the island, then later on the island, then later back on the island, but then later also in the afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 4 lives they've seen each other in.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's really, really lot. And I guess presumably in the afterlife as well.
Mm-hmm.
Since they all go there together.
Something tells me these two are connected.
Yeah.
There's a slight hint. Slight little sliver of a hint.
Yes. I agree. I think you're onto something.
Yeah. So I don't understand why Desmond was just kind of sitting there unconscious or whatever was going on. I don't understand what happened. I mean, I guess the idea is he got just really drained from this encounter or something like that.
Yeah, it sort of knocked him out.
He was just like, oh, I can't do anything. He couldn't do anything. And I don't know why Jack knows he has a kid, but maybe that's obvious or something at some point.
Oh.
I don't remember why he would know that.
It's a good question. Does anyone know that? I'm not sure.
Ben knows that because he saw the kid when he went to shoot.
Ben knows that.
Penny,
that's true.
But he shot Desmond.
Maybe Ben told Jack in some off-screen conversation.
Yeah.
Like when they're at the beach, waiting around. Desmond's got a kid. That's
something
the
like that.
best I can do because there's no other reason he would really know that. But it's true.
It is true.
I did also wonder, like, since Jack was Jacob, I did wonder if, I mean, they never really tell us, like, if, besides the whole immortal thing, if there's any other abilities you get. Like that thing I was trying to get at with the Hurley transfer of power. Like I always imagine when you became Jacob, you were just filled with like not just powers but like knowledge, and it was just this whole transformation kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's sort of why I thought it would change the character.
Yeah.
You know? But it seems like it's not really like that. It's almost like maybe you do get certain abilities, but you don't necessarily know anything more.
Yeah, and I think you don't even know what abilities you have.
And you don't even know what abilities you have.
Yeah, I imagine it working out to like, you know, if Hurley or Jack or, you know, if the Protector tries to do something, you know, they might figure out how to do it, or a power might come into play or something like that. But I don't think it's like, you know, you can time travel, or you know you can just vanish to a new place if you want to teleport. Like, I think it's more like, you know, harnessing or being in touch with the island, or harnessing the light in some sort of way where you can sort of manifest powers. But it's not like there's just a subset of powers you're given that every Protector is given. I think it's more just like more in what you're trying to do, and then the sort of I assume there are limits to the island's power, but it's like it's more, I think, about what you're trying to do, and then you'll be like, oh, well, here's a power.
Right. Right.
You know, because I think it's like, you know, when Jacob gives Richard immortality, you know, like Richard's like saying things, and Jacob's like sort of, you know, knowing he can't do certain things, but it's like he knows he can give him immortality, you know. And maybe he knows that because he's immortal, you know. He knows that his mom and his mom made him and his brother like that or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like he sort of knows that's in the range of possibility, so therefore he can do it, you know. But I would assume there's some sort of limits. But, you know, like Jack said, when he was the Protector, he didn't feel any different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't think we ever really see Jack do anything that regular Jack couldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, and I think to a certain extent, you know, if Jack thought he could manifest powers that would be helpful, you know, he could have kept the... You know, first of all, it's like, you know, he's, you know, heal himself or something, number one.
Yeah.
And number two is like, you know, go down there with powers and help Desmond out, you know.
Yeah.
You know, not that Desmond is dying or anything, but just in case he was dying down there.
Yes.
You know, something like that. So it just seems like it didn't even cross his mind that he could manifest powers that would be helpful in this situation.
Yeah.
You know, he just going to give it to Hurley and go move this plug, and that's it.
Yeah. That's a good point, man. It does seem like he should just be able to heal himself.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot Jacob could sort of do that. But I guess Jack doesn't necessarily know he can do that, even if he can.
Yeah, and it might be a technicality that this wound happened when he was mortal, and therefore, you know, something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Because I think when the plug was off, that, like, you know, that affected Jack, too.
That's a good point. And, I mean, Jacob was stabbed himself, so...
Yeah, exactly. It's not, you know, so it's not like they're impervious to being harmed.
Yeah. He wasn't able to just heal himself. Maybe there's some kind of limit on that.
Yeah.
He can heal certain kinds of injuries, but he can't necessarily... I mean, you know, he says he can't bring dead people back, but... you know, maybe that sort of extends to certain kinds of wounds and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was they used to, again. I mean, not to harp on Star Trek, but it sort of reminds me of the little thing that the doctor would like hold over a wound. Like it was good for like small wounds, but if it was like really deep, you know, they'd have to do more. You know, sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't like a fix-all kind of thing.
Yeah, totally.
You know, there was some kind of limit to the little like bruise cut zapper that they use. I don't know what it's called. I'm not an expert. Star Trek. They probably had a name for it.
I think it was bruise cut zapper.
Bruise cut zapper.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, usually they have better names for things.
Yeah. They weren't working too hard that day. They came up with that name.
Yeah. I guess not. So, Jack's tenure as Jacob, very short-lived.
Mm-hmm.
He really, It's almost like he didn't even need to do it.
Yeah.
You know, like it just could have been Hurley from the beginning, and Jack could have still done the same stuff that he did.
Mhm.
You know, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think it gave him motivation and it gave him some clarity in terms of what was going on. But besides that, in terms of just pure plot, I think you're right. I think he could have just killed Locke anyway, and that would have been fine. And I think there was something to the fact he withstood the plug, moving the plug. I think that was a little bit miraculous than just anyone else could have done that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that had anything to do with being protector or former protector or anything like that, but it did seem like, Desmond was the only one who could do it, and then luckily Jack could do it, but that was like a special case.
Right. Although it did seem like Jack could do it because it wasn't, they didn't have the water and the light wasn't on anymore. So It seemed like the stuff that was happening with Desmond wasn't happening when Jack goes to put the plug back in.
Yeah, but the after part of like when the plug goes back in and the water comes back in and it's like all lit up. Like when Desmond first goes in, like it's hurting him.
Yeah.
Just being in that water, and like when Jack is in the water, he's happy and fine. So I think there's something there to like, for some reason he wasn't adversely affected.
Yeah. So maybe that's some kind of thing where the Jacob stuff comes in.
Yeah, and he gets out of the cave not dead.
Yes.
Somehow.
Yes. Yeah, he goes through. There's some kind of transport thing from there to this other place.
Mhm. Maybe that's the exit point.
Yeah.
That's what they would tell us.
Yeah, that's what it plays like.
Yeah, and you stay in that water long enough, it'll zap you to that exit point.
Yeah. And I guess that's sort of the kind of thing that happened with the Swan when it imploded. Maybe it had multiple exit points or something since they were all scattered, but
it just threw them out at different random places.
Yeah.
No, like direct exit. No, like consistent exit points, since it was just like a one-time explosion.
Yeah. Maybe it was just more random in the effects or something, but it seems like the same kind of thing. Like there's some kind of weird transporter ability that this thing has.
Mhm.
It can just move you from one place to another.
Yeah. Like a transporter.
Like a transporter.
Like Jason Statham. That's a transporter movie joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you probably haven't seen it.
No, I didn't even know there was a movie called Transporter.
That's a trilogy.
It's a trilogy. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I had no idea. Wow.
You should check out the cinema sometime.
Maybe I will. Is he? He's in something else, right? Isn't he in some?
He's in a lot of stuff.
Other movie.
What kind of thing you're talking about?
I'm trying to think. Like, is he in any Guy Ritchie movies? I'm
sure he is.
Okay.
He's British.
Okay. I thought he was British, but I was thinking maybe he was in some Guy Ritchie movie.
Let me think. Probably Snatch.
Snatch?
If you count that as a Guy Ritchie movie.
I do.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, I'm sure he's done more. I'm not a big. He was in Rock and Rolla too.
I didn't see that one.
I think he was in. Was he in? Wait, maybe he wasn't in Rock and Rolla. But anyway, enough of Jason Statham. Who, by the way, side note, I know I said enough of him. I saw him at the airport one time at LAX.
Oh.
Hanging out. Yeah, he sat down. It was so weird. It was like I was waiting, just sort of waiting, in the seat area around the gate and with everyone else. And I saw this couple staring at this guy because Jason Statham had his back to me. And he was like talking on the phone. And I saw this from a different vantage point. I saw this other couple kind of staring at him. And then I saw them kind of like trying to somewhat slyly take pictures of him, and I'm thinking, what is their interest in this guy? So for like 20 minutes, I'm like, why is this, what's going on? So, and then I saw him get up and walk around, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right, you're famous.
I guess that's what happens at LAX.
Yeah, I saw The Rock at LAX too one time.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Yeah, it was, it's interesting because they have to fly in airplanes too.
They do, and they don't get their own airports.
They don't. They
just have to go to airports with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And then people see them there.
Yep.
And try to take their pictures.
And then they get to talk about it on the podcast.
Yes. Yes. No, that's a good one. I've never seen anyone famous in an airport, but
yeah,
I don't usually go to airports where a lot of famous people are, so.
What?
Yeah. So that's probably why, but that's good. That's a good sighting.
All right, so next scene?
Yes.
All right, lost my place. Let's find it. So we're on the Hydra Island. Kate and Sawyer finish their swim from the boat to shore, and Kate sees Claire sitting on the beach. An island quake shakes everything, and then Sawyer sees the cliffs on the main island falling into the sea. Frank orders Miles to be the lookout as he tries to turn the plane around and sends Richard to relay messages. Sawyer watches as the plane starts to reverse. Kate begs Claire to come with them. Claire doesn't want Aaron to see her crazy. She doesn't think she can be a mother. Kate convinces her to join them. Miles relays to Richard that the plane is clear to turn around. Sawyer tries to radio to Frank, but he can't hear it. Frank, Miles, and Richard strap in and prepare for takeoff. Suddenly, Frank sees Sawyer, Kate, and Claire flagging them down on the runway. Frank tells Miles and Richard to open the door for the late arrivals. There we go.
All right. Wow. We're going to leave the island.
For real this time.
For real this time. Yeah, there's actually a real escape, mass exodus from the island. That's kind of amazing. And they're actually going to take off from the runway.
Yeah, the runway. This is why they built it.
Yeah.
The runway really came in handy. That's one of those things that was a long-standing mystery that, never made any sense until they got a lot of use out of it.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it really seemed like a pointless diversion in season 3 when they had Sawyer and Kate out there breaking rocks and Pickett yelling at Sawyer all the time, and it was just like, why are we watching this? I don't care. I don't want to watch people building things. I don't want to watch a road construction crew. It was turning into Cool Hand Luke, just like having the warden guy. We have a failure to communicate, like keep digging on that chain gang. Like it was turning into that. That's exactly what it was. And Sawyer was basically Paul Newman, I guess. So they and then we didn't even find out what it was until the season 3 finale. Like they didn't even talk about it again.
Yeah.
Until a while later. So and it actually I think was a deleted scene. There was a deleted scene where they said what it was earlier, but then they put it in later so they could tell us. But even then, when it was like it was a runway, then it's like, so I don't understand. I don't get it. Like this didn't seem like much of an answer, but they not only. I mean, to me, landing 316 was enough, but damn, they took off from it. That was having that there really helped. So
that was a big deal.
Whether by design or luck, it was a good idea.
What else is going on here? I guess that's pretty much it. They're going to try to convince Claire to come with them. Or she does convince them in this scene.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
I think Claire just wants to be wanted.
I agree.
She just wanted someone to say, I need you, and I care about you, and,
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah. She just, she was a confused girl under the influence of an angry man.
Oh, really? I never heard that.
Yeah. So I think that's, that was her behavior earlier in the season, the crazy Claire stuff. And once she reunited with her people, it was really just abandonment issues.
Mhm.
And Locke abandons her basically. So I think at this point, she has no allegiance to him anymore, and so it's like if someone else wants me, I'm on board.
Yeah.
And they're leaving, and so yeah, and of course Kate came back to get her, so it's good that she's there.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of Ben agreeing to be Hurley's number 2. It's like, not only the being on the island, but just like someone wanting him.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
So this made me think that all these guys get on the plane. Rose and Bernard could have got rescued.
Yeah.
If they had involved themselves and and sort of did something with the gang, they could have they missed their opportunity to get on the plane. Now maybe something else might happen down the road if Hurley helps them off if they ever want to get off. But I think it works that they just stay on the island.
Yeah.
They're not looking to get rescued like the other people.
No, I think they might have wanted to stay.
Yeah.
Even if they had the choice. I mean, not necessarily if the island's going to be destroyed, but...
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the island is shaking and it's being destroyed. And that's the thing about Claire, too. It's like, I don't want to come with you guys. Well, you want to drown then?
Right.
It's either drowning or coming with us. Which do you prefer?
Exactly. Yeah. I guess I'm just imagining, like, if the island were stabilized, I could still see Rose and Bernard deciding to stay. But, under threat, I don't know. They might still want to just die together or something. But that's sort of the attitude they've taken in a lot of ways. But it is interesting. Like, this is really, a lot of people could have escaped here. I mean, basically anyone who's on the island, if they could have made it to this plane.
Yeah.
Cindy and the kids.
Well, considering Jack stops the island from shaking, like next scene or something, if they would have waited just a little bit, the ground would have stopped shaking and they could have, taken their time, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to forever think they narrowly escaped, which they did, but it wasn't. They weren't going to die imminently, and I wonder if they leave thinking that Jack fixed the problem and the island was saved, or if they leave thinking or just not knowing for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. The clock stops ticking shortly after they take off.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's like, well, we didn't really need to rush that much.
Yeah.
I know they didn't know that, but still, it's a weird little...
Well, that's why they say haste makes waste.
Yeah. Is that why they say that?
That's why they say that, because you might be on a plane trying to leave an island that's about to crumble, and by the time you take off, you didn't really have to leave that soon.
It's not even crumbling anymore. Yeah.
Haste makes waste.
Yeah. Yeah, but they got the urgency out of it. But yeah, I think I'm surprised actually. I really didn't think Claire was going to make it, but maybe I should have guessed that Kate would rescue her. I think you brought up the idea of Kate and Claire getting on a plane.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my last thought was Kate and Claire and Frank.
Yeah,
I didn't know who else would make it.
Yeah.
I think it's a little, I don't want to say unfair, but I'll use that word, that, Claire gets to go home and be with her kid. And Sun and Jin don't.
Mm-hmm.
Not that the island is fair or anything, but it's just, they made it clear that they didn't really care about parents being with their kids.
Right.
So I mean, it's fitting that she does get rescued by Kate and all that stuff, and they get off. I'm fine with that, but at the same time, I don't know. It seems unfair in a way. You know, that she gets to have a happier ending.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. It is unfair.
Considering Sun was already, you know, Sun was with her kid and decided to leave her to come back to the island for Jen, and
right,
you know,
right.
They really, you know, they really got their whole thing mucked up. You know, being in two different time periods really sucked for them.
Yes.
You know, Sun trying to come back and rescue Jen, and they just aren't in the same time period yet.
Right.
You know, and then even when they are, they don't know it yet, and so.
Yeah, yeah. And then Widmore had to take Jen.
And then Widmore takes Jen, and then, like, yeah.
Delaying it even more. And by the time they get over to Widmore's, Locke's plan is about to be in action, so it's like there was no time there. Yeah, also, you know, Claire got to give birth to her baby, take care of her baby for, you know, up through season 4, basically. So she spent, you know, a good deal of time with Aaron. I mean, she definitely got to do those early months for a baby. So that counts for something, you know. Jen's never seen his kid at all. So,
yeah.
So I think it's sort of like double unfair. Like she gets the thing Jen didn't get, and she gets to leave.
Yeah.
Which neither Sun nor Jen got to do.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
I mean, I you know, I like a story that has some tragedy in it. It works, but somehow the Claire storyline feels a bit unsatisfying to me. You know. The build-up was so different, and I never felt like they sufficiently addressed what actually happened.
Because they never addressed it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had vague stuff, like allusions to her father, you know, like they sort of said, again, it's the kind of thing, like, it's almost like if you watch the show and you kind of remember what happened. Oh, her father came and then we saw her in the cabin, and you kind of remember a little bit of it, but not like all the details.
Yeah.
You know, like they addressed it on that level, but the specifics they really didn't go into at all.
Yeah.
You know, so you're just left to wonder like what was going on. But I mean, from what we know now, like, was she just living in Jacob's cabin for a while? Like, did she just I don't know.
That's someone else Alana was talking about?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, now that I know that, you know, that Christian in there, and probably even before, like, the disembodied voice or whatever, I mean, that part's weird, but at least Christian is just, Man in Black is just the smoke monster hanging out in there. Like, he had to just go into the house, you know, and Claire is just Claire. I sort of thought she was dead. It seemed like a weird thing, like some kind of apparition, but she just had to go in the house, too. You know, so it's like they're just sitting in there, you know, Locke leaves, like they're going to have to leave that place at some point.
Yeah.
You know, they're not just going to disappear from there. It's just weird. I feel like Claire should have lived there.
I would imagine she probably did for a little while. But, I mean, at some point he makes a camp and start doing stuff in the jungle.
Yeah. 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 This seems like a good, you know, shelter.
Yeah. What was I going to say about Claire? Oh, geez. Forgot my point. Something about, we were talking about Claire leaving Aaron. I forgot. Maybe we'll come back.
You had a
circumstances of her leaving. I was going to say something about, I don't know what, but it was something that I thought of when you were talking about them addressing The Major Claire. Was it about Aaron or? Oh, that's what it was. I was gonna say, well, now that the show is over, whose eye was that in the cabin with Christian?
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't make any sense at this point.
It doesn't. It totally doesn't. Although I'm just gonna, since they didn't give any kind of answer on it, I'm just gonna stick with my sort of ridiculous theory that that was the Man in Black soul.
Mhm.
I don't know why his soul was trapped in the cabin. That doesn't make any sense at all. But
why is his soul separate from his appearance of Christian?
Well, so his appearance of Christian, that's the smoke monster. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that should be his soul, right?
Yeah.
That part's weird. See, it can't be, though. He needs... Okay, soul isn't the right word. There's something of him that needs to be in the cabin. Whatever that disembodied voice that says, help me, and then that quick, apparition, whatever that is, I feel like that's what's in there.
Mhm.
And I think that's supposed to have something to do with the Man in Black. I don't know what that's supposed to be exactly, but whatever that is, I think that's what the eye is. Because I remember when they originally showed it, I remember being told that it was Jacob's eye. You know, and basically Jacob became the Man in Black later.
Mhm.
I think it was supposed to be the eye of the same guy that we saw, in the cabin originally.
What do you say? I mean, what happens afterwards then? So you've got Man in Black's sort of soul, which is that disembodied voice apparition eye thing.
Yeah.
And then you have Smokey, which looks like Jacob. Which looks like Christian.
Right.
You're saying at some point those two things reunite? What happened to his soul?
Yeah. I think they had to fuse together. Maybe that was one of the steps he had to take to get off the island.
Okay, so when did his soul become separated from Smokey?
Well, that's a good question. I guess I would say, probably sometime after the cabin was built.
Okay.
Since it ends up in the cabin. And since Horace built the cabin, that means that's probably, late 70s up to the purge time. Sometime in there, I would say.
Mhm.
So I would guess for Jacob, it's kind of. This is ridiculous. I'm totally going way out on a limb. I understand, but I would say that it's. I don't normally do this, but for some reason I'm captivated by this. I would say it's sort of Jacob providing an extra barrier to Man in Black getting off the island.
Mhm.
Somehow he's able to disembody or remove some essential part of him and trap it in the cabin, and that's something that he ends up having to go back to reunite with first. This is a story we never see, of course.
Yeah.
It's all occurring off screen, but yeah, that's the kind of thing I would say.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe that, but that's a tale you've woven that could be there.
You really shouldn't believe that. I don't particularly believe that, but it's a story, and technically, I think it fits what we've seen in the show.
Mhm.
It's weird. It makes me bring in stuff that is beyond anything we ever saw, but from what we saw, it just looks like something like that is what's going on. I don't know how else to explain the voice coming from nowhere and the flash person appearing out of nowhere. That's nothing like the Man in Black.
That's all before the Man in Black, I think, was solidified.
Yeah.
You know, like you said, originally it was supposed to be Jacob in there or something.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think a lot of it is just production, results of the production, and they're changing ideas of Man in Black and what they want to have happen, and that's what I would chalk it up to, because I think it's just sort of inconsistent. You know, I think the original cabin scene with the apparition, you know, I think, you know, I would imagine something like, you know, sort of retconning, they would say something like, you know, that's Man in Black, but he's not fully able, for whatever reason, to appear to them, you know, or he just didn't decide to take a form of a dead person that they could see or something like that. But that seemed to be, you know, definitely before they had the sort of concrete concepts of what was going on there. You know, because the help me thing seems to be, you know, I'm trapped or something.
Yeah.
So that seems pretty consistent. The eye thing in the cabin with Christian, I would just say, is supposed to be a hint that about Christian's identity, and it's more of just, you know, stylized than it's realistic.
Yeah, and see, they told us. I mean, I remember them actually saying that was Jacob's eye, and then later in the season, Christian Shepherd says to Locke, you know, I'm not Jacob, but I can speak on his behalf.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that, you know, that scene, when you think that's Jacob, it really sets you up to think he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
You know, he's hanging out in the cabin with Jacob.
And when you think that's Christian, you believe him.
Right.
But now we know that wasn't Christian saying that, and he was not authorized to speak on Jacob's behalf. So probably the person in there wasn't Jacob. Right.
Exactly. But I do think I think your answer is the true answer, which is there's retcons going on, and there's sort of changing, shifting ideas of what these entities are as the writing progresses. I mean, I think that's the real story. But what I'm trying to do is tell say something like what I think they might say. That's not quite right, but just, you know, try to make a consistent story that actually uses what they showed us.
Mhm.
That it's because I think if they were asked about it and they were actually willing to give an answer, they would tell some kind of consistent story about what we saw, even though I think the reality is that, you know, there's just shifting ideas of what these things are.
Yeah, the problem with that is you have to make up new stuff, and it's like they get to make up new stuff because it's their show.
Right.
With their explanations. But it's like when we make up new stuff, there's nothing that makes that right.
Yes.
You know, so that's sort of the problem. Is you still don't get a right answer unless they tell you the new made-up stuff. So.
Right.
But I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm doing my best to, like, guess at the kind of thing. I'm not very good at it. I'm never good at guessing what they'll do, but that's the kind of story I can make out of what they showed us. It definitely seems like something's trapped there. If that's supposed to be Man in Black, it's got to be, because we know the smoke monster's out. It's got to be some other part of him, you know. So, so that seems like that's all I can do to really make that fit.
Yeah. All right. Anything else on that topic or this scene?
What scene are we on? Oh, the plane, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So does the plane take off yet or no?
No, not yet.
Okay. So no.
Okay, so next scene, Jack is in the light cave. He gets up off the ground around the plug. He picks up the plug and drags it to the center of the circle and then puts the plug in the hole. He falls to the ground and then awaits his fate. The next scene here is Miles and Richard. They help Kate, Claire, and Sawyer on board. Frank tells everyone to fasten their seatbelts and punches the gas, sending the plane speeding for takeoff. It's a tense moment as the plane approaches the end of the runway, but it lifts off just in time. Everyone has a sense of relief. Kate and Claire share the moment, and Sawyer looks out the window at the island below.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I hope they don't have a barrier they got to cross.
Yeah, how are they going to get the right bearing?
Mhm.
Especially if Jack puts the thing back in.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's so crazy if they all just if Kate and Claire or Kate and Sawyer, some people on the plane like flash off back to the island,
Right.
when they try to leave. I was like, I'm not done with you yet.
Yes. Wow. Not again. Wow. Yeah. So I really didn't quite expect a bunch of people to leave at the end of the show. I didn't think that's where it was going. I'm kind of surprised how many people are leaving. So Frank didn't want to come to begin with. He just had the bad luck of being the pilot of the 316 plane originally.
Mm-hmm.
So totally get him. Sawyer, never even left the island. There's nothing on the island for him at this point, so he was ready to leave. I think when he told, Man in Black that he meant it, and he tried to strike a deal with Widmore to get off as well, so he's totally ready to go, I guess. The same story with Miles. I think he was afraid of Smokey, didn't want to mess around with him, but I don't think he had any. He got his diamonds, I guess, so he's ready to go back to the real world.
Yeah, I guess he got his diamonds on him.
Yeah, I'm assuming, so he can go back to the real world and just have a bunch of diamonds and cash those in or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I get that. Then we have Kate and Claire. So Kate, came back to get Claire. So she always intended to leave. So that makes sense that she's there with Claire, of course. And Claire just kind of got stuck on the island, and I don't think she ever wanted to stay there either. So
no.
So she just wanted someone to want her, someone to care about her, and since she had Kate there to do that, she's up and gone. So that's cool. The most surprising to me is Richard.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of amazing that the guy who, sort of devoted his life to Jacob and in a indirect way to the island for 130 years is just ready to leave it all behind and kind of go live some life, I guess, in the real world. Like, that's kind of the craziest to me. I guess he really did come to the conclusion that, that the island wasn't, that he didn't, his original idea of it, like he thought his life there was a part of some kind of plan, and I guess he really realizes that's not true, and he's ready to just treat that period as kind of wasted years, and I guess he's basically the same age he was when he crashed there, so it's almost like he can just, now that he's aging, he can just live out the rest of his life with a little strange period where he didn't have to age.
Mhm. Yeah, I think I think once Jacob died and he didn't know what was going on, and Man in Black, told him, I wouldn't have treated you like this and all that stuff, like, Richard lost his mind for a second there, and I think that's when he turned the corner on his opinions about his life on the island and what it was all for, and so I don't think it's surprising that he wanted to leave, and I think even though some other things happened before he leaves the island, he never, I think, regains his faith in Jacob or anything like that, or like really feels like he needs to stay and protect the island. I think he was done. I think he realized Jacob brought him to this island and made him work for him for a long time, and nothing really came of that. He didn't even tell him why. That any of this stuff was important. So I think he felt betrayed by that, and I think it's miraculous that he survived, considering, Locke could have just killed him any number of times and stuff like that. But, but for someone who, he gets the prize for the person who's been on the island the longest who finally gets rescued.
Yeah.
Like Desmond gets rescued eventually, probably, he was on the island off and on a long time, but, Richard's got everybody beat on that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the only people who beat Richard are Jacob and the Man in Black.
Yeah. Who don't get rescued.
Yeah, of course, who don't get rescued. But as far as, like, being on the island for a period of time, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't. And then the idea that, he crashed on the island and as a slave, and now he's leaving, just going back to the modern world. It's kind of crazy. I know he's been back to the world, so he knows what it's like. It's not going to be, culture shock or anything, but still, to sort of start a life now, a normal life,
Yeah.
Not a living with the others on the island, relaying messages from, Jacob, the local, like, island deity.
Yeah, no, he's going to have to get a job. He's
Yeah.
going to have to first go get a Social Security card.
Yeah.
Then go get a driver's license.
Yeah.
He might have some fake version of that stuff somewhere in the real world. He might have the credentials he had from Medalos.
Right.
Where he can maybe just go back to that life, since he probably had fake stuff set up for that. But But in terms of just like, sort of real life, he's got sort of some very mundane things to start having to do.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You're right. I guess he's just going to have to get a job and
pay taxes and find a place to live and
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. But it's interesting. I guess he did get invested in the idea that Man in Black shouldn't be allowed to leave the island.
Mm-hmm.
He was.
Well, Isabella convinced him of that. He didn't care at first, and then at a certain point, I don't think he cared that much, and then she convinced him that was important.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was because we all go to hell. It wasn't necessarily because the island has threatened itself or something.
Yeah.
So it did come across like it was more about just, the global consequences. But that did not make him still want to devote more years of his life to the island.
No.
He's done with that. I like that. It's an interesting arc.
Yeah. I was going to say, he doesn't find out Man in Black is dead, but they leave without him, so they assume, he's fulfilling that wish of hers that Man in Black not get off the island.
Right.
Although, he didn't know that Man in Black had that boat, I guess, so technically speaking,
That's true.
He can't be 100% sure that he's preventing him from leaving.
That's true. But the only plan he had was blowing up the plane.
Mm-hmm.
So he's basically accomplished that by leaving in the plane.
Yeah.
So he's done the part of the plan he knew about. But you're right. I mean, he hasn't fully stopped him from leaving the island without knowing that he's dead. But he can find out he's dead pretty easily.
After he's left the island.
Yeah.
It's a little late if it was the opposite result, but
yes.
But it works out. It works out in the end, right?
It works out in the end.
It works out in the end.
Exactly. But I like that there's actually an arc of someone losing their devotion to the island and deciding to leave it after 130 years.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting disillusioned with the whole thing. I was told there was a plan. It doesn't look like there was. I never knew what it was. Mm-hmm. I've wasted my life here. I'm out. Yeah. See you later. I never would have expected that'd be Richard's endpoint.
Mhm.
I thought Richard was there to stay.
Yeah, it seems like they set him up as a certain kind of character, and he was in a different place than everyone else. So, I think it made sense they gave him a different arc.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the original other.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. There were no others before him.
No.
He started the whole thing. That's another story that seems vaguely interesting, but we'll never see. probably for the best.
All right. So are you ready for the next round?
Yes.
Let's see. The next part is... So we're back at the cave. Jack notices that water begins to flow into the circle again. The light powers up. Outside the cave, Finn remarks that Jack did it. Hurley begins to pull on the rope, but sadly finds Desmond at the other end instead of Jack. Jack cries in joy and wonder as the water continues to fill the circle around the plug. So that's that scene.
All right.
So he powers up the island again.
Yes.
Yeah, I think. Did I say this before with the Sawyer and Juliet scene of Sawyer pulling the plug and the power going out?
Oh. Did you?
I don't remember, but I don't know. It made me think of that too. Of just Sawyer pulls the plug and the room powers down, and Desmond pulls the plug and the light powers down in the cave, and something similar there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's weird, like, to get to this point in the show. This is sort of the last thing Jack's gonna do.
Mhm.
Just
the last mission.
Yeah. Yeah, put this rock in that hole.
Yep.
That's the mission. And he does it, and on the island, it's sort of like the button, which always bothered me, but whatever. It's it's kind of dramatically it probably works better, but I always got bothered by the fact that when you don't push the button, it just kind of starts ramping up.
Mhm.
So it's like the 108 thing is like, nah, give or take. If you're late, it's not a big deal, really. You just shouldn't leave it for too long.
Yeah, they can't make it where it's absolute, because then the island would have been destroyed when Desmond didn't push it.
Yeah, but it makes the countdown so artificial.
Mhm.
Because it's like nothing really happens when that countdown ends. So it just feels weird to have this timer 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then it's like, okay, nothing really happens after that. So you got time to type it in after that.
Mhm.
So it sort of ruins that part of it. But
yeah.
But you're right. I mean, they couldn't really do it that way.
And I mean, I think it makes sense just in terms of if you're going to set up a timer system, you want it to count down to when it's sort of at least the best period before it gets worse. They could have made the counter longer, 5 more minutes into when it would have started up, but then it's like, shit's already hitting the fan at that point. So I think it makes sense to have the timer stop somewhere before it like gets bad. But that gives you a grace period before it's total destruction.
I think the timer should go negative. Just tell you how much time past that you've gone. I feel like that gives you worthwhile information. Yeah,
but they don't want people to have to like to think they have a grace period. I think like if this is really having to do with the end of the world, I don't think you want to give people the idea you got some extra time.
Yeah.
You can oversleep if you want, or you can go take a walk if you want. Yeah. I think they want to scare you into doing it on time every time.
Yeah.
And those hieroglyphs really do that. Black and red hieroglyphs. It's like, I don't want to see that. Yikes.
Yeah, totally. It seems like that's got to be bad.
Mhm.
What am I doing wrong? Stop showing me those things. So this is sort of like that, they pull the thing, even the light goes out, and it's sort of like, stuff starts happening, but it's not instant.
Yeah.
And it's repairable. The idea seems to be if Jack, if Jack waited long enough, then the island would basically be destroyed and probably the light would be out permanently. But he gets back there in time to put the thing back in, so it's just kind of like, pushing the button in time.
Yeah.
Before it gets out of control. So that's sort of what it reminds me of. So there's hieroglyphs on the plug thing. Is that right? Okay. And also, I think there's a skeleton in there that they show at one point, which sort of suggests at some point somebody went down there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to believe it was, by the Egyptians or somebody a long time ago sort of finding that thing and just really being out of their league and dying.
Yeah, okay.
And I think the idea is, too, you go down there, but if you don't have a way back up, if you don't have a rope to get back up, you're just sort of stuck down there.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I see. Yeah, so that whole Egyptian period, they put a lot of stuff in the show in the background, but no one's ever really talked about it. It's never actually been an explicit part of the show. It's just been these little background set details.
Yeah.
For the most part, telling us that the Egyptians have anything to do with this show. So it's kind of interesting that they did that. I never really thought they would show us Egyptians on the show, but I don't know. I guess I never really thought they'd show us Romans either. So
yeah,
it's still surprising. But the Deep Island history looks like sort of maybe possibly even predates the Protector idea. I mean, maybe they came and sort of tamed the crazy energy or something, built this little contraption, and I think you had a theory something like that earlier, I think.
Yeah, I think the Egyptians were came to the island, discovered it had strange properties, started digging in places, found the source, had to them messing with it gave them need to put this plug over it. And I think probably the Protector idea starts there, this idea that if the plug if the plug is taken off, then that's bad. So we need someone to make sure that doesn't happen. And I think the idea that this place needs to be protected probably starts there.
Yeah.
And then of course whatever importance the light of it, the light has and stuff like that. So I think it probably just starts there of whatever Egyptian person knowing about this sort of being the one to protect it, and and then sort of handing down this legend of it needs the Protector, and then a couple centuries later or something, like Mother comes around and she's told this oral history of the island and the need to protect this place, and that's where the story starts.
Right. Yeah. I like that. In a way, I like the kind of subtle, just look at the background and fill in your own little backstory. About what happened there. I mean, you can draw that conclusion, but it's you have to pay attention.
Yeah, you got to look at the themes of the show, and I think you got to sort of assume that whatever happened with whoever built this has some symmetry with the other sort of things that happen on the island, and the other, the people who come to the island sort of all do the same thing.
Yeah.
In various, similar and sometimes different ways, but they all sort of cope the same way or discover certain things, and there's just like variations on the whole, the incident and the button and all that stuff. It's like variations on manipulating the light source or the repercussions from trying to manipulate it and stuff like that. Yeah,
it's almost like the whole show they were doing trial runs for the ending. Just little things that were similar to where the show is going to go eventually.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could look at it like that and say, the universe is trying to find someone who can deal with this plug situation. And so you have Jack and Locke trying to deal with the button, which is a smaller level of that. And then of course Jack thinking you don't need to press it, and then Then you have the incident, which is another sort of Jack-led thing where he's actively trying to do something like the plug, like a fail-safe, like a, something along those lines in a general way. And then him coming to the full point of being the protector of the island and then sort of being ready to do this final version of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that works.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy too that they didn't go back to the Egyptians. I think that's fine. I think they went back far enough, and we got the history of the characters they showed on the show. So
right,
that's definitely good enough for me. And leaving the Egyptian stuff to the Egyptian stuff keeps the mysteries there. And again, my philosophy is even the Egyptians didn't know what was going on. So showing them would only be showing another group of people finding something inexplicable and trying to deal with it, and that's about it. They're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna have any answers either.
Yes. It does seem like the ultimate answer to Lost is there's a mysterious force there.
Mhm.
And no one actually knows what it is.
Yeah.
No one's ever known what it is, but a lot of people have come to this place and, either tried to harness it or do something with it or protect it or whatever.
Yeah.
Take it over. I mean that's sort of the but no one knows what the thing is. They're just they're able to possibly do things with it. It clearly has some kind of power, but yeah, it looks like it's something that no one knows, and that's where the show wants to leave it.
Yeah, I like the idea of people finding something powerful and mysterious and not knowing what to do with it. There's no instructions, no one left the instructions of what to do for the light.
Right.
So people are just trying to figure it out, and people have different ideas of what to do.
Right. And we've seen it do pretty crazy stuff. I mean, it seems to transport you to Tunisia. It seems to move the island. It seems to possibly bring about time travel effects. That's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. That's enough.
Yeah, I think in the end I'm happy with that. I didn't really. If you sort of totally nail down the ultimate answer for Lost, I don't know how great it can be. It could be something, I guess, but I can live without that. It was really the smaller answers that I wanted in the finale.
Yeah.
That's what I would have been happier if we had more of those. But this stuff's totally fine with me.
Mhm.
I like it. It's interesting. I don't quite know what I'm watching, but it works.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something here, it'd be good enough to piece something together that, the light and the water are important.
Yes. Exactly. There's some kind of power there. Also, we know that there's some kind of electromagnetic effect as well. Did you just drop? Yes, you did. Okay, quick news check here. He's going to be back soon. I got to hurry. Hurry. Bill Clinton has evolved into Obama's Mr. Fix-It. Really? Okay. Can read about that later. All right. So, what did I say? Let's see.
Last I heard, I think you were talking about, you said you don't know what we're watching, what you're singing, and what else did you say? And I said the light and the water are important, and then you were starting on something when I cut out.
Right. They have some kind of electromagnetic effect.
Yeah.
That's sort of the science part of what we know about it. You can use equipment and harness it somehow.
Mhm.
To bring it, direct direct the energy in certain ways. It does seem like if people were careful and knew what they were doing, they could really, get some crazy stuff happening with this light.
Mhm.
Dharma was really trying to do time travel experiments.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that they had the potential to work.
Well, what's interesting is Dan did time travel that worked. He didn't need the light.
Oh, good point.
But he, he was doing that. He was doing consciousness time travel, and I guess maybe they were doing something else, but more like your body is moving, maybe.
Yeah.
But they were using rabbits and stuff too, and so.
That's right. Dan did a whole different thing.
Yeah.
His was consciousness based because their bodies were definitely moving because they would just disappear from the people in front of them.
Mhm.
So that's different from the thing Dan was doing. But yeah, I guess Dan just did his own time travel method.
He doesn't need the light.
He didn't need the light at all. I'm not worried about the light. But he did eventually want to go to the island and try to, I don't know, I guess he spent like 3 years in Michigan figuring out that people are the variables, but then he was wrong about that.
Oops.
Yeah, that's really sad because, man, he had potential.
Yeah.
And he just made a massively wrong call. So I think I can say in the end that sort of Miles theory, which is something we even talked about in season 5, that basically they were going to be the ones that caused the incident.
Mhm.
It was going to be whatever happened.
Yeah.
Well,
it seems like Dharma would have had some catastrophe anyway, but what became known as the incident was their involvement.
Yes.
But they were definitely drilling too far to the pocket,
right.
Too close to the pocket, and all that stuff. And but again, you'd have to factor in the heightened Rosinski's heightened, his anxiety, his anxiousness to get this thing done, in light that the hostiles are around and stuff. So that did play an effect, and maybe how safe they were, doing this whole thing. So if the hostiles went around, maybe maybe Rosinski wouldn't have been so upset, and Chang could have said, "Oh, we're getting too close, let's stop," and he would have listened. So
right.
It's not inevitable they would have hit it, but I think it's likely they would have. So something would have happened, but it seems like whatever happened, and they're making, they're living through their own present, so they can sort of do whatever they want. But they've already done it because they're from the future, so they're not going to do anything that they sort of didn't do from the perspective of the future.
Right. Yeah, so to be totally accurate, there was more to the incident than just what they did, but they had a role in it. Part of the incident is what they did.
Yeah.
And they weren't going to erase the whole thing.
Yeah. They seem to say Dan was wrong, but I feel like he was right to the extent that it got them back to the present, and they went back to the future after that. So I don't know. I feel like maybe he interpreted his calculations wrong or something. His idea of creating. He looked at his calculations and it said, okay, yeah, we can create a new universe, but really it was just he could make them time travel or something.
Okay.
Something like that, where it was like he was just sort of wrong in terms of the scope or something.
Yeah.
But that there was some credence to the fact that if they explode this hydrogen bomb on top of this magnetism, that something crazy would happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. He was wrong about something, but not necessarily wrong about everything.
Yeah. Like John Locke.
Just like John Locke. Yes.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
So we flash sideways. We're outside the church. A taxi pulls up, and John Locke gets out and into his wheelchair. He tips the cab driver, whatever is standard in purgatory. John rolls up rolls up to the church and finds Ben sitting outside in quiet contemplation. Ben tells Locke everyone else is inside. Ben apologizes to John for what he did to him, and he says that he was selfish, jealous, and wanted everything John had. Ben tells John he was special, and Ben wasn't. John tells Ben he forgives him. Ben says it helps. It matters more than he can say. Ben says, a lot of Ben saying stuff. Ben says he has some things he needs to work out and will stay there a while. John wheels on, then Ben tells him he doesn't think John needs to be in that chair anymore. John stops and then stands up and tells Ben goodbye, then walks into the church. This is the big John Locke Ben scene. Ben
Yes.
Scene.
Yes. So, what can I say? The afterlife thing is just killing it for me. I like the idea that, see, I guess for me, Ben apologizing at Locke's eulogy was enough. I liked that. It was crazy. It was like he's going to step up and give a eulogy, and then he actually apologized for doing it. So then it's this weird mixed thing. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Really? You're doing that? Like, it was great. I love that scene. And having him get a chance in the afterlife to apologize to his face, it almost, to me, seems like more than he deserves. You know, I feel like he shouldn't get the chance to do that. You know,
yeah.
Michael didn't get to apologize to Libby's face. You know, he has to try to tell Hurley, oh, tell her I'm sorry, you know, because he's just stuck on the island. I know, I'm still pissed about that, but whatever. I'll leave that aside. I don't know. It's too much. He murdered him for, as he admits, for crappy reasons, and I guess Locke is going to forgive him. It'd be weird if he was like, no, I don't forgive you, but...
Yeah. Well, listen, after you're dead, bygones be bygones.
Yeah, I guess so. I almost want. I guess Ben says why he does it. So, you know, because since Locke died, thinking I don't understand. Like, I want him to understand.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like that's the important thing I want to get out of the scene. And I guess Ben explaining, I killed you because I wanted power and because you were special and I wasn't. I guess that basically lets Locke understand.
Yeah.
So maybe they get that out of the scene. I do like it. I like Ben sitting there outside the church by himself. I think that's good. And I like how they have him looking like regular Ben and not like Dr. Linus anymore. Out of nowhere. Like, he's sort of the only one that did that. But it was like, Ben's really there. This is when I started getting freaked out. I was like, okay, something really weird's going on. Like, Ben looks normal all of a sudden, and everybody knows who they are, and they're going in this church. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, did you have any idea what we were watching in this scene?
No, I didn't know what was going on until pretty much the end. You know, I thought it was anybody's guess. Was, you know, even people were remembering that they had died. You know, to me that didn't immediately say, okay, well, this is their afterlife or something, because I thought it was, you know, sort of would be obvious that, you know, they would, if this is some new world or Flash Sideways universe or something, that to me, them remembering the dead wasn't a deal breaker in terms of this still being some sort of real alternate reality that they made. So I was still waiting to see how it connected, and the answer is it doesn't connect.
Okay. Wait, no, I'm confused again. Doesn't connect. What do you mean? Doesn't connect to what?
It doesn't. The Flash Sideways doesn't, you know, connect back to the real world.
Oh, okay.
You know, like, I thought that's where they were going. You know, like, okay, we want to leave. You know, I was thinking, well, they want to go back to the real world or back to, you know, whatever we would consider the real world.
Oh, okay.
But they want to leave to some new place.
Right. Right. Yeah, that would have been crazy if all these characters went back to the real world.
Mhm.
And then we'd have Ben staying behind. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did like this scene. I always want more with this. I particularly the Ben Locke relationship was, had a lot of back and forth there. Mostly Locke going back and Ben going forth, I guess. But still, very, very long. Locke. I feel like Ben was to Locke sort of the same, a smaller version of what Smokey did to Locke. Like he just latched onto him as someone he could manipulate for a long period of time, and Locke, even when Locke knew he shouldn't trust Ben, he just, I don't know, he thought he knew stuff, and he felt like he couldn't not have his help in certain cases, and I think he trusted Ben too much, despite the many reasons not to.
Yeah, totally. And I think, when Ben tells John he was special and that Ben says he wasn't special, I'm thinking, really? Is that the takeaway here? Because I thought the takeaway should be John wasn't special.
Yeah. Yeah.
I understand that Ben thought John was special, but it seems like at the end of the day, the answer is he wasn't sort of special. Not, he wasn't special like Desmond is special or anything like that.
Right.
But yeah, I like this scene. It was cool, Ben helping John get out of the chair and all that, and John gets to walk in without the chair. And the apologizing to his face, I liked, getting the chance to do that and seeing what John's reaction was. But it wasn't much more than what you get out of his eulogy scene.
Yeah. Yeah. And to me, that's sort of the real thing he should get.
Mm-hmm.
This just seems like too much. You murdered the guy. I believe that you're sorry, and that's good, but I don't know. I feel like he just gets way more than he deserves to actually apologize to his face and get forgiveness from him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think if you murder somebody, you just got to live with it.
Not in the afterlife.
Yeah, apparently not.
Yeah.
Apparently not, because they're dead too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point is they're supposed to remember what they did and then forget about it.
Yeah. 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 But that just goes in the category of sort of wanting the tragedy to hit harder.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think Locke's story is really tragic, but this kind of softens it.
Mm-hmm.
Locke finally understands why Ben did it, so even that part isn't as bad. And Locke just gets to kind of make his peace with things and move on, and he doesn't.
Well, the ending of the show is softening everything, right?
Yeah.
Everything gets softened with this finale, so.
Yeah.
It's in that list.
But he doesn't get to die he does, but it's him dying as a broken man in a crappy motel room for reasons he doesn't understand is not the end of his character.
Yeah, it's just as in for him in the real world.
Yeah.
But he will forever live eternally, as we all will, once we find a group of people that are important to us.
Right. 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 Yeah. And that's just, I don't know. That's the basic conceit of all this that bothers me. I want my drama back.
Mhm.
And it feels like it's blowing it. On the other hand, I did like the scene. It's certainly good. I like the image. I like Ben sitting out there and him walking by and.
Yeah, this is the part of the story that they call the resolution.
Yeah.
where things get resolved. So it's sort of the lessening of conflict.
I understand. No, I mean, given the story they're doing, this is the scene they have to write. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to explain why I find this kind of ending dissatisfying in certain ways, and that's one of the big reasons for me. But I could complain about that about a lot of these stories, but there's good things about it too. I mean, it gives you chances for stuff like this that wouldn't be possible without this afterlife idea. So I appreciate that. There is a kind of counterbalance there to the bad stuff.
Yeah, totally. You want to go to the next scene?
Yes.
So we are, let's see, back on the island. Ben makes Desmond, still unconscious, comfortable as Hurley stares into the light cave. Ben thinks Desmond will be okay. Hurley asks if Jack is gone. Ben tells him that Jack did his job. Hurley says he's the protector now and wonders what to do. Ben says Hurley should do what he does best, I guess, which is to take care of people. And he should start by helping Desmond get home. Hurley says people can't leave the island, but Ben says that's how Jacob ran things. There may be a better way. Hurley asks Ben if he'll help him. Hurley says he needs someone with experience for a little while.
What?
Ben is honored. So we got the Hurley getting Ben on board to help him run the island.
Yeah. Ben being chosen as the number 2. Ben is needy too.
Yeah.
He's almost like Claire that way. I feel like him stabbing Jacob is sort of like Claire axing the other. Like it's partially a manifestation of just feeling like he's been neglected by this person who's supposed to be, who's supposed to care about him.
Yeah. Like his dad, maybe?
Like his dad, yeah. Exactly. And then, you do what you do best, Hugo. Yeah, I love not knowing what he's going to say after that. What would that be? If I had to name the thing Hurley does best, I'm not quite sure what I would say.
Yeah. Star Wars references?
Yeah. Sure. Serving food, seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Games. Not being a leader.
He's good at games. Yeah, not being a leader. Sure. But yeah, I think this is good. This gives Ben, like we said earlier, what he wants in a way, but he's sort of relinquishing power.
And Hurley is good.
No, go ahead.
I was saying Hurley is needy too. Hurley doesn't want to be there alone.
Oh, totally.
He doesn't want the sole responsibility of the island on his shoulders.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he was the one who, when Jacob got them all around the fire, and Jack stepped up, he was like, I'm glad it's not me.
Yeah.
And even still here, when Jack hands it over, I think he says something like it's only temporary.
Yeah, he was like, I'm going to give this right back to you as soon as you come out of this cave. Yeah.
So he's still not fully ready to commit to this kind of potentially giant undertaking, and we don't get really to see where this plays out. But I think for me, this, along with the whole John Locke eulogy thing, and everything else Ben has done this season for the most part, except the last minute turn to evil. Him being, serving as the number 2 on the island, sort of replacing Richard, I guess. It seems to me like that's enough redemption for Ben.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't feel cheated just getting that, and he doesn't get to, apologize to everyone in the afterlife.
Mhm.
You know, I think that's enough. But, you know, whatever. Problems with the afterlife aside, I like this development. I'm very surprised. This is not how I saw things ending up.
Yeah. I'll say this. Oh, go ahead.
No.
I was going to say this about Ben, though. Like, he does get this sort of maybe too good redemption in the afterlife, but in terms of his character on the island, he's still going to be living with that guilt for a very long time until he dies. So it seems like he's instantly forgiven because of how they cut it together, but in reality, it's sort of like he doesn't get that for, you know, presumably a long time.
That's a good point.
So he still has that does weigh on him for a long time.
That's a good point. He gets to live a long time with that.
Yeah.
Instead of just instantly being forgiven. You're right. It's just the way they play it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the weird thing about the whole idea of, you know, not having time, because, you know, potentially they could be doing this job for thousands of years.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how long they're actually going to do it, or they actually did it, I guess, because they do end up dead at some point. But they
could probably tell you both answers, like how long they did it for, and when they died, and how they died, and probably tell you who they gave it to.
Yeah. Yeah, they could. That's probably one of the coolest things about the afterlife, the ability to put in a story like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like this kind of giant ellipsis, like where we never see. I like that idea.
Yeah.
That part's cool. So, yeah, you're right. That when you think about it that way, Ben does actually get, you know, he both gets his redemption and his punishment.
Yeah.
You know. So it's not too easy. By the time he's in the afterlife, maybe he's earned the right to apologize to Locke's face.
Mm-hmm.
I guess for this show, he hasn't earned it.
Yeah, and I would say even when he wakes up in the afterlife, that's another. He's got to relive that guilt again.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, ooh, boom! I didn't know that. I didn't know I did that until just now.
Right.
You know?
Yes.
So it's like comes back to haunt him again.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Also. So that's pretty good. It's just because of the way the show is, you know, like I want to see this scene in 1,000 years.
Mhm.
And then I'll be happy.
Yeah.
But we get it, you know, before. So anyway, yeah. But I like this development. It's kind of cool. I thought the island survived, and I thought Jack might die, but I didn't really think so far as if Jack dies and the island survives, probably someone else is going to be the protector. I never really got to that point.
Mhm.
And then I definitely didn't get to the point, well, if there's going to be a protector, there's going to be a Richard.
Yeah.
Never really occurred to me. So I didn't even think about trying to find even a Jacob besides Jack, and so I definitely didn't get to the idea of a number 2.
Yeah. So I guess Hurley is going to use whatever island powers or something to get Desmond home.
Yeah, I think they basically tell us, I guess Desmond was busy and they wanted to get the plane out of there, so they couldn't get him on the plane. But I think, yeah.
He's still got his boat he could leave on.
There you go. Yeah. Or if they could arrange for people to pick him up, he could turn the donkey wheel.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think you want to turn the donkey wheel, though. That's like a measure of last resort.
You're right.
It screws things up.
You're right. That's probably not a good idea. But yeah, I think based on the dialogue, we can assume that they eventually get Desmond off the island.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing how Desmond, it's almost, that it seems to happen in a lot of finales. Like there's some character who just kind of gets knocked out and sort of sleeps through the finale.
Mm-hmm. Gets lucky.
What?
Gets lucky.
Yeah, gets lucky.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, like basically, in a way, in last year's it was sort of Saeed, like getting shot made him just kind of lay around for most of the finale.
Yeah.
You know?
It reminds me of a smaller example of that is like Sawyer getting knocked out on the sub.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like Jack just has to rescue, like he doesn't have to deal with being with rescuing himself because Jack just rescues him because Sawyer's unconscious.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's I guess especially because Desmond was built up so much. You know, there's a whole episode about him. Widmore brings him there. Like, Jacob, I guess, tries to get, you know, him there. And then, you know, then it's like, okay. And then he's crazy on the island. He's behaving. You don't know what he's doing. And then you finally see him, and he's just sort of a little bit wrong about what he thinks is going to happen. And then he just kind of goes to sleep for the rest of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
Bye,
wow,
Desmond.
that was it. He goes out just kind of laying there.
Yeah.
That's the end of Desmond on the island.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the best.
It really isn't. But I guess that means he didn't have to make a sacrifice.
Guess not.
Looks like he was able to survive. I mean, maybe if he had to go in again or something, that would have been bad. I don't know. If he did what Jack did, I don't know what would happen.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, it looks like he's going to get off, probably go back to Penny, and live happily ever after until they die, and then live happily ever after again.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, well done, Desmond. Things looked bad for you, but you seem to have made it.
Yeah, he did manage to make it.
It's kind of interesting to me that Hurley is like, Ben definitely totally makes sense, but Hurley being the guy, I guess the way they wrote him when he was off the island, he was just kind of isolated in a mental institution for most of the time. So, like, I kind of want to think, shouldn't he want to see his family more or something? But I guess the way they wrote it, he really was kind of miserable off the island. So
yeah, they made it seem like he doesn't really care about his family that much.
Yeah.
That it wasn't that big a deal for him to leave or anything like that, because he just didn't. Yeah, he didn't really care.
Yeah.
But now that he's Jacob, he could probably visit if he wants.
That's true. Good point. And yeah, like, Jacob just gets in his cab and tells him to get on the plane, and he's ready to go. Like, all right.
He's not like, I got to say bye to my parents first. Or I got to tell them I just got out of jail. Like,
right.
None of that.
No, none of that. I do expect him to care more, but yeah, at the same time, it does seem like he was living in the institution by himself and somewhat secluded from them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, still though, I thought of him as having more attachments, but it looks like the way they wrote him, he really doesn't.
Yeah.
But I never saw him as being particularly invested in the island. You know, maybe that's the surprising part about him being the protector.
I don't think he is. I think he's taking the job because Jack gave it to him, and he trusts Jack and loves Jack or whatever, and that's the reason he's doing it. I think he never was that invested. Yeah,
like, the island did a lot for Jack, you know. So I sort of understand, like, it's sort of the catalyst for his whole journey on the show. So I understand him becoming the protector. That's why he was the obvious choice. But with Hurley, it definitely seems like, I guess the island did stuff for him, but it doesn't seem like it did as much.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm surprised that he would end up. And it's sort of like, yeah, you have a protector who...
It's just a job, you know, because, I mean, what did Jacob ever do to deserve it? You know, his mother gave it to him. You know, it's like the island did stuff for him to make him be ready for it. So
yeah.
It's just a job. You know, it can be handed down to whoever the person thinks is ready.
I guess with Jacob, though, he did grow up on the island and considered that his home, so he did have some attachment to the island in some way, so it doesn't feel quite as weird as having Hurley do it. But, yeah, I mean, there doesn't have to be some kind of weird supernatural thing going on, but just, I don't know, some kind of sense that they care about the island enough to take the job of protecting it.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm saying, I don't think Hurley fits into that category.
Well, yeah.
I wouldn't say he cares enough about the island solely. I think he's taking it because Jack wants him to have it. Yeah,
that's just kind of amazing because it's you know, it's a commitment.
Yeah, he realizes that. He's like, what am I going to do? Yikes. That's why he asked for Ben's help.
Yeah. Oh, and the other thing, I like the idea that they're sort of immediately repudiating Jacob's ways.
Yeah.
You know? it's kind of cool. It's like the show is, they're sort of saying like, well, Jacob's way of doing things wasn't necessarily the best.
Yeah.
He did it his way, but he was just a guy.
Yeah, he's just a man who was interpreting what he should do and did it the way he thought he should, and that doesn't mean it was the right way.
Yeah, and I like the show ending on a note of, okay, the island's been like that since Jacob's been in charge, but now it's a new regime, and, we'll
the
change.
Age of Aquarius.
Yeah, it's like a dawn for every hope for the island or something.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. The thing that was surprising to me, though, is like, okay, I missed the part where it's a rule that you can't leave the island.
That just seems to be common wisdom, that it's super hard to leave the island.
But I guess I thought that wasn't necessarily Jacob's imposition, but it was just a property, just a fact that because of what the island is, because of the barrier, because of other factors, it's difficult to leave the island, but not sort of, this is a rule that Jacob has. Yeah,
I think it gets a little muddled, the crossover there, from sort of Hurley's reality of knowing how hard it is to leave, and then Ben sort of knowing that Jacob had rules. So there's some crossover there, I think, in the concepts. Yeah. I don't think they're exactly the same, but I think they're sort of crossing over in the middle, and Ben is assuming, that's because of Jacob, and I think that's pretty much right. I think his point is, whatever the realities of leaving the island, who's ever in charge can supersede those.
Oh,
and
okay.
Ben is crediting Jacob with the barriers and stuff like that, the hurdles that exist to leave the island, and and Hurley's sort of referencing that too, but Ben is giving Jacob credit for that.
Yeah. Well, I guess because we've seen people leave the island.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't think that was a rule that you couldn't do that. I mean, people are going from the island a lot.
Yeah.
So over the course of the show, so it seems odd to me that they throw in this little line about that was Jacob's way. Like, I don't know, maybe he basically tried to prevent it for the most part, but couldn't prevent it all. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I think it was maybe something like he, if he's responsible for the barrier, and then there's a certain safe zone of burying, and so he doesn't want people not to ever be able to come and leave, because I think at some points he wants people to be able to come and leave. So
right,
he's got this, he just makes it really hard. It's not like impossible, you can turn the donkey wheel, you can do certain things, but it's just not very easy.
Yeah.
So, Hurley's sort of speaking in absolutes. People can't leave the island. It's more like it's really hard to leave the island.
Right. And then, but I almost want to take this as maybe, that really was something Jacob was doing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really know that before this little bit here. I sort of took it as a natural phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Not something that the protector is responsible for.
Yeah.
But this seems to say that's not the case. So I guess, from now on, maybe it'll be easier to leave the island or something.
Mm-hmm.
They'll just shut down the barrier. I don't know. I mean, they still got to protect it. So, maybe they don't necessarily want everyone showing up. But in general, I like the idea of, there's a new protector. Let's, not necessarily copy Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cool note to end on. Because I guess, I didn't expect that. I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't expect there to be, slightly negative Jacob comment.
Yeah.
Not that he was ever portrayed as all positive.
Yeah, he was sort of not great in general. But I wanted to bring something up real quick in terms of Jacob's. He was doing a lot, but one of his sort of main goals was to bring people to the island to sort of prove that humans aren't fundamentally bad or corruptible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of why he's doing some of this stuff, and So I was just thinking about why, like, what's sort of the point of that other than just to make some philosophical point. And so I'm thinking, well, if he wants to find someone who can kill the Man in Black, then maybe what he's trying to do is find a human who is incorruptible who can stand against Man in Black and not be corrupted by him, and can like, you know, withstand him enough to kill him. So it's like not only is he bringing people to the island to find a protector, but to also find one who's sort of uncorruptible, who can, you know, eventually kill Man in Black.
Yeah. Maybe not come under his influence.
Yeah, I just think that gives an explanation for you know, a reason why he's trying to decide that he, you know, test humans' morality, other than just to prove to his brother that he's wrong about his opinion of human morality.
Right. It seems like that's a part of it, but
yeah,
there should be more to the story. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think
otherwise it's just a game he's playing, you know.
Yeah.
And I feel like since we know Man in Black has this thing about talking to people, and if you talk to him, you already are on his side, or whatever truth there is to that kind of thinking, it makes sense that Jacob would want someone who couldn't be turned.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that's just an exaggeration of the truth, you know. He is to a certain extent persuasive, and, you know, he is able to influence people, you know, pretty effectively. So
especially when he threatens to thrash them.
Yeah, sure. That'll do it.
Yeah. That's effective.
But there does seem to be a sense in which in which it makes sense to say that. Like if you really listen to him, he might try to talk you into doing stuff. You know, and so maybe Jacob needs the good person to show up, both to prove him wrong and to, you know, kill him, get rid of him eventually.
Yeah.
He's sort of a blight on the island. That's the thing I didn't really understand. Like he's this monster that Jacob created, and it just haunts the island for, you know, thousands of years.
Yeah, he's not this intrinsic island force that is just sort of there with the island and it will always be, and you just got to keep him there. He's specifically created and not intended to be there. Yeah,
that's a surprise. That is not the point of view I had when we originally saw that thing. Still don't know why it was called a security system. But
because if you went near the temple, it attacked you.
Yeah, maybe it's as simple as that.
It's all interpretation. Seriously, I mean, if you have a question about why somebody said or did something, just ask yourself: is it just based on their simple interpretation of what they saw? And I think a lot of times it is. Like, you know, she thought it was a security system. That's what Robert told her or something.
Right.
So the question you could say now is, okay, why did he say that?
Right.
You know, and then you got to get into the whole claimed Smokey stuff.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You know, open that door if you want to. But
that's why that part's confusing. But yeah, but I could see, you know, they're at, you know, well, I don't quite know how they know what's in there. It's sort of like the temple wall, but besides that, putting that aside, I you know, they see this entity and it kind of attacks them, and it seems to go into underneath this structure, and, you know, so I guess I can see somehow conclude. I mean, that wouldn't necessarily be my first thought, but you know, because it's this crazy entity. I don't know if I would assume that's a security system, but it's not. You know, that's not. As far as a list of things you might say about that phenomenon, that's not too far down in terms of craziness.
Yeah. Well, if you're trying to explain its function, now if you're trying to explain what it is, I don't know if you'd come up with security system. But if you're trying to explain its function, I think security system's on the list. Yeah.
I mean, I still wouldn't guess that. It would seem like some kind of creature that's, you know, living in holes and stuff and attacking people, and it wouldn't quite occur to me that it's actually protecting this area just because it goes in there. But, you know,
Well, wouldn't you assume that a creature would be territorial or something? I mean, I think that comes along with it.
Sure.
You know, most animals are. If you get close to their home,
right?
You know, something like that, it'll attack you.
Right. Yeah. So I could assume it lives there, and that's what it's protecting. But I wouldn't assume security system.
Mm-hmm.
That's a step beyond. You know, but it's there. I mean, there's nothing outrageous about it. But it definitely led me down the wrong path.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, just because people say stuff is not the truth. It's most shows aren't like that. I think. You know, I think most shows, if characters sort of say something about the plot or about an element, it's okay. That's the truth.
Now, I'm not 100% convinced that they didn't actually have in mind the smoke monster being something like that at one point, and then kind of retcon it away with, you know, cleverly using the fact that, as you say correctly on the show, they always have characters say things that are wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very easy to retcon things in a situation like that. But I suspect they might have actually had a different idea for Smokey at one point. There's some other signals that point in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that originally that might not, you know, that might have been, I mean, the reason she said it might still have been she heard someone say it or something, but I think that might have been a correct answer at one point. And they just decided to go a different way with the story, and then it fits into their someone repeating what they heard thing.
Well, it's someone repeating what they heard anyway, regardless if she's right or wrong.
Yeah.
So.
Someone repeating what they heard and being wrong.
What did you say?
Someone repeating what they heard and being wrong.
Mm-hmm. All right, so anything else with this stuff?
Let's see. What scene are we on? Harley and Ben? Is that the scene we're on?
Yeah.
Okay. No. I think that's it.
All right, so let's see. So we go back to the church. Ben still sits outside. Hurley comes out to check on Ben, who says he's not coming in. Hurley turns to leave, then Ben tells him he was good number 2. Ben tells Hurley he was a great number 1. Hurley says goodbye. Jack and Kate pull up in Jack's truck. Jack tells Kate this is where he was going to have his father's funeral. He asks why she brought him here. She says because it's where Jack was going to have his father's funeral. She tells him to go around back and that she's going inside and that they'll be waiting for him when he's ready. He asks, ready for what? Ready to leave, she responds. Then Kate gets out of the car and walks into the church.
Oh, man.
So it's almost time for the big reveal.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's a church.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I like the little thing with Hurley and Ben where they basically give you the ending of their story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they both think each other did a good job.
Yeah.
You at least know that. So Ben didn't try to kill Hurley or something at some point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the kind of thing I would worry about if they didn't tell us.
Yeah.
That it didn't happen. So it's nice to have the ending of the story and having no idea how long it went. And that's the thing I like about this little bit. And I guess I'll say I think we leave Ben here. So I guess I'll say that I definitely, as far as given that we're stuck with this afterlife thing, I like the idea of Ben not going in, staying in this world for a while and working through stuff or whatever. I think that's an appropriate way to leave his character. It seems right. It's a little weirder, I guess, after the tenure on the island, but we didn't really see it on the show, so it feels appropriate, I think, to to have him do that. I mean, his character was just so horrendous for so much of the show. It would be stretching my ability to accept things to have him just kind of happily walk into the light at the end.
Yeah, and I think more than that for me would be him leaving without Alex and Rousseau.
Yeah.
To be like, well, I got a second chance with these guys, but oh well, I'm going to leave for eternity, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
I think it says something important about, first of all, the ability that, the idea that they can choose to stay, and they don't have to. This isn't the only time exit, or something like that, and the idea that. One person can help other people who aren't part of this main group wake up. I think they give you that idea a little bit.
Yes. Right. Exactly. But I like the idea that Ben wants to do more.
Mhm.
And isn't ready to do that, and I think for a character who really, I think for me, stands out in the series, it was something that I never really fully appreciated him until I did the rewatch. I think that was when I was like, man, wow, his character's crazy, like really amazing in a lot of scenes, and I knew he was a big deal, but somehow he just jumped out at me when I was rewatching a lot of the episodes. So I came to appreciate him fully this season, I think, and this is a pretty good ending for him. I'll take it.
Mhm. Yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty fitting.
Yeah,
because this show you can kill as many people as you want and still get to the afterlife.
Yes, indeed.
Unless you're Michael and you kill the wrong two women.
Oh God. Yeah, you have to bring up Michael.
Mhm.
Doomed for eternity for the stupidest. Oh God. Damn you, writers. Such bullshit. Yeah, and he even sort of laughed about it on the Jimmy Kimmel thing. It's like, your character got so screwed.
Yeah. I think he said like he sort of voiced his opinion, and he's done it before, that he did not like how his character ended.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think he sort of did get screwed in sort of, general sense, like.
Yeah.
Like it just, I think part of it was the Walt, the Malcolm Kelly situation of him growing, and that limited what they could show for Michael, and then I think that, and then the whole Michael killing Libby and Ana Lucia thing, like just, I don't know if the writers were sort of trying to pick up on reactions the audiences had to that, and they sort of thought, well, the audience doesn't approve of that, and so we're going to sort of torture Michael a little bit because of that, or the audience will feel happy about, not happy in a conscious level, but will feel like he deserves it on some sort of subconscious level or something like that. Because it does seem like he just didn't get the same sort of, attention or something other characters got.
Yeah.
In terms of making it feel right, in terms of what happens, Christian shows up, you can go now, Michael, boom.
Right.
And it's like that, if that's not bad enough, we find out he's stuck on the island. It's like, okay, well. He
really couldn't go.
Yeah, even like you can go now, boom, you might think, but I think we see, Locke goes to see Walt later, but it's like you could sort of assume up until that point, oh, well, maybe he gets sent back to New York or something.
Yeah.
But that doesn't happen, and so it's just like, well, sorry, Michael, you got this. Some people just got a crappy existence and short end of the stick here, and I like that to a degree that the island sort of seems unbiased, even though some people got better results, which might sort of imply a bias, but, it was just like some people just really got, Arntz just blew up, sorry,
Right.
Alana just blew up, sorry, nothing grand about that, nothing sort of unfair in a sort of specific sense, and so it's just bad luck or something. Some people just get a crappy ending, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I like the unapologetic quality of that,
Yeah. I wouldn't mind it as much if so many of the, lame-o characters didn't get a happy walk into the light.
Mhm.
It just I mean, I guess that makes it unfair, but to me it just seems like it's outrageously unfair in Michael's case. I guess, they couldn't show Walt. Like, they could kind of show Walt as older in the afterlife, but if they showed him like that, it would kind of be a giveaway or a weird thing. Like, they couldn't show it until the last minute, I guess. It is weird that Michael dies. Christian Shepherd says, "You can go now," and he says, "Who are you?" And that's the end for Michael.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, if he's in this church scene, he sees Christian, like, "You!
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing here?" Like, that should just be crazy. I feel like Locke should be thinking the same thing. Like, he should be like, you're the guy.
Yeah, you get the sense that that Locke knows that's not the real, that he wasn't dealing with the real Christian. Like, I don't know. I think there's some sense that after their death, they're sort of fully aware of what was going on somehow.
Yeah.
Otherwise Locke is walking into eternity thinking, Christian Shepherd, the real Christian Shepherd, had him do some stuff that got him killed, and
right.
And just like, that's weird.
Yeah.
They're either just so at peace with it doesn't matter, or they kind of understand what was going on some level and can accept it that way.
Right. Right.
I mean, but I don't know. Does Locke's memories only go up until when he died? Like.
Yeah.
Does he know that somebody was walking around in its body for a while afterwards?
In particular, the smoke monster.
With.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know. They didn't make clear whether he knows that or not. That's one of the things about this afterlife thing. I know they don't have time to just like run through an encyclopedia of everyone telling everyone everything, but I would like him to know that.
Mhm.
I definitely feel like he died thinking that was Jack's dad.
Yeah.
Because he said, "Tell my son I said hello," and he does that, and I don't think he ever really knows who he was talking to.
Mhm.
In the regular life.
The other thing they get with Michael, and this is probably unfair for his character, is they make him the example of, people trapped on the island, and that means whispers. They get to use him as the example.
That's true.
And, he says he's trapped for what he did, and I want to believe it's for something else. like there's like I said before, my theory that he's not sort of specifically just trapped on the island and can't, but he's more like he can't go into the afterlife until he does something. So I feel like I hope he's not just doomed to eternity as a ghost on the island and that's it. Like that, to me, that is unfair. But if he's got some work to do in ghost-wise or afterlife-wise before he moves on, then that sort of makes sense to me. You know, because he did do some bad. The same way Ben feels like he's got work to do, something like that. Right. And so if maybe the idea is, Michael is. I feel like these ghosts have to be somewhere when they're not on the island, when they're not just visible. So maybe there's some sort of after purgatory thing that he's dealing with, and he can come to the island to talk to Hurley or something. But it's maybe that's part of it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, you're right. They got the whispers answer out of him, so I think that was part of it. I'd like to believe that. What you're saying is right. I mean, I want something like that. I think his character deserves it. I mean, his character, was definitely present as much as any character in season 1. He had a bit of an absence in season 2, but he came back. He had a lot of stuff early on, and he came back in a big way at the end, and got a whole episode to himself. And of course, then he disappeared for a while. He got, a whole episode in season 4 and some more appearances. There was something there. I think he also got screwed by the writer's strike. I think we would have seen more of Michael if it hadn't been for the writer's strike.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they wanted to kill him at the end, so he ended up sort of dying sooner than he would have otherwise. So I think that also made it worse that he didn't get as much time in terms of being on the show. But he's definitely been, to me, a more significant character than a Shannon.
What? Oh, okay, I believe it.
So it just bugs me because and also just more interesting. I just feel like he deserves better. His murders were not. He didn't just murder people because he wanted power or something. Like, he was trying to save Walt. I mean, he was doing something you can understand. It doesn't necessarily excuse it, but it's not the kind of murders Ben did.
Yeah.
Again,
I'll go back to my criteria, maybe some sort of version of a criteria for the afterlife with this group saying, you have to save somebody's life.
Yeah.
Or some big contribution like that.
Yeah.
And he definitely didn't do that. But if you look at the other side of it, in terms of the negative stuff he did, he's definitely not worse than Saeed. He has, Michael has, he killed one person on purpose, one person on accident, and sort of the whole situation he had sort of justifiable reasons for.
Yeah.
Or at least you could explain why he did it and sort of, understand on some sort of sympathy or empathy level. As opposed to Saeed, who, he killed a lot of people on and off the island. The sort of Widmore people he was trying to kill, largely was predicated on vengeance. From Nadia, so it's not exactly as sort of pure as trying to, save a son.
Yeah.
But again, has been manipulated by Ben. It's like you can't say he's any worse than some of the people who end up there. But I think in terms of maybe the positive stuff he contributed, which I think there were some, the Braff was a big deal and stuff like that. His helping, the Kevin Johnson stuff, he tried to help, and
I think him spraying the battery, definitely bought them time, and I think may have saved some lives.
That definitely goes on the list. One of the things I want to mention about that though is what sense does it make that Christian even shows up there?
0.
Given that that's Smokey, right?
I guess. Yeah.
Maybe that's supposed to be Christian coming back from the afterlife and telling Michael he can die now and somehow, it's not supposed to be ominous so much as shepherding or something. And
yeah.
But it doesn't really work out, or I don't know. I don't want to get too far down that path because of just conjecture, but
yeah.
But in terms of just Smokey showing up, if that's Smokey showing up and telling him you can go now, seems to mean that Smokey wanted him to, keep the bomb from going off, for some reason, and I can't imagine what reason that would be. So it just seems weird to me that he would even come and appear to Michael as if he was somehow involved in Michael being there.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. The whole thing is confusing. At that point, he's sort of a Jacob representative, and it seemed like he was a totally different character back then.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing in the cabin sort of works. That's moving the island to get away from the freighter. It is weird that he does this thing. I think we get whispers too, which is sort of wrong, I think. But it's
which might mean it's real Christian or something.
Yeah.
They're tying it to dead people.
Yeah, it could be. But I feel like Christian isn't supposed to be trapped on the island.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think he is trapped on the island, but I think maybe he can visit the island.
Okay. Well,
look at Charlie visiting Hurley. Charlie's not trapped on the island. He ends up in the afterlife, yet he comes to visit.
Good point.
So I feel like the times that we saw Kristen Shepherd, some of those times were probably really Christian. And it will be probably, sometimes they're obvious when it's Smokey, but I feel like something like that, is probably really Christian because I don't know why Smokey would do that, and even Christian telling Vincent to go wake his son up, like as interesting as it is that's Smokey, it's a little hard for me to believe that that's not really Christian, in some sense. So
yeah. Yeah, it could be. It might be that they had a different plan for Christian. He definitely came across differently at a certain point. Since he has that interaction with Vincent, I want to say that's sort of real, that's Smokey there, but, and, it's on the island. Like, I don't know why he does that exactly, but it's not quite as weird as him appearing on the freighter before it blows up, telling Michael to go now.
Yeah, well, him telling Vincent to go wake him up, I think, is a pretty good bookend in terms of getting Jack to start his path that Christian ends up waiting for him at the end of.
Yes, that's true.
So I think it makes sense in that respect.
That's true.
But, of course, Smokey was there doing stuff and manipulating. So it's a muddle, but I would have to say if those are the two instances I would say were probably really Christian, if any.
Yeah, I think the other one that definitely should be Christian is the off-island one.
Yeah, when he comes to visit Jack at the hospital?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, like, that one really shouldn't be Smokey.
No, who can't leave the island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I guess I just, the Christian who appears to Jack that he chases after, it just seems like that should be the same.
That's Smokey. I think that's Smokey, though.
Yeah, I mean, he said it was, but it seems like that should be the same Christian as the one that gets Vincent to wake him up. I feel like they're doing the same kind of thing, and so I think that one is Smokey. The freighter one I'll take being the real Christian, and the off-island one definitely the real Christian.
Mhm.
So I think there's room for a real Christian there.
Yeah.
It's fairly restricted though. I think most of the time it's a Smokey thing.
Yeah.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
I think we're the only podcast on TalkShoe that has to deal with this.
Yeah. No one goes this long.
All right. So
what scene are we on? The Hurley and Ben thing?
Hurley and Ben, and then Kate and Jack.
Kate and Jack. Oh, Kate tells them to go inside because they're waiting for him, and he's got to.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna leave. All right. Well, I can't wait to see where that's going.
All right. So the next scene we have, we're outside the light cave. Jack awakens on some rocks, and he manages to get up and makes his way into the jungle.
All right. Go, Jack.
Go, Jack. All right, so the next scene here, we're back at the island outside the light cave. Jack awakens on top of some rocks. He manages to get up and makes his way into the jungle. So the next scene, we're flash sideways world at the church. Jack walks up the back stairs and enters a room filled with items from various religions. He goes to the back room and notices a coffin. He touches the coffin and gets flashes from the island. He touches it again and sees important moments on the island. Then he opens the coffin and finds that it's empty. I guess we'll just go into the next part. You ready?
Yes.
All right. I'm not.
You're not.
No.
I'll just make a quick comment that I think Jack wakes up where the Man in Black did. So.
Say that again?
I think Jack wakes up where the Man in Black did.
Jack wakes up where the Man in Black did?
Yeah.
Oh, on the island. Okay.
On the island,
really?
yeah.
I thought you meant Jack touching the coffin, his waking up.
Oh.
Was where the Man in Black did, so that was really confusing.
Whoa.
For various reasons.
That would be really confusing.
Yeah. No, I think, Jack came out of the area, whatever the exit to that place is, wherever the water leads out, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it has some kind of exit point thing going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man in Black appears to have been dead. It's possible he was killed before he even got thrown in there, or at least on the verge of death. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Yeah, you could probably even say, Jacob killed him when he hit his head on the rock, and
yeah,
he
that's
just
what
went,
I was
he
thinking.
just went down there dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can go so many ways.
Yeah, we didn't really see it.
All right, so this next scene, Justin and I will be reading it. This pivotal moment here, so Jack opens the coffin, sees his Christian is not in there, and then closes it. And from behind him, he hears, "Hey, kiddo."
Dad?
Hello, Jack.
I don't understand. You died.
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Then how are you here right now?
How are you here?
I died too.
They embrace each other. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, son.
I love you, Dad.
I love you too, son.
Are you real?
I sure hope so. Yeah, I'm real. You're real. Everything that's ever happened to you is real. All those people in the church, they're all real too.
They're all dead?
Everyone dies sometime, kiddo. Some of them before you, some long after you.
But why are they all here now?
Well, there is no now here.
Where are we, Dad?
This is a place that you all made together so that you could find one another. The most important part of your life was the time you spent with these people. That's why all of you are here. Nobody does it alone, Jack. You needed all of them, and they needed you.
For what?
To remember and to let go.
Kate, she said we were leaving.
Not leaving. No. Moving on.
Where are we going?
Let's go find out.
Okay.
Next scene. Jack and Christian enter the main part of the church to see Rose, Bernard, Charlie, Claire, baby Aaron, Saeed, Shannon, Hurley, Libby, Son, Jen, Boone, Sawyer, Kate, Desmond, Penny, and last but not least, John Locke, gathering and reuniting. John shakes Jack's hand and says they've been waiting for him. Simultaneously, Jack on the island approaches his final resting place. Back at the church, Jack hugs Desmond, then Boone. We see Jack on the island passing through a bamboo field where a single shoe still hangs from a tree. Jack hugs Hurley, who picks him up. Saeed, Shannon, and Son admire baby Aaron along with Charlie and Claire. Jack and James hug. Then Kate grabs Jack's hand, and they all take a seat in the pews. On the island, Jack finds the spot where he first woke up on the island and lays down. We see the final images of our losties and Christian as Christian walks down the aisle. Vincent, on the island, finds Jack and lays next to him in his final moments. At the church, Christian walks back to the back of the church and opens the double doors and lets a beautiful bright white light into the church that fills the entire room. Jack watches as Frank, Miles, Charlie, this is on the island. Jack watches as Frank, Miles, Richard, Claire, Sawyer, and Kate fly to safety on the gyroplane. Back at the church, light fills the entire room. And on the island, we see Jack's single eye close, ending like the show began. Lost. Yet somehow found. I really think that's the big irony of the show.
Yeah, they're not lost anymore.
No.
Everyone's found.
They found each other.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Well, this last scene is so, obviously emotional, and it's like the fifth time I've been through this thing, and then having to sort of read it out was another level of like, okay, now we're the characters doing it.
Yeah. I really couldn't. It was. Jack's going through a lot. I don't think I really did full justice to his emotions in that scene, but I don't have what it takes to be an actor like that.
Yeah, it's a lot going on there, but so anyway, this is the end of Lost here.
Yeah, final images.
This is where it ends.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this.
I guess we have to.
Yeah, we could just not talk about this one part of Lost. We'll leave this. This will be like Desmond's book.
Yes.
Right before we die, we'll podcast about this scene.
This will be our final podcast. Thoughts on this? Yeah. Oh man.
So, all right. So I guess we'll start at the beginning here.
Yeah.
So Jack goes into the room, and there's obviously a multi-faith, items and paraphernalia and imagery and stuff. Yeah,
fairly deliberate. Even though it's actually in a church, they did try to make it eclectic.
Mhm.
I don't think any actual Christian church would really have that much stuff from other religions, but it's a sideways church, I guess.
Mhm.
So it can have whatever it wants.
Yeah, I'd like to imagine that there was also atheist and agnostic items in there, but that would be, of course, invisible.
Yes. Right. Yeah, I mean, the weird thing about it, when people do that, it's always weird because I really don't think. I mean, I'm no expert, but I would guess that there's no religion whose doctrine would actually support what they show us in this show.
Mhm.
In any kind of detail. So
yeah.
I really think they're repudiating them all, even at the same time while saying somehow, they're all good and they're all the same and they're all saying something like this.
Mhm.
I think it, showing Christian in the church going to the door and then the light coming in and the angels on the two sides, it's conforming to sort of pop culture Christian imagery, I guess.
Yeah.
But that makes sense. It's it's an American show.
Mhm.
But I think officially speaking, I don't think a hardcore Christian would really agree with what they've portrayed here. I mean, I don't think most of these characters really did what they're supposed to do to even get a nice place in the afterlife like this.
Yeah, they're not trying to validate any one religion. That'd be, I think, weird for pretty much any show to do, to say at the end of it, you know what, by the way, these guys are right.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect the show to do this. But it's clear, I mean, some of the characters were religious, but many of them were never shown having religious beliefs at all, and it definitely seems like this afterlife accepted just about everybody except for Michael.
Mhm.
because he did something unforgivable. But, it didn't seem to mind, whether they were religious or not, how observant they were, stuff like that. It was just kind of a blanket thing that they all got to do.
Yeah.
So I appreciated that. I'm not. It seems like Christian's coffin being empty is sort of a callback to. Well, it seems like, of course, it is to him finding the coffin empty originally.
Mm-hmm.
And but it leaves me wondering, like, what was in that coffin? Was nothing in that coffin? Like he should have had the memory at least of, having his father's body put in a coffin and then taken to the airport, to get on the plane. So it made me wonder, like, all those shots of the coffin, like, was it empty or did he actually get up and walk out of it? Like, I don't quite know how to take this.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I think the coffin. I guess it depends on your view of the Flash Sideways world. Like if things can just sort of happen. Obviously there's limited reality here, but if Christian can get up and walk out, and or for instance, like just have never been there, then I guess that's fine. I think he's got some sort of. He seems to have some sort of, I was going to say otherworldly presence that doesn't have much context here because everything does. But, you know what I mean? Like, he seems to be sort of, like, above sort of what's going on. So It seems to me like maybe he was just sort of not really ever in the coffin, and it was just the concept of Christian being dead is what Jack remembers, but it was like, sort of in this world, Christian never, like, died like that.
Yeah.
If the world really just starts with them being on A15.
Right.
But, so it depends on how you look at it. I mean, I guess, to me, I think it still makes you wonder where's his body in the real world.
Yeah.
I guess it just fell out somewhere.
Yeah, we never find it.
Yeah, but it's the same kind of thing of not seeing a coffin and then seeing Christian Shepherd walk around.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the other thing. It is odd to me. I mean, it makes sense since they're closing it out and it's coming full circle. But, Christian Shepherd was, in flashbacks, he was, for the most part, a kind of negative presence in Jack's life. An alcoholic. He didn't have a good, he told Jack he didn't have what it takes. He had this daughter that he barely ever saw, and, he was just not exactly the best guy in the world. And that's sort of the real Christian. And then on the island, it was mostly the smoke monster appearing as him. And, delivering kind of frightening messages at times. So he's been mostly a negative presence. It's weird to have him be sort of the good guy who comes in and, embraces Jack and leads them all into the light. It just seems like such a giant U-turn from where his character started.
Well, I think it depends on how you look at his character in terms of relationship with Jack. And I think the whole point of his relationship with Jack was a lot of it was he was trying to get Jack to sort of, get over his issues. And so basically, and obviously Jack rebelled against that and against Christian's approach. And I think the idea is, by the end of it, Jack sort of, realizes what his father was trying to do to a certain degree. This whole idea of, believing that he has what it takes or whatever. It seems like Christian was trying to prod Jack into being a certain kind of person. And so at the end of it, in this scene here, Christian's there to welcome him and sort of saying, like, you've made it into that kind of person.
Yeah.
So I think it's like, it starts out as a negative for Jack, but I think he sort of realizes to some degree what his father was trying to do. Or at least the sort of general meaning of sort of the concepts they kept saying and the idea of letting go and stuff like that, So I think he's a positive in at the end of the road. It's a sort of positive thing that he's the one who, he's the catalyst for Jack.
Right.
If Jack didn't have those issues when he came to the island, things might have been a lot different.
Yes. Yes.
So I think in that sense he's not just completely negative, and I think it sort of fits with him being there to sort of guide him to the next part, since he sort of guided him in the beginning.
Yeah. 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 And that was, this is the scene that seemed inevitable. It seemed inevitable they'd have to bring him and Christian back together at some point. And what else would they do but some kind of reconciliation?
Mm-hmm.
It's just curious. But I understand what you're saying. That makes sense. The other thing that jumps out at me a little bit in this scene is that, Christian Shepherd says the most important time of your life was the time that you spent with these people.
Mm-hmm.
And, at least, the living Christian never knew about that. He died before Jack even, met the people for the most part. So he didn't really know that. So it does come across like Christian maybe knows a little more than living Christian did.
Oh, I totally think so. He would have to know what he says in that whole paragraph there, that whole line about, he tells Jack what this place is,
Yes.
There's no reason he should know anything more than Jack knows.
Yeah.
About any of this stuff. So yeah, I think that they just set him up as the, as the shepherd. I hate to say that, but he's the guy who's leading Jack, and Jack is the guy who's leading everyone else.
Right. Yeah. I think they get a lot of good emotion, but also I think this scene is helpful just to clarify what we're watching. For them to tell us, okay, here's the deal.
Yeah, it's an architect scene. Like, someone needs to say straightforward, like, what's going on, and they answer the questions. Okay, is this real?
Right.
What? They're all dead now. Are we all dead? Why are they? Okay. Why are they here now? So it's like they get through some of the big, just like straightforward stuff they need to tell the audience. But
the basic,
since Christian is doing it, it gives him this authority.
The basic things that could easily, if they left it out, you could easily get all kinds of theories about what we're watching.
Mm-hmm.
If they didn't have him make clear, stuff like that, like, some died before you, some long after you, like that immediately eliminates they all died in the plane crash.
Yeah.
So, not to mention other problems with that, like Desmond not even being in the plane crash.
Mm-hmm.
But that that line sweeps that away, and everything happened to you is real. Like, so we're not seeing some kind of dying thoughts of Jack or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a dream. It's not Vincent's dream. Whatever. It's an actual thing.
Yeah.
The events are real. The other thing that jumped out at me was, again, about that line, the most important time of your life was the time you spent with these people. The line I kind of expected to hear was the time you spent on that island.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not about the island.
Mm-mm.
It's about the people. It's about spending time with the people, and sort of the island is a moot point for everyone in this world.
Yeah. I think it seems like they're overlooking the impact the island played, but that wasn't the important part, Yeah. The important part was that he's with those people,
Right. I think that really hammers home, like, what the primary focus is supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's the people. And again, that's sort of what makes me want to say, they could have ended up in some other place and still had this outcome.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't have to
Well,
be.
yeah, that's what makes me think they're, like, their intrinsically connected idea. that, you know, they would find each other pretty much anywhere. Because I thought you were saying earlier that without the island they wouldn't be connected.
Well, I was saying that, but what I'm saying now is not in contrast to that, but just to say that, you know, if they were in a plane crash that crashed in a large mountain range in South America or something, and they were stranded there for, you know, some significant period of time, and you know, we're you know, connected by that sort of series of events. I feel like they could have still had this outcome.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it didn't require the mysterious island.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be true.
Produce this, yeah. So I mean, what I'm sort of saying is if the plane hadn't crashed and they all went their separate ways, then I don't think this happens. But I think it isn't required that they crash on that island to make this work. You know, that's sort of what.
If they're connected, why would they go their separate ways? Because wouldn't the connections keep them together?
Yeah. It just seems to me like, you know, I mean, it's it's a fine line. I mean, I land more on the side that the connection is there, but it's sort of there because they all crashed on the island, because they had those.
You're just saying they're connected after, like, the point of connection starts when they're in some incident together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm saying. That's how I sort of see it. I mean, I know they're sort of more connected than that. That's not the whole story, but yeah, I sort of feel like, you know, if they had all died before they got on the plane or something for some bizarre reason, you know, then I don't see this scenario playing out.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't either, because they hadn't strengthened their connections.
Yeah.
You know, they definitely need something to, you know, to make them sort of be together, and sort of an isolated situation like that heightens that. So. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I want the island to tie in more in a way, but I feel like it really, you know, the island was the thing that allowed them all to connect.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Losties weren't, you know, in terms of the island, I think ultimately it's like, you know, just another group of people who came there.
Yeah.
You know, you could have another show called Lost that was about other people who came to that island.
Yeah.
And it might not end this way. You know, it might not end with these people going to this place and doing that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And I always knew from the beginning of the show, like, okay, most of these characters, they have no idea what this island is, all of them. They have no idea what this island is. They don't know what's going on. And they don't particularly want to know a lot of those answers. But I guess I always imagined, you know, somehow they'll end up caring eventually.
Yeah.
You know, and of course they care about a few things, and so we do get, you know, certain issues addressed over the course of the show, but for the most part, you know, most of them never. It doesn't seem like they ever really cared to know the answers to all these bizarre mysteries.
No, they really didn't.
You know, it wasn't about that at all. That wasn't the most important part of their lives.
Yeah.
Unexplained stuff, weird stuff that happened. It was these smaller things, and I think with Jack, it's nice that it's a lot of his moments are you know, him doing the big heroic deeds. Like, it shows him, you know, saving people in the plane crash. It shows him saving Charlie. It shows him calling the freighter. You know, it has those sort of big, you know, Jack sort of being the leader moments.
Mhm.
So I think that's appropriate. I mean, there were some other things thrown in there, but I think Jack had less of the kind of pointless bonding scenes than some of the other characters had, and I say pointless in a nice way, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they showed some shots of him and Cade and suggested some of their moments.
And they showed a little moment when Sawyer told him about meeting his dad.
Mhm.
You know, from Exodus or something, I think. So they had that stuff in there too.
Yeah, he had a pretty good range of stuff to show.
Yeah. And there was a couple of bits from season 6. Kate pointing the gun at him.
Mhm.
It was fairly representative, but yeah, again, you know, not the crazier stuff.
Yeah.
You know, not the time they went to the lighthouse.
Mhm.
You know, it's a very, and you know, Sawyer's not remembering the cave, and you know, the time traveling, and you know, so it's it's like the island didn't make a connection with them. It's the people who did. That's the impact that they're remembering. Exactly, and the mysteries that they encountered, the strange stuff, was not, you know, and I can understand that. I mean, and you know, from a realistic point of view, you know, things happen that I don't understand, and I don't necessarily ever figure out or even care to figure out what it was. Yeah. You know, it's easy to just kind of move on. There's some explanation there, you know, but not every character is going to be like, damn it, you know, what was that? Mhm. I never understood where the smoke monster came from. Like, no one ever really knew that. Yeah. You know. And I guess I imagine one day, you know, I figured some characters might never care, but yeah, when I envisioned the ending of the show, I imagine something like what happened with Jack sort of going to the heart of the island and performing some task there. That was basically what I had in mind, but I guess I thought by that point, you know, he would know so much about it. Mm-hmm. You know, and sort of he would know what he was doing, and it would be like, oh, yes, he has to do that because, you know, X, Y, and Z. Mm-hmm. That's sort of what I imagined, and it never really was that. No. Although Jack did, you know, feel like he was destined or he had to, you know, save the island. You know, mm-hmm. he did consider that something important to do, and you know, sort of dies quickly after doing that. Yeah, well, you know, he tells Kate it's the only thing he hasn't ruined, and so I think he feels, you know, I think it's, you know, Jack has a thing about people who have died under his watch, and I think he doesn't want the island to be another casualty, and he's like, okay, well, I want to save this thing because, you know, it's, you know, and I don't know to the extent that he wants to save it, you know, that he even believes that the light is important, you know, but I think he does feel like it needs to be saved, and I don't think he understands why, but he feels like, you know, again, everything was happening for a reason, and right. And all of, you know, he doesn't want John Locke to have died for nothing, and, you know, so it's like, I think there's a ton of stuff that's in his mind, you know, sort of making him think he should go do this. Yeah. You know, he doesn't want the years that he spent, you know, and the countless people who've died to be like, well, in the end, the island just is destroyed, and, you know, that sucks. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I see. The other thing that stands out a bit is this is a place that you all made together. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't really believe that they consciously did that. I mean, a number of these characters died, you know. Oh, yeah, I don't think he's saying it's conscious. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you sort of can't be if they didn't know about it. Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think he's just saying they sort of, their connections made that place. Yeah.
Like, I think if it was like something like, if it was two of them that were greatly connected, that might not be enough.
Right.
But somehow like it was enough of them that were so important to the rest of them that they could create this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, that's how I view it, at least.
Yeah, I guess when he says that, it makes me want to imagine them all getting together and, let's make ourselves a place to meet up when they're all dead. And obviously that scene didn't happen.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I guess it's just something that was like a byproduct of what happened.
Yeah.
So they made it, but not necessarily knowingly.
And I think that's really the single biggest reason that you can say the island mattered. It's sort of in the long run of their afterlife.
Right.
Because they got to have this place that seemed to be important for them to have and to use to let go.
Right.
And move on.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So the idea does seem to be that, and so when he's talking about this place, I guess he means the whole Flash Sideways world.
Mhm.
I'm like a small part of me wants to say he sort of means this church.
Yeah.
Because it seems like it sort of applies to that too.
Mhm.
Like some of them just go to the church and we don't even see how they even know to go there.
Yeah.
So it comes across like they're programmed or something. Like once they get their full memories back and they understand that they're dead, they also know that they have to go to this church place. It's like they're activated or something.
Yeah, I think he's speaking more generally and globally because I think, they sort of find each other before they get to the church, some of them.
Right.
So I think it's like, it's generally the whole Flash Sideways. They're, trying to explain the Flash Sideways world.
Yeah, I agree. It's just
which would include the church.
Yes.
So it sort of answers that too.
Right. Yeah. The church is some kind of gateway or something to get out of there. But it's a part of the world as well.
Mhm.
So yeah, I guess that's what we get to explain this stuff that we've been watching this whole time.
Yep. That's all you get.
So yeah, they needed to remember and to let go. It's weird because it seems like there's a little more to it than that. It seems like there's other reasons you might be there. I mean, maybe that's the goal, but it seems like, particularly with Miss Hawking and with Ben, sort of remembering isn't. I guess they have to get to the letting go part.
Yeah, they just haven't gotten to the let go part.
Yeah. So you have to both remember and get to a point where you're ready to let go. I guess let go of your past, your problems, whatever you're hung up on.
Yeah.
But it's just yeah, okay. Well, now that I talked through it, it seems to make sense.
Mhm. That'll be $100.
Wow, you're going to charge for that?
I'm a psychiatrist.
Okay.
Just when you said that, it makes me think, someone in a session like, well, thanks, Doc. Now that I talked about it, I understand that.
Mhm. Oh yeah. Well, I'll pay you later.
All right. What else is going on here? So Christian doesn't tell Jack where they're going because then we'd have to know. So he just says, "Let's go find out."
Of course. I understand what is he going to say there?
Mm-hmm.
Like I understand why they didn't want to. Let's leave that open. The way they present it definitely makes it look like some kind of heavenly place.
Yeah.
where they're past all of their problems and hang-ups, and they've just let go of them, and I don't imagine them sort of floating around as these, free spirits or something.
Mm-hmm.
So getting into the church part, another thing that, just generally, I think I mentioned this earlier, there's a lot of lingering issues that I think aren't addressed, and it would get tedious probably to sort of have a scene where you address all the lingering issues.
Mm-hmm.
We're
going to do that later in the segment, though.
Well, yeah, you're right. It's a good point. But no, I mean like the lingering personal issues, that the characters have, like stuff that would actually be relevant. Obviously, they're not going to sit around and talk about the Blastdoor map or something, but like for example, it feels like I wanted a Sayid and Ben, like some kind of conclusion to that. Maybe, I don't know. It seems weird to leave it with there's still time, not for me. And then what Sayid does later, it just seems, seems weird not to have more finality with their whole relationship.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing was, like, there was a period of time, basically season 3 on, where Locke was a kind of rogue character, going around. He blows up the submarine, preventing Jack from leaving, and then he shows up at the end and kills Naomi to try to stop her from calling the freighter.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the beginning of season 4, Jack, that famous moment where Jack basically tries to shoot Locke in the face, point blank, and doesn't, just because the gun isn't loaded, and then Locke, goes off, breaks off with his own people. Most of those people, the red shirts all end up dead, and that's just a complete failure. Alex gets killed as a part of that whole thing. So, and then the time travel starts, and then Locke comes back to the real world, and everyone rejects him. You're a crazy old man. What are you talking about? And it feels like Locke. Rose had that line in season 4. I'm not going anywhere with that man. And Locke's just in here like, no problem anymore. It just seems weird to me because he didn't really leave these people on a good note.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing. I think you're illustrating the fact. Your whole point here, I think, is illustrating the fact that if they would stop to talk about these things, it would prove they're not ready to let go. So that's why they don't talk about these things, because they already let that stuff go. Which is why they're here. I see.
Yeah, I do sort of see all the Jack Locke stuff that they did as a way of symbolically working through / letting go of their conflict.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's sort of what we were watching there. So Jack and Locke, I guess I can live with, but yeah, I don't know. It feels like a lot of the other characters should have more issues with Locke than they do. But you're right. If they're there, they've let go. It just feels to me like they haven't earned letting go.
Mhm.
Like I don't quite buy it. The Locke and Ben scene was appropriate. Like that's that needed to happen definitely. But it just seems to me like there's there's more than that lingering in the air.
I think that's the thing. Like the only thing they could do is talk about it. In that, what does that get them? You could trade apologies or explain your position or why you did that, and it's just like none of that matters. They're dead. That was their past. That was their past life. So, it's. You got the Locke and Ben scene, which seems to say, there's sort of something that, you can get out of it, on a sort of personal level. But, like, that I think that's as far as it sort of goes. Like, I don't, I think it makes sense that they are just, as soon as they wake up, they're ready to move on. Because that's the thing, like, Locke didn't come to Ben and say, why'd you kill me? Ben was
Yeah.
the one who wasn't ready to let go and was still felt the need to talk about the past and explain what happened. And so he's the example of that. Like, and Locke was just like, okay, I'm fine. Like, I accept your apology or whatever. So it's like once they wake up and once they're ready to go, it's done with. They don't have any problems whatsoever, which is nice and neat, sort of. But
right.
It's sort of they have to sort of be like that.
Yeah, or it doesn't work. But yeah, so I guess Locke was okay with not understanding.
Mhm.
He just got understanding as a bonus.
Yeah.
But he didn't even require that. No, I get it. It's just a little dramatically unsatisfying. It's sort of like magic. All is forgiven, all is well. Let's move on.
They're in purgatory.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is like magic.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen more organic development of that. But again, with the conceit that they've gone with this purgatory thing, it's clearly the right way to do it. I guess
yeah.
I'm just saying something that I guess I'm just saying another thing about this purgatory plotline that I find a bit unsatisfying.
Mhm. Yeah, I was going to say earlier that the writers are really lucky. I love these characters, and therefore, I'm very satisfied with them having a happy ending. I feel like, so it's like, I feel like this ending, sort of could have not worked worked less for me, I guess. But it's hard not to enjoy seeing the characters be happy and sort of just get to sort of do something grand and that kind of thing, move on and that stuff. So it's like, the more I watch the finale, the more I like it, sort of, and even though there's still issues with it, and even though it's not the ending I would, want to see at least, even if I saw it and didn't like it, I still want to see my version of the ending,
Yeah.
just to see how it would play out. But
right.
But like I said, it's hard to not just enjoy the characters having these little moments and then sort of going off. And I agree with you, with your point in general that I would definitely like more. And, like we said before, I just want them to hang out at a party and have a couple drinks and just all chat all night long.
Yeah.
Just hang out and talk about, what? You were doing what when I was doing this?
Yeah.
And, you saw the four-toe statue win.
Yes.
Like what?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff they don't do on TV, but I would like to see that somehow.
Me too. That's sort of what I wanted the concert to be. But, like what I'm asking for is character stuff, particularly. Like I even feel somewhat unsatisfied on the character level, and I think that's a bigger problem for me than the mysteries that I might have wanted solved.
Yeah.
It isn't the worst. I agree. It does sort of grow on you a little bit, and I do appreciate it in a way. I think I will, do you have your preferred ending in mind?
I would have wanted something like one of my crackpot theories where like I said, the big things that I wanted that didn't sort of happen was a sort of very concrete connection from the Flash Sideways world to the real world. With, sort of along under that, the subheading of that idea would also be something like the incident created it, and, Juliet was right, it did work, and so that's sort of the first big thing. And then the next thing would be something like, the Flash Sideways world has some sort of, like I said before, like, it sort of loops back into the real world somehow at the end of the show versus the Flash Sideways world, sort of going to a new direction. And so I think I would have wanted something like that, and sort of also tying in with the Flash Sideways world coming back in toward the real world, having something to do with defeating the Man in Black. One of my crackpot ideas about, he gets trapped in that world and the Flash Sideways world, and then they decide to, leave it, therefor, leaving him there to his own world with, like, something tragic, like he gets to sort of leave the island. He's like somehow brought to L.A. or somehow brought to the sort of Flash Sideways world, but, like, not on the island necessarily.
Yeah.
Or he has, like, free reign, but, like, no one's there.
Right.
So he's just, like, stuck in this world with no people or something like that. And that's like, well, how do you like that now? Like, you got to have the freedom you wanted, but now you get to see that, like, there's no one for you to interact with, and you just are on your own. And, is he really going to be happy with that?
Right. I see.
Something like that, where some of the big things that were going on just sort of converge and sort of have a meaning because they're interconnected, and not sort of like this ending where there's this whole sort of separate thing.
Yeah.
That leads to a sort of new thing.
Right. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think, well, I'm not a writer, so I don't really have a ending that I wanted specifically in mind. But what I will say is I think I prefer this ending to an ending where, a theory I heard floating around was that The Flash Sideways was, it still is an epilogue, but an epilogue in the sense that it's just an alternate universe, and that basically at the end of the show, all the characters would go over there. All the characters from the island, from the original timeline, would have their consciousnesses or something transferred and just kind of live happily ever after in the Flash Sideways universe, which would under this theory be a normal universe, just more or less a copy,
like a parallel,
of the one they came out of, not something you can just leave when you wake up or whatever. Just they would just go on with normal life in the Flash Sideways. That's a version I heard. Don't like it. I prefer this to that a lot.
Yeah.
So because even though they did an epilogue, they did it where all the characters are dead, and even though I don't like an afterlife, I do like the idea that it ends with them all dead. It's a very final ending. So it doesn't leave you open to too much. It doesn't just kind of leave the characters hanging too much. Yeah. So I like the finality of it. There's just I think since they were going in the character direction, and I always said that I found the Flash Sideways to be very interesting and intoxicating early in the season when I didn't really understand why it was echoing the, but now, I mean, that's just been completely destroyed. I mean, it's literally created by the original characters.
It's built to echo the world so that they are, it's put in their face what the truth is.
Yeah, exactly. So those connections, those like coincidences or something, are actually design things. So it's like, of course, it's echoing, the world they came from. I mean, they created this place.
Yeah.
That's what their connections were. Those little things that they referenced. Locke's suicide note, and Ethan and Claire and Juliet and Sun and Jin, and like all that stuff was, comes from what their connections were. So that, that kind of exciting, I guess, they did a good job for me of building it up. And I really wanted some kind of crazy celebration, something like what you have in mind, but maybe a little more over the top, but some kind of celebration of the characters and who they were. And they sort of did that, but it was not exactly the tone I wanted. So I don't exactly have an ending that I wanted, but I like a lot of parts of it. I like the build up, and I like it better than some things, but it's just, I mean, for a show like this, we've talked about it a lot, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about it, and I just, I had such high expectations for the ending. I wanted it to fulfill all my wishes about Lost.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're finally here, and now this is the last thing we're going to get. So like everything I've wanted to see has got to be here. So it was probably inevitable that I'd be let down by almost anything they did.
Mm-hmm.
I think your version of the story could have been interesting. I definitely think that one thing that was undersold was the Man in Black's ending.
Yeah.
And I think your ending is better for Man in Black than what they did.
Yeah, I would have liked a little bit more of the defeat of him to be harder and more spectacular. And again, sort of his defeat should also be, in my opinion, tied into Jacob bringing the Losties there sort of for that reason, which is sort of true. We sort of glean that, of course, he sort of did want someone to take over and so who could kill Man in Black. But it was so, like, sort of, very, very down to earth, the way to kill him at the, by virtue of the plug.
Right.
Versus an idea of Jacob sort of trying to construct this grand plan and using the Losties to create a parallel universe that will, later be used to defeat the Man in Black.
Yeah.
Something like that. He thinks he gets off the island, but he really goes to the parallel universe, and he's sort of tricked or something in this grand way.
Yeah.
Instead of just pummeled and shot and kicked off a cliff,
Yeah, exactly.
But I had high hopes for this episode too. I was really, really confident that they would just blow us all away, because every finale always did, and every, Lost really sort of never, took a step back. It was always sort of about going forward and bigger and better, and and you had some new idea, and then the next new idea was better than that, and so it was always sort of this forward momentum with the show, and so I was expecting this finale to just be something no one could have ever guessed.
Yeah.
Like I said, I threw out crazy ideas like, alien stuff and, alternate dimension stuff, and, just like I thought, okay, they're happy with sci-fi, so maybe they can give us a sci-fi answer to these sort of fantasy mysteries. And they went with something that's closer along the lines that someone could guess,
Yeah.
Not to say if they went with something I thought of that no one would maybe be able to guess it, because I guessed it.
Yeah.
But something that was just, again, for a big idea from season one, a big idea from the pilot,
Yes.
And so that's a little disappointing, I think, but I think they managed to save it because they're not just sort of flatly saying, okay, here's purgatory. Obviously it's more complicated than that, but they're not just even saying that. They're actually stating a sort of viewpoint about life and the afterlife, and that's sort of a new concept of that. I think like, okay, well, yes, there's the afterlife, and yes, there's this sort of version of purgatory, but the new idea they throw out there, their contribution, to literature or something, is this idea of you need these people.
Right.
You got to find these people that are important to you and stuff like that. So.
Right.
So it's like, I think they get, I like the fact that they had something sort of new to say about a very old topic. I think that helps the ending be interesting. And it's definitely interesting, that this even, this purgatory thing even happened. It's interesting that they had whatever ability to create this world, and the Flash Sideways world was definitely intriguing in the beginning, and I remember LAX is just so great, and I just remember seeing Jack in the beginning, and he goes to the bathroom, and it just looks weird. It just looks like a different world somehow,
Yeah.
And it slowly becomes more normal, as it goes on, and I think when Desmond's around doing stuff, it gets towards the end it gets less like fanciful. What's the word? Fanciful, maybe.
Yeah.
And fantastical. I want to make up words.
Okay. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, and so, it loses a little bit of the luster, and then, of course, shines brightly at the end, pun intended.
Yes.
But overall, I liked it. It's the kind of thing where it's not the ending I would have sort of wanted in my ideal world, but when you step back and look at it, I think if you get to you watch Lost from the beginning and you get to the end, now that it's over, I think it's satisfying. I think it will be satisfying still to get to this point after reliving everything that happened.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be interesting just to sort of, watch the show again, and when mysteries, come up and crazy island stuff happens, to sort of know, like, well, that's not what's important here. What's important is how Jack is reacting. What's important is what Kate does here. What's important is how Hurley feels about this situation and what he does because of that. And so I think it'll be interesting to just go back and sort of watch the show, knowing how ultimately important the characters and the relationships are to the show overall. And I'm confident I'm confident, like, it's, I think it's the kind of, luckily the ending doesn't, I think, ruin the show, of course. Like, it's not like, okay, well, now that I know this, I would get nothing out of rewatching it,
Right.
And it's like, well, the characters are good, I did like the characters before they told me it's about the characters.
Yeah.
So that's still true. And so I think that way, they didn't, obviously like I said, it's not the thing I would have chosen or would have sort of wanted, I should say, but it definitely doesn't come close to like ruining the show or anything like that. Like I said, it's hard not to like an ending where the characters sort of ultimately get what they want, and still, they don't negate what actually happened on the island. Yeah.
Right. I know they have that purgatory theory out there, but I mean, for me, it still was a pretty big surprise that that's what this was. Some purgatory-esque thing. To me, it was pretty much as shocking as the flash forward reveal. It was sort of like that, I guess, like a flash, to the end of all of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a similar thing like that. So I think they really got me on that. And so in terms of like what Lost does with stuff like that, it was pretty shocking. I think the final shot with Jack's eye closing is fantastic. That's just, it's predictable, it's obvious, but it's it's the essential way to close it. I mean, I really can't. I'm glad that they did it. It came off really well, and the intercutting with the other thing was with the scene in the church and stuff was well done, and so I liked the ultimate closing of it, and I liked being surprised. I think one of the things I think I said earlier about previous finales versus this one of the things that makes this one seem less, full or something is that, there was always setups for new mysteries, and they really weren't doing that in this. We don't get a ton of new mysteries. Like, the cool thing about, one of the brilliant things I'll even say about the flash forward reveal is it wasn't enough to just reveal, oh shit, it's a flash forward, they're off the island. They went farther than that. They said, okay, there's a guy in a coffin and Jack's upset, and we're not going to tell you what that is for another season. The other thing they did was Jack is like, we have to go back. So not only do they introduce this crazy idea that they get off the island, but it's like Jack's miserable. We've seen what he's going through after he gets off, and we see that now he thinks he has to go back to the island. So it's a whole nother level of stuff they're throwing on top of the reveal, which is big enough that they get off the island later.
Yeah.
So that's sort of going a step beyond, giving us like extra stuff to talk about. Like that's the kind of thing that Lost was really good at.
Mhm.
Yeah,
that whole thing with Jack telling Kate we got to go back, wherever they were, she had met him out there. That all that stuff was great. You got Jack saying we got to go back to the island.
Yeah.
Like what?
Totally.
What's going on here? So yeah, they definitely that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Is they would sort of whatever your expectation was, they would meet and then exceed that.
Yeah.
Sort of consistently. You
Yeah.
go, oh, okay, well, now we're dealing with Flash Sideways, and then season 5, they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll do some time travel. And you're like, whoa, okay, now we have to deal with that?
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Yes, it is. And, like, that whole season 3, Jack had been trying to leave, and then eventually trying to get everyone to be able to leave. And it's like, okay, he succeeds at some point, but he wants to come back? It's sort of crazy. You don't really understand what that's about, and it's just really interesting to think about. And so, yeah, exactly. They really, and I mean, it's amazing to me how much they got out of that arc. Like that whole thing doesn't really come to a close until season 5.
Mm-hmm.
When they get on 316 and they actually end up back on the island. It's at that point that story is sort of over, but that's a lot later.
Yeah.
From when they originally started it. So it's kind of amazing to me that they introduced all those elements, the guy in the coffin and the having to go back, and then pulled it together, and it plays in a big way into the end of the show.
Well, yeah, I think that's why the beginning of season 4 is called the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
Because it sort of really is like that. All that stuff that happens in season 4 is so just gearing up for the end of the show.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. You could see a clear path from that point, and they did a good job of setting it up in the season 3 finale. Because at that point they did know that they were going to have 3 more seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So they were able to start off their final series of storylines to make it all come together.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the probably the biggest fortunate thing about Lost and lucky for the fans is that this is one of the rare TV shows where the creators and the head writers, got to really sort of do it their way for most of the part, for the majority of it, and it wasn't like, I read this, somebody wrote an article about this, I think, but the idea of that this ending of the show wasn't something ABC had to tell them to do, or you know what I mean? Like it wasn't like fans pressured them into doing this, or this was their last season and they didn't know it. Like it was sort of just. It was kind of what you get in like a film, the sort of like auteur quality of the sort of focused direction and limited influence from outside forces, and so you sort of get something that's sort of nice and more pure, and I think that really helped make the show really good. And it's just nice that they got to end it on their own terms, and not only more than that, but like write the last several seasons on their own terms, with not having the fear of cancellation over their heads.
Yeah, exactly.
And having to like keep up their ratings and and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically knowing that knowing how fast they could develop the story.
Mhm.
That's definitely not normal to be able to plot that out, There very few TV shows get to do that.
Yeah.
So it was good. I mean, for Lost, that was definitely a huge asset, and it makes the whole thing hang together better. That they were able to negotiate that deal.
Mhm. All right. Well. Are we going to RIP all these characters?
I guess so. I mean, they all die eventually.
Yeah, apparently they do. Yeah, it was crazy having to read that list of people who were here. Like, make sure I got everyone in there.
Yeah, it was a lot. I was surprised.
Yeah, it was a very lot. So, I was going to mention something about the Matrix earlier, and I was just going to tie it into the idea that, the light cave, is sort of called the source,
Mm-hmm.
and in the Matrix, there's a source that was
Right.
sort of a door of light.
Oh.
And the sort of whole idea of the Matrix is that sort of Neo gets his power from the source.
Mm-hmm.
Like that scene. I think it's in the second one where he's not in the Matrix. He's in the real world, but he stops the Sentinels anyway. And it's kind of like, how did he have the power to do that?
Yes.
And I think the only thing that explains that is the line the Oracle has at some point where she says the power of the one extends back to the source. And so it's like, it just reminds me of sort of like this whole light cave and the source and Jacob and other people sort of getting their power from it and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember thinking that the source was the source code, and since the one is sort of a program, as the architect explains, I assumed it was, his power is in the source code. That shouldn't give him a power outside the Matrix, of course, but inside the Matrix it makes sense.
No, the source was the machine at the Machine City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the source is basically like where all the programming code came from, and so, that's kind of like what was going on with Neo when he was in the Matrix, is that he had the power to sort of bend the rules of the Matrix because he was sort of tied directly to where the code from the Matrix and all the other programs came from.
Right.
So he could sort of override things and sort of bend reality and all that kind of stuff, sort of because of that.
Yeah.
Which is why, like, when he jumps into Smith becomes this, like, other entity because he gets linked to Neo, who's linked to the source.
Right.
So it's like, and that's kind of like Lost, too, where, like, the hero sort of, like Jacob creating the main villain, like, he kind of accidentally, when he's trying to destroy Smith, he sort of makes him way more powerful than he ordinarily would have been.
Yeah.
Where he can, like, multiply and take over other programs. And it's like Man in Black being Smokey or something.
Right.
Like, oops, I created a monster.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I don't know. If I keep thinking about it, I might come up with more similarities. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it definitely seems like there's some parallels there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's classic mythology, kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's what makes it good.
Yeah. Although I think an ending with all the Matrix characters sitting in a church and then walking into the light, I would not have liked.
Yeah, that wouldn't have made a lot of sense. Although the end of Matrix isn't, it's different. But damn it, if they're not just hanging out, sort of peaceful, watching the sunrise.
Yeah.
Which is, a big ball of light and symbolizing hope. That's just a thing.
Of course.
It's just a thing.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's only a few ways to do things, really.
Yeah.
So, certain things represent certain other things, and everyone uses that code to write. So, yeah, it makes sense. I was deeply dissatisfied with that ending, but I would have been more if they had all been in a church walking through a door of light. That would have been super lame to me.
It would have made much less sense.
Yeah, like for me, it's like you said about the Lost characters, like part of the reason why it works is I care about the characters and I care about their fates, and so in a way I'm happy that they're happy.
Yeah.
So like
it helps.
That makes it work. I'm not even one tiny fraction as attached to the Matrix characters. So it would have been deeply unsatisfying, I think.
Yeah.
to end like that. You know, they do get 3 movies, but you don't know nearly as much about those characters as you do about the Lost characters.
Yeah.
So, and I think The Matrix was more weighted to being about the story, being actually about The Matrix, you know, than being about the characters. I mean, the characters are there, but in the end, they really closed on The Matrix and the overall plot.
Yeah.
Rather than the characters.
Yeah, totally.
So, I think that's sort of a difference, you know. When I started watching Lost, I thought it was more like The Matrix. I thought that's more the kind of ending we would get.
Mhm.
You know, something about the overall plot, you know. Even a scene like the scene with Jacob and the Man in Black from the incident at the beginning when they're on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that scene is I mean, not what they're saying, but in a way it's kind of like the architect Oracle scene at the end of The Matrix, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's a couple of powerful characters in the world of The Matrix, but they're not main characters at all.
Yeah.
You know, they're sort of background players who have certain major roles to play, but they're sort of not the characters that we're really invested in. And I guess I imagined, you know, at least as a possibility, a scene along those lines to end Lost.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But at a certain point I realized it was about them, and so I resigned myself, and I was happy with that because I think, you know, I finally came to appreciate the characters more fully. And I think overdoing the podcast, like, it sort of helped with doing that, you know. I definitely feel like gradually over time the podcast has talked more and more about the characters specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, what their motivations are and stuff like that. And whereas I think earlier on it was more just about the mysteries.
Yeah.
You know. Because that was the hook. You know, that's sort of what made me want to watch originally.
Mm-hmm.
But it's weird to get to a point in the show where it's like the reason I watched originally just doesn't apply anymore. It's a completely different reason I watch now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to see the shift.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't know. I guess we can just go through the list of characters here.
Okay.
So let's see. I kind of tried to write them in reverse important order.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't know if I, you know, obviously, you know, depends. But where is the list here? Where is the list? Okay, Rose and Bernard.
Okay, that's a good place to start. It's a good place to start.
R.I.P. Rose and Bernard. You know, Rose, I have to say, I first remembered liking her for her, you know, or I should say, at least my early memory of her was when she told Jack she just knew Bernard was alive, and she just had this blind faith, and I totally thought she was wrong.
Me too.
And it was a really great reveal when you get the other 48 days that Bernard is there, and you're like, Rose is right. And,
yes.
And it really helped. It really helped make that group, you know, a little bit more interesting. That they have this direct connection back to the beach camp crew.
Yeah.
And her whole history with, you know, her cancer and, you know, their couple of backstory. You know, I think was it the first flashback that was like the boring one? And then was it the second one where they talked about her trip to Australia?
They only got one, really.
Was it just one? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then maybe I'm just thinking of the first part of that where, whichever one, you know, the parts where they, like, met, you know, and they're in the snow and all that.
Yeah.
And that was like, eh.
That was all one episode. It shows, It shows where they meet, and it shows them going to Australia.
Yeah, when they went to Australia, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah. It was definitely more interesting than I expected. They tied it into the mythology a little bit, which is surprising.
Yeah.
By actually saying there's these places around the world, this one isn't working for you, giving some kind of vague explanation for why Rose is healed when she crashes, you know. Yeah, that was not one of my favorite episodes of season 2, but But it really wasn't that bad at all. I mean, it was not my least favorite either.
Yeah.
You know, it had its moments, and I think really for Rose and Bernard, like it's the central episode. I mean, it really tells us the main points of their story. You know, and like most of what I know about Rose and Bernard's history comes from that episode.
Mhm.
And I think it you know, in a way it's because you know, during that time they really didn't know, as they've admitted, you know, they didn't know when the show was going to end, and they were kind of just drawing things out a little bit. And, you know, I remember there being a bit of a clamoring for a Rose and Bernard episode.
Yeah.
And I remember being, you know, somewhat excited for it. It's a bit self-contained, but it's not bad. And, you know, after that, they sort of became, you know, they made fairly rare appearances.
Mhm.
They'd sort of be around in finales, maybe a couple other times. But that early stuff with Rose is great. And yeah, Bernard totally gets credit for being part of the tail section and, you know, being the guy that talked to Boone on the radio, you know, and then, you know, later, you know, being one of the people who stayed behind to try to, you know, shoot the dynamite when the others came.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, he stepped up to do that mission.
Yeah, that was pretty hardcore for Bernard, and as I recall, he succeeded. It was actually Jin who missed the mark and resulted in them being captured. So, and he was, you know, under gunpoint. Like their story is interesting. They sort of crashed on the island separately, and then had to find each other again and reunite, and then you know, they got invested to a certain extent in, you know, trying to you know, deal with the problems on the island, like protecting themselves from the others, and, you know, getting off the island, calling the freighter, all that stuff. But then I think, you know, once all that played out, once there was the mass exodus / series of deaths after the time travel started, I think they decided they were done.
I think that's when they decided, you know, this stuff is going to get us killed.
Yes.
We've escaped death plenty of times, and it's like, you know, you keep flipping that coin, and it's going to land on the other side at some point.
Yeah.
You know, and they kept getting lucky, and I think they were like, well, let's just make our own luck.
Yeah, exactly. And it's sort of like they just, like they said, I mean, they just decided they're going to retire themselves from participating in the insanity.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that, and it's cool to have characters who do that, who can just step to the back and say, okay, we're done with this. We're just gonna live out our days, and you know, we're not gonna, you know, we'll help you to a certain extent, but we're just gonna mostly keep to ourselves, and you know, I'm assuming that they basically live by themselves for the most part. I mean, they probably see Hurley a couple times or something, but I imagine they pretty much just live on the island, you know, until they die, basically.
Yeah. Maybe they go and move Man in Black and his mother and bury them, and then they go lay where they were laying.
Oh, they could do
Adam and Eve Part 2.
Oh, no, the second Adam and Eve.
You know, that looks like a good place to rest your bones for eternity.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I really do enjoy when characters sort of almost become meta. They sort of realize what's going on and sort of choose not to be involved in sort of the main flow of the show.
Yeah.
You know, like there's a character, you know, in sort of a different way, but there's a character on Cougar Town that's kind of like that. Like his whole sort of comic persona is that he just doesn't want to be involved with everybody else. Like he really, the first couple episodes, he's really just, please leave me alone. I don't want to be involved in your antics. You know, that's really what he's doing, and it's just interesting to, you know, it's almost like these people on this TV show just moved into his neighborhood, and now he has to deal with it.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, I don't want to be involved in your drama, And of course, he gets sucked in and he becomes part of the group. But I like Rosa Bernard saying, you know what, let's do our own thing, and it works for the characters. If it was other characters who said let's just do our own thing, I don't know if it would work, but Rosa Bernard, it makes sense, and they had this quality about them. I never loved them. They're never my favorite, but something that, it made them definitely more interesting. Just the idea that they sort of chose to hide out. I just really like that. It wasn't like, oh, they're just not around. It's like, well, they choose not to be around.
Right.
So it's nice. It's just kind of nice to see that, people not being swept up in the sort of, big dramas that's going on that is the, reason we're watching the show.
Right. Yeah, normally with characters like that, I expect, like, okay, this one last thing, and then we'll retire.
Yeah, exactly.
That's sort of the normal thing, but they really did just retire.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't bother, sticking it out with the adventures until the end.
Yeah.
So yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I agree. There's probably not that many people out there whose favorite characters are Rose and Bernard, but but they were always convincing. They're always. I don't think they were ever. I did get a little irritated with them in the incident, but for the most part, they were never unpleasant to watch. They were convincing as a couple, and I thought they had they had their own world that I think it's unique. There's, as far as Lost goes, they occupy a space that no one else does.
Mm-hmm.
So they get points for that. They have their own little place in the Lost universe, I guess.
Yeah. The only other married Losties besides Sun and Jin.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of have, everyone has their kind of little spots, and they have an interesting spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, and the actor and actress who played the parts I thought were really good, and really make the characters come to life.
Yes.
Bernard, stop fooling with that damn SOS sign, You're just a dentist, the whole thing.
Right.
She always has that interesting quality. And he, and I think it's when doesn't she tell him, her cancer's gone or something, and that's why he decides to give up the SOS sign? Like, he decides to stay because he realized the place is good for her?
Yes.
That was pretty cool. That was a good moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the big impetuses. That's one of the yeah. I don't know how to make that plural, but that's one of the big things that leads to where they end up.
Yeah.
I think otherwise they might actually want to leave at some point.
Mhm.
But they found a place where Rose doesn't have the cancer, and so that part's good. They definitely had that bickering old couple / they're kind of half serious when they're bickering. They had that kind of vibe.
It's pretty clear Rose wears the pants in that relationship. You know, and that's just the dynamic they have, and in this episode when Rose says, Bernard, are you going to get the man some breakfast, or are you going to talk her off? It's like, all right, Rose, fine, I'll go get the fish. But he's happy to do it. He doesn't take it like she's being insulting or rude. That's just Rose,
Right.
That's how she talks.
Yeah. If he was really bothered by that, he wouldn't have been with her all this time.
Mhm.
Because I think she's been like that most of the time.
Yeah. So, R.I.P. Rose and Bernard.
Yes, R.I.P.
Good job, Sam Anderson and L. Scott Caldwell.
Yes.
All right, who do we got next? feel like this is like Price is Right. Come on down to the
Who's next up?
RIP. Yeah, who's next up? Let me see. I got.
This is your life.
I'd say let's go with Charlie Claire, Baby Aaron.
Okay. Okay.
Or we could do Boone Shannon.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Either one. Boone Shannon is smaller.
Yeah, let's do Boone Shannon.
Okay.
So, see you guys. Season 1 was cool for Boone.
Yes.
And Shannon made it to season 2.
Yeah, barely.
Yeah. Ana Lucia shoots Shannon, and it looks like she makes it to the Purgatory world.
Mm-hmm.
She just accidentally shot her.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. That's a good point.
But Shannon and Boone were interesting, and I think for the pilot, in the early days, they definitely served a pretty interesting role, just in terms of the young, younger people who were, at least specifically for Shannon, sort of focused on other things that people weren't concerned about. She, in the early days, in the pilot, she's like, she's just extremely hopeful that they'll be rescued.
Yeah.
I'll eat something on the rescue boat.
Right.
Like, oh, Shannon, you're going to be waiting a long time for that meal.
Yeah.
And so for someone, like for Shannon and Boone, you sort of spoiled rich kids who get sort of sent here, and it's pretty interesting just to see it from their point of view. They were never that great, but apparently, Shannon was great enough for Saeed to fall in love with her.
I guess. That's what they said. That's what they're telling us.
Mhm.
I guess I have to believe them.
Yeah. So, their first big backstory, with Boone going to get Shannon in Australia, and then their weird crossing the line relationship.
Yeah.
Was pretty, that was somewhat interesting. It was like, what?
Yeah, it was.
What is
shocking.
going on?
Yeah, and that flashback has that great shot where they turn the light on. All of a sudden, do you know what shot I'm talking about?
When what do you mean? Turn the light on?
In that flashback, they're sitting in the room after they've crossed the line, and like Boone's sitting by himself, and either they turn the light on or they turn the light off. I don't know. It's really striking. It's one of my favorite shots. It's not really about the characters, but
I think it's like you turn the light on. I think they turn the light on and it's like somebody, like Shannon's in there and you don't know it or something.
Yeah.
Wasn't it something like that? Like you didn't know somebody else was in there?
Maybe.
I'm fuzzy on it, but I remember.
I'm fuzzy on it too. I just remember there was a really good shot involving a light turning on or off. I think Boone's in the foreground, and I think you see Shannon out of focus in the background.
Yeah.
Or
maybe they turn the light off. I don't know.
Because it's sort of a Boone flashback. You go through it from his point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And the Odd Island story is about him, Locke giving him hallucinations to try to make him let go of Shannon, let go of needing to protect her from everything.
Mhm. All about letting go.
Yeah, exactly.
Even back then.
Exactly. I will say, Boone for me, Boone was really pivotal in Locke's story, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, he gets bonus points for that. I think his pretty short-lived period of time where he was hanging out with Locke was, a significant period in the show. The relationship he had, the sort of mentor, kind of even borderline father-son kind of thing that he had with Locke was good, really interesting stuff, and the drama that happens when he goes up in the plane and falls down, and then Locke carries him to Jack but doesn't tell him exactly what happened, and that that leads to him going to the hatch and banging on it, and the light coming on, and
Mm-hmm.
And then the subsequent drama, they sort of shift over to Jack trying to save him, and he's going to like cut off his leg or something with the door, and he's going to donate his own blood, and that drama was just top notch, I think.
Yeah, no, that was pretty crazy. I forgot about those early days when they were doing, they were doing all these weird medical procedures and doing blood transfusions with like, didn't Sun make needles out of like sea urchins or something, and like something like that, or she found some weird way to make needles, and and it was like they were really industrious back in the day.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, all that stuff with Locke and Boone was really good, and. I remember Shannon's like, "You're gonna go hunt boar with him."
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go hunt boar." And they always had this weird relationship that was interesting.
Yeah.
And
I think for me, like in the early part of the show, I was in awe of Locke, so I felt a little like Boone. I sort of identified with him in those episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like I felt like his disciple. What are you trying to do? I want to follow you on whatever path you're going down.
Yeah.
And so I think he was good. He was good for that.
Especially when no one else wanted to.
Yeah.
Like Michael wouldn't let Walt be involved with Locke.
Right.
And it was interesting to see Boone be the person to be like, oh, okay, I want to know what this guy's up to.
Yeah.
Maybe he's onto something.
Right.
Hit Boone, he wasn't. Sort of.
Ouch. You just became
sort
the sacrifice
maybe.
the island demanded, except it didn't.
It didn't really demand it. You became a sacrifice the island didn't really care about.
That was some bullshit. I really thought someday, I guess I gave up, but someday we'd learn why he stopped being able to walk during that episode. I guess that goes into unanswered questions, but it just brings up that whole thing. But dramatically, all that stuff with Boone's death was really good.
Well, can I interject a theory here? Along the lines of the guy in Australia telling Rose, "This isn't a place that can heal you. There's your place is somewhere else."
Yeah.
And sort of connecting that to other people who've been healed sort of selectively on the island. I want to just sort of generally say something along the lines of, if you're connected to the light on the island, you'll get the healing properties or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so for whatever reason, John was becoming disconnected from it or something like that.
Okay.
For whatever his actions are, or maybe the light being, sort of maybe something that connects, specifically connects to the afterlife. That him sort of being on this path of getting Boone killed, it's sort of, bad in terms of their afterlife of needing to be together and helping each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not that I think that's why they did that, but in hindsight, I would want to sort of make a theory like that.
That sounds like the right kind of theory, yeah. Absolutely. The other thing I'll say about Shannon is, she got in a relationship with Saeed. I was a big Saeed fan, so I don't know. If you're a friend of Saeed's, you're a friend of mine, I guess. I liked the ending of it, where she started seeing the wet waltz. Again, unanswered questions, but it was really creepy. It was really well done, and again, just great. It was just a great sequence of dramatic events that came out of her, following Walt and then getting shot by Ana Lucia, and then what that resulted in terms of the tail section joining and the Saeed's sort of drama, and all that was really good too.
Yeah, she got really interesting right before she died.
Yeah.
She's seeing Walt and she's doing all that stuff. And Saeed saw Walt too that one time.
Yeah, he did.
What was up with that?
Yeah.
Remote viewing, right, guys? Remote viewing.
Yeah. That's
the other
what I used to say. I mean, I do think there's something to the idea that Walt could project himself, but I don't really know what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
But that all that stuff was really, as far as like creepy law stuff, that was up there.
Mhm.
You know, so I enjoyed all that, and like you said, it was supposed to be about Shannon becoming self-sufficient or sort of learning to, do something on her own, and Saeed was supposed to help her do that by helping her. I guess a little weird, but that was sort of the arc of her end. But it never really got fulfilled because she got shot. But
yeah.
But they're definitely, they're nostalgic characters. You can't really, when you watch the show, their memory lives on. They make a few appearances, scattered throughout, and so I think, it's still, they're still present in some way in the story. Boone pops up again in Further Instructions, and then Boone and Shannon pop up again in Exposé. And then of course this season, we got a little Boone on the plane and their thing at the end. So I think they they still had a presence, and some of the stuff that they did lingered on in the other characters, memories of them and stuff. So
yeah. Well, I would hope so.
Yeah. Yeah,
but the characters.
I think Boone was probably the more pivotal character as far as Locke goes. I think the Boone incident was probably one of the big ones that created the rift between Jack and Locke.
Yeah, totally.
Because Jack really saw Locke as lying about it, trying to go on this quest or something, and then ended up getting people killed and thinking Locke's out of his mind.
Yeah, that was definitely the big rift, start of that rift.
Yeah, which is one of the central conflicts of the show. So, that's significant.
Yeah. Well, R.I.P. Shannon and Boone.
Yes. God, it's a laundry list.
It is. Good job, Maggie Grace and Ian Somerhalder.
Yes. Yeah.
So, Charlie and Claire.
Yes.
R.I.P. Charlie and Claire. Where to begin with Charlie and Claire? Yikes.
Are you throwing in Aaron there too?
Yeah, I'm throwing Aaron in there.
I'll just say for Aaron, whatever. Choo Choo Tunnel. I want a juice box. He's a plot device.
Mhm.
It was never about, Aaron got to be about 3 years old or something. It was never about him as a character. It was about what he meant to the other characters.
Yeah.
What he meant to Claire, what he meant to Charlie, what he meant to Kate. That sort of, that was the significance of Aaron, I think.
Yeah. I really enjoyed him when he was a fetus.
Mhm. That was definitely his best
he did
period.
some good work there. He did really interesting stuff when he would kick Claire.
Mhm.
Make her pregnant.
Right.
Right. He was really interesting that way.
Right.
And then he was born. Yeah. So, Claire's had an interesting run. She's. I don't know. I don't know what to say about Claire. In the beginning, she was always sort of just there, and I think her flashback stuff was sort of interesting in the beginning. Obviously the stuff with the psychic was cool. You're not supposed to raise this baby and all that stuff, and the sort of circumstances that surrounded how she got on A15 was pretty interesting at the time. And then seeing her sort of she never went on a lot of missions, of course, because she was busy with Aaron. But seeing her and Charlie's relationship develop was interesting, and you know, especially with Charlie being the sort of selfish rock star, and then coming to, you know, be the one to sort of look after Aaron and be invested in Claire. You know, but at a certain point, you know, of course, she was just always sort of in the sidecar, you know, a lot of the times.
Yes.
And you know, and then of course her house getting blown up, and I don't know if she died or not, but she saw Charlie. And then of course after that point she just gets really weird, and I don't know what to do with her, and she's claimed or not claimed, and she's, you know, more lonely than she's ever been, of course, and just sort of reacts, and so yeah, her season 6 Claire was weird, but she had her moments. She definitely had her moments. It's like I enjoy Emily DeRavin playing Claire than I enjoy Claire herself almost.
Mhm.
You know, she was a very good Claire, but Claire was, you know, an okay character.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I think for Charlie, I'll say I wasn't a fan of Charlie for a lot of the series. I did like the little bit when Locke helped him get off the heroin. That was a good little plot line.
You can ask me 3 more times or something, or you can ask me again or something, and I'll give it to you. Or ask me 2 more times, and I'm going to give it to you. And it's such an interesting thread. Like,
it is.
It's both positive and negative, and just like, what? Like, okay, I do want it, but I don't want you to give it to me.
Right.
Like, hey.
It makes him not want to ask him for it.
Yeah.
It's weird saying he's going to give it to him. It's like the opposite of what you expect him to say.
Mhm.
So that, I mean, that's partially Locke being cool, season 1 Locke, but it was to help Charlie out with his, you know, problem, his first big problem, which was the heroin addiction. He pretty much got over that, and there was the whole thing with the statues, but I don't think he ever actually used the heroin again. It just became his own, like, personal problems with Locke and other stuff, and having crazy visions and all that. That was probably the worst Charlie period for me. But
Which part?
The, like, Fire Plus Water era.
Oh, yeah, that was definitely the low point for Charlie in the early days. It was like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you in the water with Aaron and having vision? And you know, this is like, did they ever explain that? I mean, isn't that just like, it was like, okay, well, chalk it up to the island.
Mhm.
But like, okay, what do we chalk it up to now?
Charlie being crazy.
Okay.
I don't know what to chalk it up to anymore, because it was all about getting Aaron baptized. Like, I don't even see the island giving a shit about that.
Yeah, and that was around the days of, you know, Echo. They seemed to tie it later into Echo building his church and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But it was, I don't know what they were trying to do there.
I don't either. That was a dark time for me, and I also thought that the Charlie Claire scene at almost at the end of the season 2 finale was totally baffling. I know I'm not supposed to, like, sort of talk about the bad stuff, but I can't resist. Like, that season 2 finale was so good, but that scene with Charlie and Claire, like when Charlie comes out of the Swan.
Oh, that was awful.
After it implodes, and she's just like, what happened? He's like, oh, there was a flaming blah, blah, blah. I mean, nothing happened.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, flaming whatever. She's like, really? He's like, oh, nothing happened.
Nothing.
Wait a minute, what?
Yeah, it was weird, and he was bizarrely serene and just like, yeah, it's no big deal, and they just sit there under the stars, and it's like, wait a minute, what?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. This is not the show I'm watching. And it was just such an awkward, you know, ending to the high drama that was most of that episode, you know?
Yeah, it was definitely strange.
Yeah, I think that was a bad choice. The whole thing with that Swan was fantastic. I was wrong. It implodes. the door comes flying down, and then Jack and Hurley and Kate and Sawyer getting captured by the others, and Michael sailing. All that stuff was so strong, and then it's like this Charlie Claire scene. Like that's just the weirdest decision to me that the Lost Riders made to make that. They do the scene after that with Penny. That's the blow you away thing, but the fact that the last scene with the characters we know is that bizarre Charlie Claire scene has just always stuck with me. It's one of those things. But I will say, once we get to season 3 and we get the Desmond plot where Desmond sees Charlie dying, I think that was a turning point for Charlie, knowing that he was going to die. He was generally better for most of the season, more sympathetic, less annoying. And I loved the ending of his character. His death was fantastic, probably one of the best deaths on the show for me. And even though what he did ended up being disastrous in certain ways, he thought he was helping.
Yeah.
He meant to convey a warning and to try to get them rescued, and was willing to give his life for that. And so it was very well done. Great imagery with the hand on the glass that they referred to this season. And I also liked him being the sort of James Bond kind of character when he's captured by Bonnie and Greta, and they're like punching him in the face, and he's sort of taunting them. Like that was great stuff. I enjoyed. I enjoyed all that Charlie stuff. So he really redeemed himself for me in a drastic way, from really not liking the character at all to really being affected by his death. So I really I think in the end he did a lot more than he could have. So I appreciate that character. As for Claire, I will say that probably the big hook of the show for me was her. I in the end, like, I sort of see that there's stuff before this that should have hooked me, but I actually wasn't hooked on the show until the Raised by Another episode, which for me still is probably the scariest Lost episode. And it has that great dream sequence. They don't do a lot of those, and that one's actually quite good. And it has that crazy flashback with the psychic, which was good, juxtaposed with her seemingly paranoid, but maybe not, you don't know, about there's someone, coming to me at night, sticking needles in me, and, are you just hallucinating, or is there something really there? You don't know until the end, when you, and then that shot of Ethan, and, just the way they developed that sort of like, am I paranoid or not? And then hit you with the punchline of, no, she's actually, someone's actually been like coming to her at night, and not only that, there's other people on the island, and what they want might be really scary.
Yeah.
So that to me was like, holy shit, I cannot wait for the next episode. So that it's not exactly, I mean, her character in a way is just kind of a pawn in all of that. She's a fairly simple character. She has abandonment issues. Her dad wasn't around very much. Her mom ends up in a coma, and they weren't on good terms either, and so she's kind of needy. And
Aaron's father leaves her.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's sort of the core of her character. And so she's not that complicated in a way. Her problems are simple, and so she's not as interesting as some of the other characters, but the stories they gave her were good, and so I thought she made a contribution to show on that level. Like, I also really enjoyed maternity leave when we see the scenes with her and Ethan, and she's like acting all drugged and crazy, and I'll stay here, and this is great. It's the contrast of that with what we actually saw was really good. I thought she was a decent kind of character on the fringe, but I do think after that plot line she sort of really started to fade in terms of importance, once we realized that the Aaron pregnancy thing was really more just about the fertility issues than anything else, and so not as significant to the larger plot as I might have thought at one point.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, the fertility thing seemed to be a pretty big deal for a while, and it sort of wasn't ever again.
Yeah, exactly. I think her little bit in season 4 where she gets up and walks away with Christian, and then she's in the cabin later. That stuff was good and creepy. Again, like they got a lot of good creepy stuff with Claire. So that side of the show, she was usually a part of. So, and I like that stuff. So I sort of appreciate that. I liked how she played those scenes. I would say the season 6 part of Claire was definitely thoroughly unsatisfying to me. It didn't really deliver on how intriguing the setup was. So that was a major disappointment for me. But given where they went, I see why they did it. I get the point, and they sort of made a connection between Claire and Kate, so it became about getting her off the island. But I'll just echo the sentiment that Emily Duravin is probably the perfect actress to play that part, and even though the character wasn't terribly interesting, she was always dependable, and to me never really crappy for the most part. Probably season 6 is the crappiest stuff for me, but she was, you could count on her to just be Claire most of the time and not just do things like Charlie did in season 2, where it's like, what is your problem? You're insane.
Yeah, totally. And I pretty much ditto what you said about Charlie too. I think, he got a lot more interesting during the Desmond was foreseeing his future stuff and all the season 3 stuff. And even though it was really frustrating me at the time to have to deal with, what's going on here and some of the intricacies of trying to figure out what Desmond was really seeing.
Yeah.
Sort of in general, it definitely made it more interesting. And, just getting Desmond, who was always, who started out as a sort of outside character, getting him sort of to be friends with Charlie and that kind of stuff was interesting. And
I think that was critical to tie Desmond in to the other characters. I feel like his connection would feel less strong without that stuff.
Yeah, totally.
Because, he gets off the island early in season 4 and really never goes back until this season. And even then, most of the characters don't even see him. So if you didn't have that season 3 stuff, you would lose a lot, I think.
Yeah.
Even though I agree. I mean, the working out, what's actually going on, I still find it very strange. I don't know how it fits into the overall framework of the show. But at the time, as a self-contained bit of story, it was good.
Yeah. Yeah, his death was good. I don't like sort of the logistics of what happened, but in terms of his decisions and his choices, I thought it was pretty spectacular and his pretty heroic thing to do, and of course, like you said, the imagery is great. The thing about Charlie was when he's the kind of character who is sort of annoying in real life, so he comes off like that, and there are those times when his smarminess or his sarcasm or something is really cool to watch, even just like in, I remember the little part in season 6 in this episode, where, Charlotte wakes him up and she's like, "Are you in the band?" He's like, "How do you know that?" And it's just like, that's Charlie,
Yeah.
And, so interesting characters, interesting, I guess Sun found Charlie's ring, but I guess whatever happened to that? Do you know?
I don't think they ever addressed the ring again.
Okay.
They showed Sun finding it when they went to that main camp at the end of season 5, but I don't think they ever showed what Sun did with it, if she even took it. I think it was just to show it was still there.
Yeah.
From when Charlie leaves it there.
All right. Well, anything else about Charlie and Claire and baby Aaron?
No, I think that's it for me.
All right. Well, R.I.P. Charlie Pace and Claire Littleton. It's been an adventure. Good job, Dominique Monaghan and Emily DeRavin.
Yes.
And whoever played Aaron.
Ditto. Lots of babies.
Lots of babies, and whoever that toddler was.
Right.
I think in this episode, the baby Aaron at the end is a fake baby. That's why it looks like a fake baby.
Right. Right.
Not just a bad baby actor.
Right. There's a difference.
Yeah. We've all seen bad baby actors.
Yes, so many.
Totally unconvincing that they're babies.
Yeah, nice try.
No, that's not it. You're not a baby, you baby.
I'm not buying that, baby.
I'm not buying that. You were not just birthed into the world. All right, so next on the list of killing our losties off.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Let's go with Hurley Libby.
Okay.
Or, yeah, I sort of coupled them together.
Okay.
So we can do Hurley Libby.
That's fine. I'm probably going to say a bit more about Hurley than about Libby, but
yeah.
But that's fine.
Yeah, so, I don't know, you start with Libby.
Okay. So Libby, not a giant character. I would say, probably, probably the least significant character we've talked about so far, except for maybe Aaron.
Yeah.
Rose and Bernard, Boone and Shannon, I think are sort of more the bigger deal. But tail section, just breathe. She reset that guy's leg. That was a pretty cool scene. She was, I never quite know what to make of her. I never really got a read on her personality. We never really found out very much about her.
No.
So I never really knew where she was coming from or how to read her, but I suppose that made her interesting, and that's probably why a lot of fans continue to ask about her years and years and years after her death. So she must have done something interesting. I will say the episode Dave, at the end, a little look she gives, that was great. Good acting. You can read a lot into just that little look at the end.
The look heard around the world.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that made a big difference. And, transitioning from that look into the flashback made that flashback seem like it had to mean something crazy.
Yeah.
I think in the end it didn't. But it was effective at the time. And, and also, just in terms of the plot, I mean, Michael shooting her became a hugely significant event in the show. So. Yeah.
It's almost like, she was more, she gave a greater impact to the show because of her death and sort of what she was doing. She was alive.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really enjoyed. She was interesting. She was interesting. She didn't really do a lot, but she was interesting, and her interest in Hurley was, that beginning of that relationship was interesting to watch, and give her a hand for giving Desmond that boat, because that boat survived the end of the show.
Good point.
That boat was around for a very long time, and she probably, she definitely didn't know that. What else with Libby? The Just Breathe was definitely a big thing.
So
I was just looking at her Wikipedia page, and I forgot that she appears to Michael to tell him not to push the button when he's on the freighter.
Right. Yeah.
So what does that mean in terms of, the afterlife and Michael being stuck and other people not being stuck? And I mean, I just like I said before, I just have to believe that even if you move on, even if you're in the purgatory world and you can move on, you can still come back somehow to help these people out.
Yes.
You know, even though that seems like change in the past, but
yeah, it does, and it kind of. I mean, you hear the whispers too. It seems like that's a little off from what they should have shown, but but you might be right. It might sort of indicate that you can visit the real world if you want. I mean, we did see, you know, people appearing to Hurley who appeared in the Flash Sideways world.
Yeah.
So some of whom actually moved on at the end. So I think, you know, that sounds to me like they are able to somehow do that. So that might mean something good for Michael eventually. It'd be nice.
Yeah.
I'd like to believe that. I'm not sure if I do, but I'd like to.
And I would say that Michael still feels guilty, you know, and which I guess he should, but maybe the point is he needs to learn how to let go of that guilt.
Yes. Yes.
All right. You want to move to Hurley? We could save Hurley, but I just figured they're a couple, but.
Yeah. No, I mean, we can do Hurley.
Okay. Hurley, geez, what do you say? I don't know where to start with Hurley.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hurley Hugo Reyes. Or Hugo Hurley Reyes.
Either way.
Hurley starts with numbers, right?
The Hurley we know, yes.
Yeah, the Hurley we know starts with numbers. Great episode, great way to just make his character really interesting. His whole, and setting up so much of the little things, like, he buys the box company that Locke works for, some of the, like, those connections that the characters just randomly had were pretty interesting that they set up here.
Yeah.
But, he was always the kind of character that, he was obviously used for comic relief a lot of the times, but he was never, in the early days, he wasn't the brave character or the heroic character. He was the guy who was like, maybe we shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
But he would reluctantly do it. But, he had so many times when he came to the rescue, several times literally, oftentimes in a vehicle.
Yes.
And of course the early days, coming up with the golf course idea and as a way to sort of help people, and that's the kind of stuff they talk about when they say he helps people,
Yeah.
He gave them something to focus on and something that was fun for a while. So that was cool. But he was sort of just not my favorite character for a while, and slowly just got sort of more interesting and better, and you really sort of get, I think he grows up on the show. You see him, he's reading comic books in the beginning, and he's sort of scared of the world, and he because of his issues, he likes to retreat from reality and stuff like that, I think. But he sort of grows up and realizes, his sort of inner strength or whatever, and really sort of becomes a different person.
Yes. Early on, he's definitely thoroughly just kind of a comic relief character. I think Numbers was a bit of a turning point where you realize he has kind of a dark past, and I like the creepy / humorous tone of Numbers. It's really well done, because it's a lot of death, and yet there's something a little bit zany about it.
Mm-hmm.
That was just a really good episode. With a great ending, and that was his first flashback. So that was a big one. So that made him interesting. He had a connection to these numbers, which are connected to the island. Maybe, I don't know, but they definitely show up on the island in a lot of places. So I think the interesting thing about Hurley to me is the contrast that he is the fun time Hurley. He helps people out. He's generally a generous person, but at the same time he's got serious conflicts. He spent a significant amount of his life in a mental institution, and you know, he's seriously insecure, and you know, he puts that aside most of the time for people to see, but he's not just a simple guy. You know, he's definitely got problems. And so I like that contrast. You know, he doesn't really let that out most of the time, but I definitely think over the course of the show he gradually acquired a certain gravitas where he could actually play really serious scenes and it didn't seem ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I even feel like the actor sort of got better as the show went on.
Oh yeah, I think this was his first thing or something like that. I remember hearing he got this role as sort of a with a like ABC's new like whatever program or department they had to find like undiscovered talent.
Yeah.
You know, right before they were casting Lost, so it's like he sort of, you know, got into it that way. So I definitely think he sort of got better in terms of acting over the course of the show.
Yeah. It got to a point where he could pretty much be, you know, be involved in any part of the story, not just sort of the comic relief scenes.
Yeah.
So, and, you know, becomes the new Jacob by the end of the show. I mean, you know, wouldn't have seen that coming. You know, it's amazing. And by the time you get there, you know, as much as I denied it, by the time you get there, it seems plausible to me. I understand how it happens, and I buy that he accepts it, even if it's reluctantly.
Yeah.
You know, but I you know, it was great. I even liked the little episode where they repair the van that Roger was killed in, and that was pretty good. I really liked the scene between him and Jack when Jack comes to visit him in the institution. I really that's one of my favorite scenes in season 4. And then I you know, I liked like say the scene with him and Miles where they're talking about the time travel stuff. Like he was, you know, sometimes that character who is willing to say the ridiculous thing that no other character would say.
Yeah.
And it would, you know, move the conversation forward or actually get certain things out in the open that everyone was kind of ignoring or not addressing. So so I liked him playing that role, and you know, in sort of season 5 and 6, and then in season 6 he sort of takes on this leadership role, which was interesting. And so I think he had a pretty amazing journey as far as the characters go. I mean, I think I think that's true of most of the big characters, and Hurley is sort of, you know, upper second tier kind of character. I think he had a enormous journey over the course of the show, and so I think that makes his character really stand out.
Totally.
Because of how much they went. I think, you know, one sharp turning point for me was when he started seeing the ghost, and that became an ability that he had.
Yeah.
You know, going from like, I'm not sure if he's just crazy and it's another Dave situation, or he's actually seeing these things, and eventually you learn, you know, he really is seeing these things, and you know, that becomes an important kind of ability, and so that was a cool thing too. So.
Yeah, Hurley seeing the ghost was a huge, huge help, and a huge, you know, very specific and special power that like no one else really had, and it made his character stand. You know, a character like Hurley who starts off as comic relief, given this, you know, crazy ability, you know, it's pretty interesting. You know, some of my, you know, I liked. You know, he was always interesting because Hurley was. He was sort of like reluctant to sort of do certain things, but he would definitely dash to the rescue when you needed him to.
Yeah.
And he would also, you know, sort of, you know, trust people and put his faith in people, and sort of naively a lot of the times. But,
yes.
But that was, you know, that's who he is. And And that was definitely fun to watch. You know, I gotta love the scene when Locke is about to try to open the hatch, and he sees the number. Hurley sees the numbers on the hatch, and he's like, "No, don't open it." He's like running towards Locke, and Locke's like, "Screw you! I'm opening this thing."
Yes.
And he's like, "Dude, didn't you hear me yelling not to open it?" But yeah, Hurley had a lot of great moments, and you know, I gotta say one of the things I really didn't like was that little Star Wars attempt, his attempt to write the Star Wars sequel.
Oh God!
Like, come on, Hurley, really, dude? You really just gonna spend your time doing this, just helping George Lucas out? Like, I think it's proven that he's got it. You know, like he'll be fine without your help. Matter of fact, you like what he does without your help. You know,
right?
But yeah, you know, and he was really the only character that had this really special connection with the numbers. That really sort of he never really got to really explain to people and, you know, tell people. I think he told like one person he was rich. I forget, was it Charlie or somebody on the beach? I remember that scene. He told like that he, you know, had won a lot of money or something like that, and they didn't really believe him. But
yeah, he tells Charlie about it. He doesn't believe it. Yeah.
But you know, it was also cool to see him and Charlie become friends, and you know, palling around and doing stuff together.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, they sort of put Miles into that role after Charlie was dead, but I think Miles is a different character from Charlie, so it was never the same, really.
Yeah, they kind of paired Miles up with Sawyer. They became that was their little bosom buddy connection.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're sort of just going through the characters that are in this final scene, but we got to go through the characters who actually aren't here too at some point.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, all right, anything else on Libby and Hurley?
I don't think so. I think that's it.
All right, R.I.P. Hugo Hurley Reyes, and I guess it's Libby Smith.
Yes.
Cynthia Watros and Jorge Garcia. Awesome job.
Yes.
All right, so let's go to Who Can Stand Anymore. Let's go to... do you want to do some more minor characters, or do you want to just do everyone who's in this final scene first?
I don't know. Maybe we can do the minor characters.
There's a lot of minor characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's just, I guess, finish this scene and then we'll...
I mean, we've
RIP'd
some of them.
Yeah, we have. But I think a final word needs to be said about everybody.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Oh, my gosh.
Mm-hmm. This is the RIP segment of the podcast.
Yeah, damn.
All right, so let's go to Sun and Jen.
Okay. Sun and Jen.
I'll let you jump in there.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll say, well, yeah, I feel like we did a sort of Sun and Jen RIP when they died in the submarine, so I'll try not to belabor it too much. I thought, you know, I thought they had a good dynamic in season one, fairly interesting sort of conflict. I like their flashbacks with Jen, the sort of put upon, forced into doing work he didn't want to do, so he could be with this woman who had this, overbearing father. I thought that early stuff was pretty interesting. They were always characters. I mean, even from the pilot, you know, Jen is like, you know, just stick with me. We have to stay together. Don't get involved with these people, you know. And in a way, they were characters that kind of occupy their own little corner. They're a little bit like Rose and Bernard in that way, you know, partially because, you know, they spoke Korean and no one else did. So, you know, a lot of times when it was their episodes, it was just them talking to each other, you know. And
totally.
Like less of the other characters. There's sort of a more, you know, a younger, more involved kind of Rose and Bernard. But I thought, some of their later episodes got a bit tedious. But I think eventually once they get separated and Sun gets off the island and starts going crazy with thinking Jin's dead and then trying to kill Ben and getting involved with Widmore, that was cool. And Jin's on-island adventures were fantastic. And Jin learning English was really good. And the eventual reuniting / death was pretty good. And so I think, I think in a way they were sort of in their own show. Like it was just the Sun and Jin show, and they were the focus. And their focus was mostly on each other, and so I think that worked. They weren't my favorite characters, but I definitely cared about them by the end, and I definitely, I fully bought the drama that came out of their deaths and what that led the other characters to do. It was really tragic, and so I thought they got a really powerful ending, and so that was good. So I think that's all I'll say. There's more on the Candidate podcast.
Yeah, I'll say that I think my favorite Sun period is probably Off Island Sun, who's hell bent on getting revenge for Jin's death, and she just totally changes into this other kind of woman, and who's not afraid to shoot people and to take over her father's company and to do what it takes to get what she wants. And so that was interesting, and I think season 5 Jin I thought was pretty great. I'm just in love with season 5, really. Just the whole idea of being when they time flash and then finally get stuck in the 70s, and Sawyer telling Jin, we gotta wait for Locke, and how long do we wait, and and however long it takes, and just their sort of resolve to just make the best out of the situation that they had, and to sort of not give up on the people that they were separated from was pretty awesome. And yeah, Jin learning English, fastest English learning ever, but here's a hint, the actor already knew English, so it helps a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, them being separated was crappy, but it definitely gave a lot of drama, and it's very tragic that they sort of got back together right before they were sort of, I guess you could say, separated for the last time, but then technically reuniting for eternity at that same moment. So, but definitely the impact of their death is very important, and sending the rest of the Losties into kill Locke mode, kill Man in Black mode. So that was great. We pretty much RIP'd them already, but it's nice when characters who were never your favorite can when you look back, you can see their importance, and they occupied an important space in the show that they fulfilled roles that other people didn't have.
Yeah.
And so RIP Sun Quan and Jin-Soo Quan and Daniel Dae Kim and I'm blanking on her name, Yoo-Jin Kim.
Yes.
Great jobs by both of those actors.
Yes, I agree.
All right. Who's next on the chopping block? Let's go to Desmond Penny.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go to Desmond Penny. Let's save the bigger ones for last.
Okay. Well, Desmond and Penny. Desmond had probably one of the best introductions of a character on the show. Showing him in Jack's flashback, and then suddenly at the end, he's the guy in the Swan Hatch. That was great. He was a very sharply defined character. He had his catchphrases. He had his little way of speaking. His backstory was sort of the classic tragic romance thing, kind of a variation on the Sun Jin story, but very epic. I like the idea of him, going on a solo race around the world just to prove to Widmore that he was worthy.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, really. I don't even think it would have worked, but at least not with that version of Widmore.
Mm-hmm.
But his flashback stuff at the end of season 2 was fantastic. Really good bunch of scenes there. I loved his interaction with Kelvin and the stuff he did on the island, turning the failsafe key, his relationship with Charlie. I will say I think I never really I think Desmond in a way was a simple guy, kind of a little bit like Richard in a way too. Like he had that kind of simple thing that he wanted and sort of spent his life trying to get it.
Mm-hmm.
And ends up achieving it, only to be dashed away back to the place he didn't want to go again. That part's kind of tragic, but I think we're left to assume he gets off eventually.
Yeah.
But, a lot of the crazy sci-fi stuff on the show centered around Desmond, so he had a very unique role in that way. He was the first person to seemingly time travel or consciousness time travel. He had a really interesting, short-lived relationship with Dan that I liked. He played a vital role in the last season of, being the guy who not only, needs to carry out a crucial task on the island, but also is the guy that really starts the ball rolling with everyone waking up in the afterlife.
Yeah.
So, very, very significant character. I think I like Desmond, but to me he's the only reason I don't put him higher is I find him to be a fairly straightforward character. I like him a lot. He's sort of purely good at the kind of person that Desmond is.
Mm-hmm.
So I appreciate that. I was always a fan of that, but I think other characters are more complicated than he is.
Yeah.
I liked Penny. Didn't get as much Penny as we did Desmond, of course, but I thought she was good. She had some really good moments. I think she came across, and I think the Desmond-Penny relationship is probably, of all the romances on the show, for me, the most convincing. I mean, for whatever reason, those actors just, they look at each other and it's just like they're totally taken away by the other person and sort of just desperately want to be around that other person in a way that's palpable. And so I think for pulling off that, that's something, considering the fact that they're not even sort of big main characters.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, they had that. But Penny's whole thing of trying to find Desmond, looking for all those years, I mean, that's kind of amazing, leading up to the constant and the phone call, and, that all that stuff was really good. She's also related to Widmore, tied into the larger plot to a certain extent. The way the show's written, it definitely makes me wonder exactly where she is and what happens with her and Desmond in the future before they die. Presumably they just sort of meet back up, and it's not too big of a deal, but we don't really get to see it, so it's sort of left up in the air. But I think there's a kind of epic, sweeping drama, like really the Richard story, long form, the way it should be, spread out over multiple seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that part of it. Desmond seeing the future plot was really good. I didn't know what to do with it. I'm still frustrated with the helicopter thing, but just dramatically, it was really cool to see Desmond, dealing with the fact that he keeps seeing Charlie dying and he keeps saving him, but realizes he can't do it forever, and has to come to terms with the fact that this guy's going to die, and he knows about it. And that was really strong stuff too.
Yeah. Ditto. What's there left to say? I'll say, for Desmond, what's interesting about his character is that sort of all the Desmond-centric episodes are really good. Like they're the ones that usually they're the ones that stand out, that are like unlike any other episode.
Yeah.
Which is pretty interesting, and this whole idea that he was sort of uniquely special as opposed to Jack and Ben or Locke or Jay, other people.
Yeah.
Like he had this other thing for whatever reason that was pretty interesting. And like you said, the beginning of his time on the island with Kelvin, like that whole stuff is great. He and Kelvin pushing the button for a little while, and then when Locke and Jack and those guys finally get in there and meet Desmond, and he's like, I'm out of here. You guys can deal with that blasted button. I'm just gonna run into the jungle, and you don't know if you're ever gonna see me again.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what? That is just crazy. This guy's just gone. Like, he thinks that the island could be destroyed if someone doesn't press it, and he's just decided he's not going to be the one to press it. So he's presumably going to get on that boat within 108 minutes and hopefully, hope to sail away, and of course doesn't.
Right.
But yeah, his time was really interesting, and his sort of, grand love for Penny was always, it was sort of bigger than any love anybody else had on the show.
Yeah.
He bent the rules of, space-time to sort of tell her he loved her and all this stuff. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
Some guys just have the flowers and candy, and his consciousness time travels.
Yes, yes.
So, I mean, that kind of stuff was huge, and his relationship with Charlie was great, and naming their son after Charlie was great, and a lot of great little moments. And with Penny, she enough time and money you can find anyone, and her dedication to sort of her conflict was interesting, just that she had this sort of overbearing father who didn't like the guy she was with, just like Son's dad or something. But she's sort of secretly trying to find this guy, even though her father sort of has more power and resources than she does. So she's sort of like, she's got an interesting conflict just in that, that she's up against her father, in some sort of way, because she wants to find Desmond, who's on the island, and her father wants to find the island, and she doesn't sort of know, what her father's up to, but nevertheless she's sort of working against him, or could, what she's doing could help him, stuff like that. And so she's always had an interesting dynamic, and helping the Losties get rescued after that was pretty awesome. And that's pretty much where her story ends. She sort of putters out, I should say, and she's there when Ben tries to kill her and on the dock, and then we see her. I guess the last time we really see her is at the hospital where Desmond was taken. And is that the last we see of her?
Yeah. In the real world.
in the island world.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think she, for a character who sort of was definitely, off screen most of the time, and wasn't a sort of big plot driver, she definitely intervened in some pretty big moments and helped the Losties out in some pretty big moments, and it always worked with Penny and Desmond, even though it was like they hit us over the head with their relationship. I think, it made it seem worth it.
Right.
How grand it was. It made it seem like, the universe wants these two to be together, or, Desmond's going to destroy the world to be with her,
Yes.
Whatever it takes. So, Yeah, definitely happy with these two characters, and Desmond will always be just sort of this he is sort of a straightforward person, but he also was just very I don't know, he had some weird quality, he had some weird quality. Whatever quality made him want to like save his that book till the end of till when he was gonna die. What is it, Our Mutual Friend or whatever.
Yeah.
Like whatever quality made him the kind of person who wants to do that, I think was really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And the kind of person who's fighting fate a lot of times, much like a lot of the other characters have to deal with fate knocking on their door and whether or not to answer, whether or not it's fate even knocking. He had to deal with a lot of that, but he had these sort of big sort of sci-fi or fantasy things happen to him where he was sort of really confronted with sort of supernatural realities of, okay, now my consciousness is time traveling, or I'm seeing Charlie die, or sort of his conflict, his struggle to deal with that kind of stuff was definitely interesting to watch.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then of course his flash sideways antics were really important too. You got to wonder what would have happened if Desmond didn't wake up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting that Jack isn't the one who wakes everyone up. He's not the one to get them out of that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like the last one
to
wake up. I agree. Yeah, and it almost comes across, I don't know how much you're supposed to believe this, like the fact that they were woken up is predicated on Widmore doing his test.
Yeah, something like that. Something along the lines of. I mean, I'm trying to think of what the timeline of what happened. Because Charlie sort of started waking him up when he went into the water and he saw the flash of Charlie.
Yeah.
So he's the one who sort of instigates that whole thing, but Widmore's flashing sort of does something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he comes to understand what's going on. So yeah, maybe it goes more the other way. Maybe it's more that Island Desmond takes something away from that.
I think it's more for Island Desmond.
But the Flash Sideways Desmond just gets woken up by Charlie/Penny eventually.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, of course. What else would it be?
Yeah. But definitely, Desmond had such great episodes. It was like, it was the kind of thing where it got to the point where if it was a Desmond episode, it was probably going to be great.
Yes. Yes. Definitely. They stand apart from the other episodes. They're always unique.
Well, all right. R.I.P. Desmond David Hume and Penelope Widmore Hume. Married to Desmond. Sonia Wilder and Henry M. Cusick. Good job, guys.
Indeed.
Good job. Fans for life now.
Yes.
I'll have to watch whatever you're in from now on.
Yes. Yeah. Those, particularly those actors, very good. Very good.
All right, let's move on to, little-known characters here, like Kate.
Oh, Kate?
Kate, Sawyer, Jack. Let's see, the people who left, Kate, Sawyer, Jack, Locke, and Christian, I think, are the only ones who are sort of left.
Okay.
So I'd say, Sawyer or Kate at this point.
Okay. Sawyer and Kate. So we're going to sort of pair them up?
Oh, let's do Juliet and Sawyer.
Yeah. Seems like that's...
I'm sorry, I actually forgot Juliet was in there. I don't know if I read her name.
Yeah. Okay, Juliet and Sawyer. So we did kind of R.I.P. Juliet when she died.
Yeah.
So
Not
again,
to say too much more.
I'll truncate it a bit, but I'll just reiterate, one of the better characters on the show for me. I think she's one of the reasons why, even though a lot of people complain about those first 6 episodes of season 6, I think, she's one of the better parts of those, and I think, she makes those worth watching to a certain degree.
Oh, totally.
So, that was the introduction of her character, and, the first scene her character has was fantastic, and it was just, just like Desmond, I guess. She gets a really great entrance.
Yeah.
So I'll give her that. I really liked her character in season 3 was a huge standout. Her flashback episodes were really interesting, and I really just liked where they took her character that season. I think probably my least favorite Juliet time is season 4, where it just seemed like she was sitting around. I definitely get the sense that maybe if the writer's strike hadn't happened, that other woman subplot might have gone somewhere. But in the end, it just seemed like, well, they should have put that in season 3. It would have made more sense. But as it stands, just kind of a weird anomaly. I guess I'm glad we have it, because I sort of like to know what that was supposed to be about, but it didn't really pay off. That's the only bad thing about it. It worked on its own terms. But season 5, Juliet was back to form, definitely, getting Sawyer's back and shooting at people on the outrigger, shooting at mysterious people that we'll never know who they were, possibly.
Never know.
But she, just picked up a rifle and started firing, and she shot one of the others. She was just, you could count on her for stuff like that. And then hanging out in Dharma, getting in this relationship with Sawyer, and then eventually hitting the bomb. She really did a lot in season 5. That was a great season for her. So big comeback, great death scene, great death, and really good little epilogue with her and Sawyer as well.
Yeah. Juliet was everyone knows she's one of my favorite characters. Something about Elizabeth Mitchell just makes Juliet just pop. And the early days of her and Jack in the in that Dharma room, what was it, the shark cage or shark tank or wherever they were, was great. And you want a sandwich, like all that kind of stuff.
Toothpicks and the grilled cheese.
Toothpicks, yeah, and and then of course the big moment when she played that video for Jack and was standing there. I mean, that's just one of the best moments of Lost, and you're just like, oh no, what's going on? She's got this hidden message, and she's trying to help him and all this stuff, and it was too great. And that other woman stuff, I have to assume they were leading into something about Jack and Juliet versus Kate, and maybe something with Ben and Juliet. It seems like they had some theme going there, but they didn't get to develop it. But all the stuff, she was to me pretty much the closest thing to a female Saeed in her handiness and her ability to be, extremely useful in like any situation, and really dependable, and just a smart character who had heart, and but someone who, once you could trust her, you could trust. And right. And her fight with Charlotte at the Tempest was just great, just like we're gonna destroy this place trying to kill each other. Like, I'm gonna knock you into this, and you're gonna knock me into that, and it's not a sort of civilized girl fight. It's very savage.
It was like a really sloppy scene from Kill Bill or something.
Yeah, exactly. It was very just like visceral and really brutal, and just like, I'm going to beat your ass.
Yeah. Seriously. We're going to knock over all that shit right there.
Yeah, exactly. But she was great, and like I said, I'm a huge season 5 fan, and so much of that is her time with Sawyer, and her help and all of that. And, you know, the moment when the Losties come back and she's like, it's over, and you think, oh, Juliet, you're overreacting, you know, like,
yeah,
that's all right, don't worry about it. You can have your paradise still. And it's just like, nope, she called it. It's over. You know, this is the beginning of the end for that era. And, yeah, it was great to have her along the ride when they were time flashing too. But yeah, you know, and then the end, of course, with her unfortunately getting sucked down the Swanside hole there. That damn chain, you know, makes me not want to buy chains for anything ever. Not that I do, but I'm like want to boycott chains.
Yes.
For its horrible job of getting her killed, but of course dramatically it was spectacular. And then you know, then she falls down there. She's not even dead, and then it's just like she's gonna hit the bomb. You're just killing me here, you know.
Yeah.
I can't take any more of this. And
yeah, she closed out season 5.
Man, she closed out with a bang, you know. And yeah, so she's one of my favorite characters of all time in the show, even more, you know, sort of than her contributions, which were, you know, pretty big in most parts, but just overall, like, she sort of just surpasses a lot of sort of the main characters just because of largely how well she was played, with just sort of the elements of her character were just brilliant. You know, how she started out from the, you know, you see her flashback and she's this meek researcher, and she's you know, she's hiding from her ex-husband so she doesn't have to be in an uncomfortable situation, you know.
Right.
It's like, that's where she starts out, you know, and then she just gets involved in all this stuff with the others and trying to really be, you know, honestly trying to help them with the fertility issues, and realizing she's in the grip of a egomaniac and who, you know, in Ben, who won't let her leave, and sort of realizing that she's sort of trapped and having to cope with that, and, you know, all she wants to do is make muffins, you know, or was it cupcakes? I forget what it was.
Muffins.
You know, have a little book club and make muffins, and then this plane breaks up because some guy on the other side of the island decided not to press a button because the other guy who was supposed to help him was trying to leave, and all that stuff. And, you know, that little, I think it was it a Mobisode where they showed Ben and Juliet in the Pearl?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I never liked that.
No. Ben and Juliet in the Pearl was expose.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was. It was. I felt like it was sort of outside of the canon because it was Nikki and Paulo centric.
Yes.
But that always sort of bugged me. Like, oh, okay, you guys went down there that one time for no reason. All right, fine. But besides that, you know, Juliet was just, you know, in terms of if you charted how much I liked her, she just has a very high average.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great stuff.
I agree.
So yeah, R.I.P. Juliet, Elizabeth Mitchell, man. You know, I'm definitely, you know, will watch anything else she's in. I gave V a try. I really did, and it was really because of her. Like, the show was done, the premise was okay at best, and I'm like, you know, Juliet is starring in this, or yeah, Elizabeth Mitchell starring in this. I got to watch it, and
right.
You know, she wasn't Juliet, unfortunately, but she was still good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, R.I.P. Juliet.
All right. Yes.
All right. So James Sawyer Ford. What is there to say about this guy?
Man. From the early days on the show when he was just out for himself, collecting his own stash, you know, bartering with people. People had to come to him for stuff, you know, getting tortured and then, like, trying to get Kate to kiss him just so he can tell her he doesn't have what they're looking for. Mm-hmm. Just a ridiculously antagonistic character in the early part of the series. But, of course, we learn that, you know, his past is extremely tragic. You know, his parents doing a murder-suicide and, that leading to him becoming a con man himself, like the thing that caused his parents to do that, like that's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Then searching out the guy who's responsible. And it's hard not to sympathize with that, even though his on-island persona is so unsympathetic.
Mm-hmm.
But he still had some good moments. The I Never Seen always surprises me when I watch it because it seems like it should be awful, but somehow it works.
Yeah.
And he met Christian Shepherd and got to share that moment with Jack, and tell Jack he was the only friend he ever had. And I feel like at a certain point, maybe it was. It's hard to identify because it was very gradual. There's a long con where he gets the guns back, and it's like, we're back to, because Sawyer is sort of redeemed as he ends up on the raft and, tries to, develop certain friendships with other characters. Seems like he's on a path, and then he kind of reverts. But I think by the end, when he gets captured by the others and stuff he goes through with Kate in the cages, and then the subsequent development of actually killing the Anthony Cooper, the guy who's responsible for his parents, like that seems like maybe the major turning point. And I think in season 4 he becomes a seriously heroic character who ends up running through a hail of bullets and explosions to rescue Claire from the house that blew up.
Mm-hmm.
So that was pretty amazing, and then he sort of leads them back, and he's the one who sort of rescues Aaron, and then of course the big moment of jumping off the helicopter, serious sacrifice on his part to get the other people rescued, and
Well, not if you ask Cassidy, but I believe your opinion.
No, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna part ways with Cassidy on that one. I think she's understandably bitter, but
he's a little too cynical to really understand what he was doing. But
yeah, I think there was it wasn't. It wasn't quite what she made it out to be, but that was a great moment, and I thought it was clear, even though there was still a sort of transitional period, slapping Dan around for his shirt, for example.
Give me your shirt.
Slap. Give me that shirt.
What are you? Why?
Give me your shirt, or I'll slap you again. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
That was like, come on, Sawyer, what's your problem? But once they ended up in the 70s, his skills as a con man became totally essential to getting him integrated into Dharma and the life they were able to have there for 3 years. And he became the sort of de facto leader of that group, I think. Being the sort of sheriff of the barracks or of Dharma or something, and sort of being responsible for security, gave him a hand up. And definitely, I think that was the ultimate sort of redemption for his character, I think. That period of time, developing the relationship with Juliet and with the others, and never stopping the search for the rest of the people. And so that was when it was like, oh man, Sawyer is like the hero of the show. Like, he's just blowing me away, And then I think, I think tragedy struck, and with Juliet dying, and he had a downward spiral, which was hard to watch, but definitely strong dramatically. Great scene with him in the house, drinking, and all that. That was really good stuff. I liked his Flash Sideways episode, the little adventures with Zoe. He was really an intuitive character. He shared a little bit with Saeed in that regard. He was good at sort of calling situations before certain things were obvious. And so I always liked that quality, and the fact that he was a good con man, definitely. It's nice as sort of this this thing that is kind of part of his tragic past, like, became a big asset. Like, that was a good twist for his character. And he makes it off the island in the end to live out some life in the real world, I guess. Which is kind of amazing to me. That's not what I would have expected his character to go from, to the guy who's, scrounging through the fuselage, picking stuff away from the, around the dead bodies and stuff for his stash, to sort of where he is at the end. It's, again, just like Hurley, it's such a drastic journey. It's hard not to be kind of blown away by how big it is.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, he starts with a guy who's really selfish and really doesn't care what other people do as long as they don't mess with him. And then he's the guy who is, ultimately caring about everyone in the group and protecting them and making sure that they end up reuniting with their friends. And he definitely had a really long journey and a really, and it's, you can see him changing every step of the way. And so it's like, it's really drastic, but it sort of fits when you see all the parts. And Sawyer's definitely, one of my, top 5 favorite characters on the show. And just the combination of, intelligence and wit and also sort of the badass quality he has, and he can handle a gun, and he can handle violent situations, and he can read people, and he can jump to the right conclusions and be 2 steps ahead, even against other smart characters. He can out-con them, and it's the kind of thing that's really great, and it's cool to see him where he starts out, and then to see him apply the skills that he has to his benefit and the benefit of his friends and stuff on the island, and so many little things. But definitely season 5 is a big one, and his whole thing with Anthony Cooper was great. Like you said, his childhood and his finding what his backstory is was huge and tragic, and the fact that he actually gets to read that letter to the real Anthony, the real Sawyer, is pretty powerful. In the midst of that being about Locke, it comes back to being about Sawyer.
Yes.
So that was pretty awesome, and just that letter itself was just an awesome piece of writing. Dear Mrs. Sawyer, you don't know me, but I know who you is. I love that. This kid who's just like I'm just gonna write this to you, and one day I'm gonna read it to you before I kill you, and that's just great stuff. And protecting Aaron, and he just becomes this guy who he's never, at a certain point, it's never about getting rescued for him. It's never, he really wasn't the kind of character who was always like, we just got to get off this island, we just got to get rescued.
Right.
Obviously he wanted to. He obviously was invested in the raft and invested in the various ways that they were trying to escape over the years, but he sort of realized he didn't have a great life to go back to in the real world anyway.
Yeah.
He sort of made his peace with what was going on the island, and managed to actually be the guy who was like trying to make sure everyone survives, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
His death, Juliet's death, really threw him for a loop, and that was great to see too, to see him really just fall and just really just be miserable without her, and then have to deal with Man in Black coming in and trying to coerce him into doing things, and all that stuff was really interesting. The scene when he's like, "You're not John Locke." Mm-hmm. Yikes. Don't tell that to a person who looks like John Locke. Like, you ain't scared. I was like, God damn you, Sawyer. Look at you just reading people. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's in a drunken stupor.
Yeah, he's in a drunken stupor, and he just totally still got that skill, and he's and his his relationship with Jack was always interesting. They were always butting heads, and I think there was an interesting sort of smaller subtext of their various leadership philosophies.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see what Sawyer, how the kind of leader he becomes when Jack isn't around. I think it's kind of like, well, what would have happened if Jack wasn't on the plane and Sawyer, was around? Now, I don't think he would have taken everyone under his wing because he wasn't that Sawyer in the beginning.
True.
But it would have been interesting just to see how things would have gone on with no one else sort of trying to become the leader. No one fighting that role, fighting to have that role.
Yeah. He's definitely someone whose experiences on the island were essential in his character growth.
Mhm.
You don't really have the character you have at the end without all the stuff he went through.
Totally.
So that's one where it really makes sense that, those years were a giant turning point for him, and I don't know exactly what he does when he gets back to the real world.
Mhm.
But I just don't imagine him just going back to being a con man.
I have to imagine he goes back and he's interested in being a police officer or something like that. Like, that's what he was sort of taught. Like, he was able to sort of let go of his con man past and sort of be done with that. The last long con or something.
Right.
And then I would imagine he would go and try to do something completely different, and maybe the idea of the Flash Sideways world, like he gets that chance to be the good guy, so maybe he does that back home or something.
Yeah, it makes sense. And being a detective, if that's what he does get to use some of those confidence man skills.
He gets to sleep with people.
That's a skill.
Hey, this is part of the job.
Hey, I'm working here.
Yikes. But yeah, I mean, so much of what makes Sawyer great is Josh Holloway.
Yes.
Just ridiculously good scenes. So many ridiculously good scenes.
Yeah, and I think he's also an actor. Not that he was bad at the beginning, but I do think he improved over the course of the show.
Mhm.
And he got more to do, but I feel like he really lived up to it and sort of rose to the occasion.
Yeah, totally.
He wasn't really asked to do scenes of the type he ended up having to do later in the show early on. So so that, again, that's one of the really powerful things about Lost, when you have those giant character arcs that you can watch play out over time.
Mhm.
Looking back at it, it really, you see how much they did with him, and when you get the global picture of it, it's really really impressive.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, to go from the happy-go-lucky con man, the sarcastic guy, who, don't get in my way and don't try to take anything from my stash, to, to what he becomes at the end is a pretty big difference. It's definitely fun to watch.
Yes.
Probably the worst Sawyer time was the tree frog episode.
Oh God.
Something like that. Something just a real sort of general waste of time.
Yeah, totally pointless subplot.
Yeah.
Get nothing out of that.
Gotta get that tree frog. Gotta get it.
Yeah, it's like they already did the boar episode.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, okay, now another animal's going to bother him.
Yeah.
And he let the boar live.
Didn't we at some point, I'm sure, suggest that the tree frog and or that boar was Man in Black?
Yes, I believe that suggestion was made.
To sort of like mess with Sawyer or something.
Yes.
Because I think, wasn't there some idea that the spider who killed Nikki and Paolo, whatever, the spiders that killed them, were Man in Black or something weird like that?
Yeah, you hear the smoky noises before the spiders come out. Yeah, so I think you are supposed to think that either the spiders are him or they're, they let him talk to them.
Those spiders are already on his side because they let him talk to them.
Yes. Yeah, something like that. So there is a sense, and I think he talks to Vincent at the beginning. So there is a sense in which it looks like he can sort of communicate with animals.
Yeah.
And have them go do stuff. So that would definitely not rule out, talking to a boar or talking to a tree frog.
Yeah, I'm putting Vincent, Christian talking to Vincent as being Christian, so I'm not counting that. But there does seem to be something with Smokey and animals.
Yeah.
I also like Sawyer's relationship with Jen. That was they became friends and they did stuff together, and that was nice to see.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Ditto, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Well, anything else for Sawyer?
I think that's it.
R.I.P. James Sawyer Ford.
Yes.
Excellent job, Josh Holloway.
Yes. 4 stars. Well done.
4 stars. All righty. So, you want to go to Kate?
Okay. We can do Kate. Sure.
Catherine Ann Austin.
Yes.
So Kate. Kate. What do I don't know what to say about Kate. She went up and down so many times over the course of the show, and her issues were always getting other people into trouble. So
Yes.
But in the beginning she started out really interesting. Once the whole she's the criminal person and escorted by the marshal, and what does she do, and like you talked about before, we find out what she did, and it's like, okay, well, not the craziest thing ever, but okay, her little flashback about being married was, not the best stuff ever.
Lame-o, yeah.
Yeah. But season 3 was interesting, as she was just sort of the pawn and everything that was going on with Jack and some of the stuff that was going on with Sawyer. When they were all captured by the others. That stuff was interesting. I think, once we get to season 4, I think I'm pretty much on board with Kate, and, or I should say, like, she gets sort of more consistent for me, and does a lot of sort of interesting things after that point.
Yeah.
But she was always one to jump in and want to go on the mission, which was always nice.
Yeah.
She definitely tried to help, and she definitely tried to, she did, often ruin things, but when she didn't ruin them, she was usually good to have around.
Yes.
Her time with Aaron and that whole stuff about raising him, and her engagement to Jack and all that stuff was interesting, and then her decision to go back was to, once we found out why she went back to get Claire. I thought it was pretty awesome that there was at least one person who cared about Claire enough to do something that drastic. because it just seemed like, well, people left, and even though people cared about her, it wasn't, it just seemed like, well, that's not the issue anymore. But of course, she had a connection to Claire because she was raising Aaron, and that dream she had when Claire appears to her and says, "Don't bring Aaron back to the island," I think was a really good move for whatever caused that, because it made it where she didn't bring Aaron back, which would have been, I think, really bad. With all the drama and conflict that was going on, but it was it was a good reason for Kate to have to go try to save Claire. And she succeeded, and she, was alive at the end to see herself sort of succeed, which was pretty awesome to chance death by going back to the island. When you can die for, doing nothing,
yeah.
You can die because it's just, a bad day.
Right.
You're standing in the wrong place or something.
Yeah.
So, I've always enjoyed Kate. I think she never sort of peaked as high as some other characters, but she always had an interesting presence, and she was always, you could see why Jack and Sawyer liked her. You could see why other characters, became friends with her. She was really compassionate and really sort of interesting that way.
Yeah. Man, Kate. So, she's a tough one.
Yeah, she is.
She definitely had an erratic period where I went from liking things to kind of not liking things that she was doing. She did always have those great moments. I always appreciated her gung ho attitude of just let's just go in. I mean, she didn't really think it through very well, and she usually messed up. But I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah, exactly, exactly. She wasn't a tactician. She wasn't a Saeed or anything, but she was definitely ready and willing to carry out all sorts of extremely dangerous missions.
Yeah.
So it's hard not to like that aspect of her character, I think. And I always did, even though I was frustrated with where she ended up sometimes.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's those moments like when she just they go up to when they're about to free Carl, when they're making their escape from Hydra, and she just takes Sawyer's rifle and knocks Aldo in the face with it. It's like, holy shit, she's not fucking around.
Aldo remembers that.
He totally remembered that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, sort of like that kind of stuff, all the way up to, her shooting the Man in Black and being the first one to jump off the cliff. It's all, that aspect was pretty consistent throughout. I think the big thing with her was, she wanted to run away from her problems. That's sort of where where her basic issue was, and I think that once she actually started taking care of Aaron, did that for 3 years. That was sort of a version of settling down and learning how to not run away from problems. I think the issue was that Aaron being around was always a reminder that they left Claire behind. And I think I understand that in the end, she sort of did kind of run away from Aaron as well, but it was at least to try to go bring Claire back, and because I don't think she could handle just raising Aaron and sort of leaving Claire to an uncertain fate forever after that. So I appreciate that she did that. I think that was a good move, and it's good that she actually managed to accomplish that. And I think once she's done that, I think at that point she really is ready to, stop running away from things and sort of, become a stable person, you know, and so she did have a character arc. It just kind of wobbled all over the place. It seemed like she would just revert to things at various times. But I think, like you said, by the end, you know, the last few seasons, you know, she was on a fairly clear path. And the scene with her and Jack when she shows up and that whole noir thing, that was a great scene. And I definitely liked the early days when we didn't know what was up with her. And you know, even some of the other stuff she did in the crappy period, you know, there was good times as well. And also, you know, she definitely has that Shannon thing, you know, Sawyer and Jack liked Kate, so you know, I'm a big Sawyer and Jack fan, so she gets bonus points just for that. I understand that, you know, I agree with you. I see why they liked her. I think she's the kind of person that, you know, could be fun to just hang around, but sort of, you know, on a day-to-day sort of plot basis, it was kind of frustrating at times. But I never hated her. I never wanted her to die or anything.
Yeah.
I wanted her to, you know, succeed and sort of overcome her issues and do the things that she set out to do, like get Claire back, which she does. So I think that was a pretty big triumph for her. So it's really good that she, you know, got on that plane and with Claire and sort of got off on the island in the end. And I imagine she'll still have some kind of role in Aaron's life, even if she lets Claire sort of take over.
Yeah. Aaron has two mommies now.
Yeah.
One's the real mommy, and one's the mommy who raised him when the other mommy was away.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. So, I think not one of my favorite characters, but I think she definitely earned her place on the show and finished strong.
Mhm.
Great stuff in the finale.
Great stuff in the finale. She definitely finishes really strong. She gets to kill the Man in Black. So,
yeah.
You know, only her and Jack can sort of share that credit.
Yeah, totally.
So,
basically,
you know,
saves Jack's life.
Desmond gives an assist.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, they kind of, but yeah, she saves Jack's life, and which totally mirrors, you know, her helping him through the years, and of course right after the plane crashes, and you know, he makes that remark about just give me some thread and I'll count to 5, and all that, and she had a good run. There was one other Kate moment I wanted to bring up, and now I can't remember what it was, But yeah, no, she had a lot of good stuff, and again, you know, the cast, you know, the actress Evangeline Lilly, like, really sort of, you know, again, I think a sort of newcomer to acting.
Yeah.
And just sort of really embodying the character and making you know, sort of making the character a little bit better than the character is written.
Yes. Absolutely.
All right, well, Catherine Ann Austin, R.I.P.
Yeah.
Evangeline Lilly, give her an Emmy, all right?
Yes, please.
All right, so let's move on to, we're moving up the list here.
All right.
Let's go to John Locke. I know. I just can't believe we're at the point where we can, you know, we can just talk about the history of John Locke on Lost.
Yeah. I guess I didn't really know until the last minutes whether we'd seen the end of that history or not.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. Wow. So it's amazing. I think, you know, John Locke is you know, definitely in the first tier of important characters, and I mean his importance is such that even though he dies basically midway through season 5, he still feels like a main character on the show, even when he's gone. I guess partially because you have Terry O'Quinn still around, but also because, the fact that he's around is a constant reminder of what happened to Locke, and how that led to what we're watching now. I think, Locke was pivotal. I think without Locke, we just don't have anyone who really cares about the island very much.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that Locke really, really needed something, really needed purpose in his life, felt, had this horrific past with his dad where he stole his kidney and then put him in a wheelchair and, feeling like he couldn't do anything. He was just sort of a worthless human being and, trying to do these physical feats and not being able to because he can't walk, getting a chance to kind of live his dream, which makes him want to pursue something even more than I get to walk around. I want some grand destiny. I want to be special. I want to have some major importance. And it gave him an inflated probably ego or sense of self-worth, and it made him behave very erratically at times. But at the same time, it made his character compelling, and it's really a big part of the reason why I was interested in the show a lot of the time. His character was just a catalyst for so many of the great plot points in Lost. His season 1 persona was really really interesting. I really. Season 1, it was like I'll follow John Locke anywhere. He's the guy I want to be with. But I think, tragedy strikes again, and he just, even though he really wants his life to mean something, he really, despite being a man of faith, he really had doubt all the time. Mm-hmm. He always wanted continuous signs that he was doing the right thing. He always needed confirmation, and not only that, he needed his purpose to be fulfilling, and so he finds this hatch in the ground, and he thinks it's his purpose to open it, and he eventually opens it, and he finds it's just a button to push down there, and he starts to be dissatisfied with that. Is this my destiny? This seems really crappy. Maybe this doesn't do anything. Mm-hmm. Maybe my destiny is to not push the button. And then he realizes he's sort of wrong, that it doesn't do anything, and then that eventually, I feel like that eventually leads him to say, okay, I was on the right path, but then I got sidetracked. Now I realize we do have a destiny here. I'm going to keep everybody here. I'm going to blow up the submarine. I'm going to, even blow up the communication station. I'm going to kill Naomi before she can call the freighter. It's this period of, okay, if you guys aren't going to stay here, I'm going to be destiny. I'm going to force you people to stay here because you have to carry out some kind of larger plan here. Yeah. That stuff is just so, it's hard to like the character because he's doing crazy stuff and you kind of want the characters to get rescued, but it's so vital to have someone doing that, and it's interesting that he, continues to pursue that, all the way up to, talking to Christian and then having the island moved, and then, being a bit of a leader while they're time traveling, and then going back to the real world, trying to convince everyone to come back, and just, and as much as he wanted his life to have purpose, he kept getting the door slammed in his face over and over again, and trying to kill himself twice, and just he's such a combination of just having a inflated ego and having no ego at all, like just back and forth between the two, and that's sort of what made him a really compelling character, I think, for me. And his relationship with Ben was really interesting, frustrating because you hated how Ben was able to pull his strings so easily, but it was still really great to watch, and all the way up to his death. I was invested in that story. I think once Man in Black starts appearing as him, you really get a sense of what of what John Locke had specifically, because there's such a sharp distinction between the characters, and I think once you realize how tragic his story is, wanting a purpose so much that someone uses him to fulfill their purpose, something Locke never would have wanted. It's such a great tragic story. I think Locke gets one of the best overall stories for Lost. It's really powerful, and he's just when I think of Lost, he's really close to the top of the list of what I think about when I think about the show, and that's even with his character being almost absent for the last season and a half. So that's I wish he had more to do in the afterlife, but I appreciate that they gave us a little more of the original character. We get to see him in some way coming to terms with, I guess, being in a wheelchair, issues with Jack, stuff like that. I'm glad they spent time on all that stuff, and we got a little more of the original character. And his last scene with Ben was very good, and he actually speaks the last lines on the show. So. So
yeah.
Great character.
I think you like him a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there is no Lost without John Locke. There's the show is not the same, and pretty much ditto what you said. His early years, the early days in the island, season 1 stuff was pretty awesome, and just a show that sort of set up as this mystery and wanting to, sort of the audience sort of just wanting to figure out what's going on, and having a character who also wants to figure out what's going on and who seems to have this connection and trying to figure out what that connection is. And, he does get to sort of, I think, a huge character arc and one of the most dramatic and impactful, I think, because of their sort of final word that he really wasn't special, and this idea that he was sort of, the illusion of being special, sort of predicated on some of the time-traveling events and predicated on him being used by Smokey, and some of these other things made him seem special, and, and again, it's about interpretation, so it's like it's interesting to see how interpretation from his perspective of getting the use of his legs back and thinking that means something and trying to figure out what it means, and that leading to Spoon dying, and that leading to the discovering the hatch, and that leading to the hatch imploding, and then he's on a new path to, really it's kind of like he's, keeping everyone together. It's his opinion is he's, trying to prevent people from leaving because he thinks they should stay on the island, but now that we know that the island is this important time for them, you kind of see like a different reason for him to want to keep them all together. That maybe he doesn't even know because it's important in terms of the afterlife. So
yeah,
it's kind of interesting to see that, and just this is arc in general, starting from this sort of very meek guy and unassuming guy, and really sort of like just broken by how his sort of abandonment issues in the beginning, and then sort of being manipulated by his father, and time and time again, making him this sort of guy who really, as much as he wants to have faith that he's important, he really needs to. It needs to be proved, and he needs to see proof of it before he can believe it. So each new bit of evidence that he thinks is proof takes him a little bit, and then he gets to another barrier where he's like, well, I don't know what to do about this, and even though he might, it's like, okay, well, I think I know what to do. When he has Ben prisoner, you think, oh, okay, Locke's in charge now, but Ben just easily pulls his strings and makes him throw the dishes.
Right?
Like, okay, Locke still isn't, he isn't the man in charge really.
Yeah.
And that sort of continues, and all the stuff in season 5, the time flashes, and these sort of this sort of like, by happenstance, by virtue of the fact he's time traveling, sort of makes various people throughout the decades think he's sort of really important, but it's really only because he's time traveling, Richard wouldn't have gone to see Locke if Locke didn't tell him to go see him.
Right.
So stuff like that was interesting to see. And just sort of the final word being that he never really got to deal with his problems on the island. He didn't get like a Sawyer moment where he got to literally confront the man responsible for all his problems. And of course, Locke did get to confront his dad, but he chose not to actually, let go at that point or actually move past his issues. And of course, his issues were sort of bigger than that at that point anyway. But that being the beginning of his issues, he sort of wasn't strong enough to actually, go through with it. So yeah, he had a really great journey on the show, and his importance even after he died was pretty big and interesting to watch. And his relationship with Ben, like you said, was just great. And Ben and Locke, it's interesting just to see the sort of how you can sort of pair people up in terms of their interactions and connections. And Ben and Locke are greatly connected, but so are Locke and Jack, so are Ben and Jack, so it's like all these different connections you can make to sort of, 2 people, but you can change it and have other connections that are really big too. So it's interesting that way. It's not just Locke just has a big connection to Ben, or Locke just has a big connection to Jack, or Locke just has a big connection to Boone. It's like all these different people he's sort of influencing, and even Claire in terms of Man in Black Locke,
yes,
stuff like that. So, yeah, on Lostpedia under life experiences, it has this whole list that says Locke is unique in that he has had at least one significant life experience in common with virtually every key plane crash survivor or island inhabitant. So it's a sort of a long list, but stuff like he has something in common with Rose, that he was healed by the island and decided never to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And he's connected to Jacob. That says both were murdered by Ben, both considered leaders of the others. Just like you can look at every character and see a connection that they share with Locke, which is somewhat interesting.
Yeah.
So Locke is great. Definitely top 5 favorite Lost characters. And just, Terry O'Quinn, I mean, what are you going to do with this guy?
Yeah.
And I've seen him in other stuff, but, he will always be John Locke. He just was just so much variety and so much depth in the various things he did. And some of the little things he would do would just be spectacular. So great job there.
Yes.
All right. So is that it for Locke?
I think it is.
Well, R.I.P. John Locke. You will always be special to us.
Yes.
And Terry O'Quinn needs an Emmy.
Absolutely.
All right. So, that leads us to one last individual here who, might be important to the show a little bit. You might be familiar with him if you've seen an episode or two. Dr. Jack Shepard.
What?
Yeah.
Thought you were gonna say Frogurt.
Yeah, I'll save him. I'll save him for the very last. He's the most important character ever. So
Okay.
Save the best for last.
Good.
So Jack. Jack is the kind of guy who, he's the de facto leader because he wants to be and because he doesn't want to be. And I think that's really interesting.
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't want to be in charge, but someone's got to do it, and he thinks he'll do a good job, And having him, sort of that being sort of the setup, sort of that mixed with the issues with his dad Christian and sort of not being good enough, and sort of mirrored in his profession of being a surgeon, which is something that takes a great deal of aptitude and talent and training and high risk and stuff like that. And so you sort of see that he's going for something that bold and that what's the word? Big goal. I'm losing my language here, but such a I can't think of the word I want to use. Ambitious. That's the word I want.
Mhm.
He's an ambitious guy. To be a spinal surgeon is an ambitious thing to try to be great at, and he's great at it.
Yeah.
He's able to fix people that aren't supposed to be fixed, and so starting there and seeing how he gets involved with everyone, and he's really just trying to hold it all together in the face of these really ridiculous, crazy circumstances, one after the other, is really great to watch, and to see him have to deal with these decisions of choice and making decisions to from doing Ben's surgery to even trying to help the freighter find them and all that stuff, get them rescued, and he just had such a great journey. And there was parts where I did not like his character, where he annoyed me or he was frustrating or he just wouldn't listen to John or he just wouldn't do this. And
yes.
And I really think at the end of the day that makes him a lot better to me. That there were times I didn't sort of like him.
Yeah.
Because when he comes back, when he gets great again, season 4. I mean, who doesn't get better from season 4 on? I don't really know.
Yeah.
But when he comes back and he's sort of in season 4, there's the flash forward, the sort of this dark guy who's trying to wrestle with leaving the island and the decision to go back, and then later when he actually goes back and he's different, when he comes back to the island and he flashes from 316 to the 70s, and he has to let Sawyer be in charge, and he just relegates that responsibility because it is working, It's really interesting to watch. And then again, his decision to have to, he's again faced with the decision to do surgery on Ben Linus. Only in this universe is that possible. 30 years before he gets to try it again,
right?
And that was one of the moments I started really liking Jack again, when he was like, "I'm going to try to learn lessons here, and I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to sort of make a decision and not be reactionary, and sort of just stick to my guns on this and say, and sort of take a point of view and believe in it, and not just sort of be reactionary."
Yeah.
And and then of course Kate gets involved and muddles that, but but that's what happens.
Okay.
Kate gets involved, but
yeah.
But that's what Kate does. But anyway,
totally, especially for Jack.
Yeah, especially for Jack. So he had a lot of great stuff, especially the last couple seasons, and he's just the kind of guy I think you want him to succeed. You want him to get over his issues. You want him to help people. You want him to sort of realize that that there's more going on than just what he sees. And it's like at a certain point it should be obvious, but he sort of isn't on that path, and he doesn't want to accept it. And it sort of takes Locke dying for him to even get towards that turning point.
Yes.
And his relationship with Locke and his relationship with some of the main characters are great over the years. And there's something about writing the obvious hero, but making them compelling. I think that's sort of a hard thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in the early part of the show, I think he did play more of the straightforward hero kind of role, reluctantly accepting that he was the leader of the group, and one of the big conflicts for him throughout the series was learning to live with the consequences of the decisions he made for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that that was a big part of his character growth. But I think for me, one of the big things about Jack that I like is, in a way, like he said, the stuff I disliked about him, which is that he's very forthright. He can be charming. He's helpful in a lot of situations. He's usually willing to come to the rescue or go on a mission or whatever. But at the same time, he's very stubborn. He can be very petty. And, we really saw that side of him come out in season 2 with his bickering with Locke over the button, and then into season 3 where he just almost sat there and pouted for half a season. He would just burst out yelling periodically. He would kind of explode. He had a pretty serious temper. And so, he's too, and he has this really, really tempestuous relationship with his dad in his past, where he his dad tells him he doesn't have what it takes when he's a kid, and he feels like he never gets approval from his dad. Then eventually he, gets his father fired, and leads to him going on this bender that leads to his death, and never really gets resolution for that. Only, I think, sees, for the most part, the smoke monster impersonating his dad, and never gets to actually talk to him, and until the fucking end of the show, basically. He has to carry out all of his island tasks without that sort of closure. And so I definitely, season 2 and 3, I was very frustrated with Jack. A weird period when I'm just going to leave you all behind. Like, Jack was in a crazy place during those periods. But then, he sort of bounced back and, eventually ended up leading the charge that got some of them rescued, at least, and then leading the charge to come back because, he really ended up feeling incomplete, like something big was missing, basically, Locke was right about that thing. He shouldn't have left the island. There was something there for him to do, and he just folded his arms and denied it for a long time, and I guess somehow it took actually leaving to realize he should have stayed there. And I think that's the big turning point for him, and I feel like he goes through a period of sort of sitting in the background once they get back to the island in season 5, and I feel like smashing the lighthouse is kind of the last dying breath of the volatile sort of temperamental Jack of season 3, because I think he's already on the path to sort of trying to do whatever the thing is that he's supposed to do, and I think he has that one last sort of temper tantrum and then kind of goes on this Zen-like final journey, leading all the way up to, killing the man in black and saving the island, saving the light, stuff like that, even, seeing everyone else, for the most part, rescued overhead, sort of closing out the series. And I think if there's one character that lost us about the most, it's Jack, and his role could have been, like you said, very boring, but because his character had so many negative qualities, and because he was a very strong character, very strong personality, he was still compelling to watch even when he was frustrating, and once he came back, I was completely enamored with Jack. I've really liked Jack for a long time now, and it's surprising to me I ever really didn't like his character. And I thought his final journey was fantastic, and the way it closes out the series with him is feels perfectly appropriate, for a series of a giant ensemble cast. Like, he's sort of the one who, like they said, the story kind of revolves around, his journey is so dramatic that it makes sense that's the case. he had a lot of good relationships with other characters. I think his thing with Locke was very significant for the show, and it got to a point where they'd have like one scene every season, and it would be a very monumental scene, and the conflict between the two of them was the fundamental thing. But I think the good thing about Jack is, once he goes down that path, he's fully committed to it. He doesn't waver quite the way Locke did. He's sort of, just even after sort of the failure of the incident of the hydrogen bomb mission, he's still willing to try to pursue whatever his destiny is. Okay, well, that wasn't it. I'll try something else, instead of this kind of death spiral that Locke seems to go into when he feels like he's not on the right path or something, So I like Jack's very tenacious, and it's hard not to appreciate that. And since he sort of is the final image of the show, the one who saves the island, 3 cheers for Jack, I guess.
Yeah, you kind of can't beat Jack, and I would say he's fortunate that after his probably his biggest, attempt to save them, which is really sort of trying to actually prevent them from ever being lost, that resulting in Juliet's death and seemingly not have worked. He gets to sort of get closer to Jacob. He starts to get messages through Hurley and other ways that he is actually important, so it's like, yes. I think that sort of helps him not lose his path, because he gets sort of from the horse's mouth this idea that, okay, you are important, things are still happening, and you need to still be around. And of course, I think I kind of like that he smashes a lighthouse. It's like I expected him to do that, because he was faced with the situation of being, the closest he's been to figuring out what it's all about.
Yeah.
And he sees that, okay, Jacob has been watching him since he's a kid, so it's like he's sort of at the height of all that, but then he can't get the actual answer. He can't figure out what it really means, and so, yeah, his frustration comes out, and he destroys the mirrors and stuff. And then after that, he gets to go look out into the ocean and, sort of decide what that all means, and sort of takes it all in. And so it's, Jack has had a great run, and, but seeing him get to the point to where he's sort of invested in the mysterious parts of the island and the stuff that can't be explained, and he doesn't get hung up on it. He just sort of, not majorly. I mean, obviously there's points along the way where he wavers in terms of what Jacob wants or what's going on and stuff like that, minor stuff, but, or I should say minor wavering, but he continues on that path of sort of believing that it's all for a reason, and again, largely because of Locke dying, and sort of wanting to honor his memory in that way, and so he came a long way, and even though he started out as, he's the guy you first see save everyone on the beach,
Yeah.
And he continues to try his best to save everyone, getting people killed along the way, but nevertheless having, trying to do what he thinks is right, and ending up saving the island, and getting the big group of them rescued. At least the people who were left, of course, rescued, and was pretty awesome, and also just not and relegating himself to staying on the island, I think, was a big deal too. Not just, I need to come to the island to do this one thing and then I can leave. It's like he realizes, the end of his journey is his death. And it's gonna need to be on the island. And you get the sense at the very end that he has let go.
Yeah.
He lets Kate go.
Yeah.
I mean, he's faced with the chance to escape with the things he sort of wants, but he sort of realizes that he can't have it, and that's good drama. That's tragic. It works really well.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a sense in his dying moments of really completing his journey, of being satisfied and, like you said, being able to let go of the things that he that you know he was attached to and that maybe held him back.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't, and, you know, Matthew Fox, what are you going to do? I mean, just those little moments when he would tear up or something.
Oh, yeah. Such a good crier.
He's a great crier.
Man. Did you just drop? Yeah, I thought so. Okay. He's a great crier. That's what he said. Try to remember that. So Dennis Hopper died. That's kind of surprising. Gloom grows as BP's top kill effort fails. Oh, okay. So they had some kind of plan to stop the well from flowing. Is that right? But it failed. Well, that's kind of crappy, I guess. Yeah, let's see.
I'm back.
Okay.
You know, I think what's interesting about the podcast when my phone drops is that I, you know, sort of generally speaking, I have no idea what you bring up. Because I don't, you know, sorry if this is a spoiler, but I don't go back and listen to our podcast.
What?
Yeah. And for all I know, you could just be bad-mouthing me or saying, can you guys believe Claude's theory about this thing? It's awful. Or,
you're right, I
could
do that. Although I think someone would report me.
So, yeah, they might. Or maybe you're telling them to keep the secret.
Ooh, that would be amazing. I have this, like, series of secret messages.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that theory is so wrong.
You guys, I just let him talk and talk and talk until he shuts up, and then he lets me talk.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I was just talking about Jack crying.
Jack was a good crier.
Matthew Fox being a great crier. I remember back in the day when somebody was like, man, Matthew Fox on Lost cries all the time. And I'm like, no, he doesn't. And then I actually noticed it, and I'm like, yeah, he cries all the time.
Yeah.
It is sort of true. I didn't believe it, but it's like, yeah, it is. He does cry a lot. And
yeah. He's very very sensitive in a way.
Yeah, I really, that's one of my favorite Jack qualities though, is he's a sensitive guy. He's not like Sawyer, who I think sort of became, he started to show his vulnerability more.
Yes.
But he was sort of a hardened character, whereas Jack was like, he's really on the surface. Like he can hide it. He can get through whatever crisis that needs to be handled at the time, but when he's done, he needs to go cry about it.
Absolutely.
He needs to go handle his emotions and let it all out and sort of deal with it, and then he's fine. And I like showing a hero who can cry. You know, that's good. That's realistic, I think.
Yeah. But he doesn't seem like a weak character.
Yeah, it doesn't make him. It doesn't make him any weaker. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a good balance. But yeah, that's right. I think that's why he could be so temperamental. He just generally didn't hold in his emotions. So there, whatever it was he was going through was just going to come out, unless it was the middle of a crisis, in which case he would usually handle the crisis and then, cry afterwards.
Yeah.
But that's you're right. It's interesting to have a hero like that. It never really struck me as strange, but when you just state it, it does sound kind of surprising.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think his sensitivity is pretty interesting, and
because you're right, like Locke and Sawyer and Saeed and the other like sort of heroic characters, like you don't really cry like that.
Yeah.
Much more bottled with their emotions.
Yeah, Sawyer's the kind of person, he gets upset, he channels it into anger or something, or he's going to, have Charlie kidnap son, or whatever. Like he's it's just as interesting to see how characters react to certain things. And Jack is a crier. He's an emotional guy, and which is a good thing. I think it affects. Being very emotional affects other parts of him that are good qualities.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
It's been really, it's sad to RIP all these people, but it everything we're saying just really reminds me how fun it'll be to rewatch everything, and like I said, the ending doesn't ruin the show. Like, the characters are great, the show's about the characters, and it'll be fun even knowing what's going to happen and knowing what answers we don't get.
Yeah.
Just to see these people grow and develop and go through their conflicts and go through their different storylines again.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And there's a lot of stuff I've forgotten. There's little things. Like,
I know. There's so much to remember. It's hard to cover it all in one fell swoop. But I think I was thinking about it. The ending definitely doesn't ruin the show. I think the only thing I would say, I would definitely recommend people watch the series. Only thing I would say is not to get too hung up on the small details.
Yeah, I think that's the one caveat I think I would also give to people that it's not gonna be, not to really downplay the mystery, but I think more like you said specifically, don't get hung up on the details.
Yeah.
Because that's what makes it way more confusing and way more, that's what makes a Lost Lowdown podcast.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah, but it's not. If you let that stand in the way, you're just sort of wasting your time at the end of the day.
Definitely. It's not really what the show's focus is about, and you just won't be satisfied about that stuff in the end. And I think, if you watch the show for the first time and you just go through the episodes and you don't focus on the tiny details too much, I think they do address a lot of stuff. And you can be satisfied with that,
Totally. Whoever I really envy the people who have not seen any of Lost, have not been spoiled by big plot reveals and by the ending, and get to go watch everything on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever, and just watch it straight through, and just that's just got to be the best thing ever.
Yes.
That would just have to be great, because then you don't have time to think about the little details.
Exactly.
That they won't bring up later. It would seem like this big, long, continuous, evolving, show that keeps. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they do answer stuff, and sometimes it takes a while, but they answer stuff, and so you get that sense that they are answering the things that matter, because you sort of forget the things that don't matter.
Right. Exactly. Because it's like, we talked a lot, of course, about like the cabin. And the ash and all that stuff, but it's like
once or twice,
and Jacob. But it's like, if you just watch the show through and you don't pay attention too much, I mean, Jacob becomes a major character eventually. They talk about the cabin again, and I think if you haven't noticed the details too much, you understand what happened there, basically. And the ash gets used, so you sort of see what it's good for. Just ignore that one line, and you're perfectly good to go. That's the only problem with the ash plot.
Yeah.
Like everything else, you see it for a while, and then you understand what it does. So I mean, that whole thing pays off. It's just that, as you zoom in and get closer and closer to it, it starts to fall apart.
Yeah.
You can't make it all fit, but generally speaking, they did address that issue.
Speaking of the ash real quick.
Oh dear.
I hate to bring it up, but I was just thinking from what you just said, maybe Dogen made the ash. Maybe all the ash we've seen Dogen made.
Oh.
Therefore, that could be why it's special and connected to Dogen.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because he had all that stuff in his lab, and he made the pill with poison. I just thought, well, maybe if he made it, then that's why it's a thing.
He was like he was an apothecary or something.
Yeah, he was like an apothecary.
Yeah.
Or an /alchemist.
Yeah. That's interesting. That wouldn't have occurred to me. But yeah, if Dogen actually makes the ash, then that's a connection.
Yeah, then it's basically like not Jacob at all. It's that Dogen has this special ash that he just happened to make or find that keeps Smokey out, and yeah, and so the others or someone put the ash around the Jacob's cabin, and you know, Bram's group has it because it comes from the others, and then Lennon is right that now that Dogen's dead, the ash has no power.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, because there's no reason Jacob has to. It kind of has to come from Jacob.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it works because of Jacob ultimately. You know, but you know, and Jacob is Dogen is one of Jacob's people. So
right.
You know, maybe ultimately that's where the power comes from. But maybe it's specifically that Dogen made it. I like that now.
Yeah.
I like Dogen making it.
Yeah. That sounds
See,
good.
it's weird how we can talk about something for 1,000 times, and then it's 1,000th one time that's like, okay, well, maybe it's this new thing.
Something we haven't even brought up before.
Yeah.
Like, it never occurred to me that he might have made it. I did have the idea that somehow he was powering it, but it's
yeah, it never made sense to me. It just like that's what Lennon seems to imply, and
yeah,
it never made sense that Dogen would just have this power. But now but you know, a reason it could be meaningful intrinsically to Dogen is if he made it.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah.
We're still knocking them out of the park, even at hour 82. What are we on? I don't know anymore. How long have you been podcasting?
Yeah, it feels like, you know, we finally cracked a big mystery.
Yeah, we might figure out what the light is by the end of all this.
Yeah, why not? There's still hope. I didn't think I had abandoned the ash as being resolvable.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like an impasse, but I built a bridge.
It did. Yeah. And it's, you know, it's based on something we saw.
Mhm.
So that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I just always was wondering what Dogen was doing in that. It was a very specific office, you know. It was very interesting. And Saeed destroys it. I love it.
And, you know, he really does. Yeah, they have kind of a Charlotte-Juliet fight in there.
Oh, man. Saeed, that's one of, you know, the Kimi Saeed fight is my favorite in terms of just straight on action. I'm trying to kill you, you're trying to kill me, who's the better fighter, and really sort of David and Goliath battle because Kimi's huge.
Right.
But I love the Dogen Saeed fight because of Saeed's agility and his it's all about just being evasive and being defensive, and it's a very particular kind of a fight, and it's those are my two favorite. I can't watch that enough of Saeed jumping from this thing and rolling into this thing and flying over that thing and just like, you know, Jesus Christ. You know, at some point you just can't jump anymore. You know, at some point you land and you go oof, and then you're like, I can't get up. But Saeed is like still going. Yes.
Yeah. And I guess I'll just bring up that when Dogen gives Saeed the test, he does blow an ash-like substance on him. Mm-hmm. So that's at least a hint in the direction that maybe he, you know, has some ash. I mean, you know, they were spreading around the temple, so they have it somewhere, but like it's in his office. You know?
But we never saw Jacob making ash or having anything to really do with the ash.
No one. They never told us where it came from. Really, Jacob's ash seems like a special thing, like a different thing. You know, they didn't use Jacob's ash to protect themselves or anything.
Exactly.
It was somehow tied in with Jacob appearing. So yeah, I think it was a separate thing, and Dogen being responsible for making it. I mean, you know, it works with what we've seen.
Yeah.
I wish they had told us that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they would have worked that into the finale, but, you know, that's one of the little answers I'd like them to throw in there. But I think, you know, if there's enough clues in to dig it out, I suppose that's second best.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably what they would say is there's enough clues to figure it out based on sort of Dogen and his apothecary supplies. And showing him actually, like you said, using it on Saeed and And
Yeah.
then, the others at the temple having a lot of it, to spread around
Right.
for this big emergency. So,
Right.
yeah, it's interesting. What were we talking about before, though? We were RIPing Jack, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think
Ultimately.
we came to the end of RIPing Jack.
Okay. Well, we started talking about crying and sensitivity in actors
Yes.
and characters, but yes, R.I.P. Dr. Jack Shepard, M.D., Matthew Fox, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Yes. Giant round of applause.
Yeah. I'm standing and applauding
So am
in
I.
podcaster form.
Yeah. Whatever the audio digital version of applause is, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Did you watch Party of Five?
No, not at all. I had never seen Matthew Fox before Lost in anything.
Interesting. Yeah, I watched Party of Five quite a bit in the early seasons. And it was interesting when the show was over and like when Scott Wolf, who was also on Party of Five, and he started like doing other things and sort of after that show, and then I was like, oh, where's Matthew Fox? Oh, he's on this show called Lost.
Mhm.
All right. But
yeah.
Yeah, I remember him being good in that. I remember liking his character. I think Charlie was his name, something like that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he did a great job, and I mean he played. That's a great thing about TV. He played Jack for 6 years. Like that's amazing. I mean, there's to play out a whole arc over such a huge period of time. I mean, there's just no other medium that lets an actor play a character like that over that extended period of time.
Yeah, and with that level of production and distribution to an audience,
Yeah.
And it's pretty. I mean, he'll always be Jack Shepard, no matter what he does after this. People are going to be like Matthew Fox from Lost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's no longer Matthew Fox from Party of Five. He's Matthew Fox from Lost.
Definitely.
And so I'm interested to see, what he does after this. I mean, he's, again, top 5, of course, of my favorite characters on the show and the actors on the show, and so whatever he does, I'll be watching.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
Did you see his other films that he's done?
No, I haven't seen anything he's done.
Yeah, Smoking Aces I saw, and Vantage Point I saw. I didn't see We Are Marshall, which is probably his more like dramatic role, I would imagine, out of the movies, and I didn't see that though. But he was good in Vantage Point and Smoking Aces. Both good movies, both pretty good movies. Nothing too great, but enjoyable to watch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you want to move to Christian, the shepherd of all shepherds?
All right, we can do that.
I think we've sort of crescendoed with our RIPs, and we'll just go down towards the minor characters.
Yeah, there's definitely less to say about Christian than about Jack.
Yeah, we're heading down down the slope, as it were.
Yes.
So Christian, again, the actor being so important to the character.
Yes.
Just really, really with little things. Like when I was reading the scene with Christian, and I like exhaling, just just like with Juliet and her 1/4 pucker, and Terry O'Quinn with his facial expressions, and his face just has so much character in it. It's like he has a lot of lines in his face because of his age. And to me, it's just such a great tool that he has, versus, someone else whose face just doesn't look like that.
Right.
It's just like, it's a cool, benefit to his ability to be a good actor to me that, just his physical appearance, of course. Yeah, Christian was interesting, you know, being the sort of Jack's antagonist, being the guy who Jack was always trying to please and not ever feeling like he could. I remember really enjoying him in the scene with him and Sawyer in the bar in Australia.
Mhm.
That was awesome. That was after, hey, I'm walking here. I'm just walking in the middle of the road because I'm Sawyer.
Yeah.
And Ana Lucia, we'll get to you. So yeah, he was always really interesting with just sort of his presence and how he was played. You know, he's a weird character because he's two different characters. You know, in that Smokey portrays him at a certain point.
Yeah.
Or throughout certain points, and so you know, it's weird to sort of talk about Christian without trying not to get that muddled with the Smokey Christian.
Yeah, particularly since we didn't really see the real Christian anymore after the Smokey Christian started appearing more often. You know, like he appeared in season 1, but then he didn't appear again until the beginning of season 4.
Yeah.
And, you know, we did not see, for the most part, the actual Christian Shepherd until, you know, the scene we just talked about.
Yeah.
You know, it's always the Smokey Christian. So
yeah, it's pretty much like a direct contrast between, you know, Christian Shepherd is pre-Island and then Smokey is post-Island, you know, and it's really like that's the separation from the two versions of Christian.
Yes.
You know, so much what we know is the backstory stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. But he was definitely as far as like the pure flashback characters, he was definitely way up there. I would, you know, put him in top 5 for flashback characters because he did a lot. He had connections with all kinds of other characters. It was ridiculous. You know, being Claire's dad and then having the scene with Sawyer, and he accompanied Ana Lucia to Australia.
Yeah.
Jesus, this guy's everywhere. So that was great, and yeah, he was I didn't like him in a way. I mean, he was always an interesting character, but I didn't like him because he was always so, he was always at odds with Jack.
Yeah.
You know, and I was more on Jack's side in that conflict. But he had a very serious presence, and I think that, you know, even though we're looking at Smokey, it's the same actor, you know, just like Terry O'Quinn playing that character. It just, you know, the fact of having that actor around, even if it's not the same character, it still, gave those scenes a lot of extra weight. It was really great that, you know, those great actors got to play the villain. I think it really made the villain a better character to have those great actors playing. Multiple great actors playing.
You got 3 great actors playing the same villain.
Yeah,
you know, that's pretty awesome.
It is.
You know, because Titus, I hadn't really seen him in anything, I don't think, either before this, and I just like, wow, you're great all of a sudden. Where'd you come from?
Totally. I haven't seen him in anything either. I've heard that he is in Deadwood.
That's right, yeah, which I haven't seen.
I've seen part of it, but I don't think I've seen the part he's in. So I didn't recognize him at all. First time I saw him really was the scene with him and Jacob. Or Mark Pellegrino, who I had seen in other stuff. But he definitely came out of nowhere and just, you know, to play the original version. And, you know, they all have a slightly different take on the character, which is kind of interesting. But I liked all 3 versions. I mean, they all had their own unique qualities. And I think one of the cool things about the Man in Black character, or the Smokey character, is that he did, to a certain extent, assume some of the personality of the person he was impersonating. So like, it would be a weird kind of combination of the Man in Black's personality and the personality of the person he was impersonating. God, sorry for that person stuff. That was out of control. The personality of the person he was impersonating personally.
If I was there, I would have slapped you.
Thank you.
For your own good. You know?
I needed to get slapped.
Yeah.
God, that was out of control.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Jumped in, but saved you. But
yeah.
I was watching the car wreck.
Yes, I understand.
So yeah, I agree. No, I'm kidding. No, I agree, but it's definitely interesting to see it's hard to separate characters from the actors when there's multiple actors playing the same character.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've played different characters too. You know.
Right.
So that's like 6 things involved somehow.
Yeah.
But so it's weird. It's hard to separate it, and I think it is interesting to see sort of the Man in Black be sort of different in different contexts and in different, he sort of wants different things at different times. He's trying to get different things out of different people when he appears as like Christian versus, versus of course, and that really just goes back to this Man in Black being interesting because he can shapeshift.
Yeah.
Being Yimmy and being other people and stuff like that. That's just interesting anyway. But you were saying the idea that 3 actors, or I should say one character was sort of 3 different other characters.
Yeah.
It just reminded me of Adaptation and the story of the 3.
Wow. Wow.
Like Man in Black is like other people, and I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It does sound like that.
Mhm.
And it definitely confused the issue that it did turn out at the end of the day that there were actual sort of ghosts hanging around.
Uh-huh.
And then, Man in Black can impersonate dead people. So all dead people were not the same.
There was 2 groups of apparitions.
Yes.
Yeah. That turned out to be true.
Yeah, that was something we talked about. I remember really early on Lost Slow Down, like whether there were different kinds of apparitions or not, or whether they're either all smoky or their own thing. Like you didn't really know.
Yeah, we went back and forth on that a lot.
Yeah, but you're right. It was cool to have the character like that, and I think probably in the way they wrote it, there was something in common to all the incarnations. You could tell it was the same character, especially when you know what you're looking at.
Mhm.
So I like that, and I think because there's some of Christian there, it still seems like partially Christian.
Yeah.
Just as there was still some of Locke with the Man in Black.
Mhm. Yeah, they didn't really make that come to anything. The fact he kept sort of, it looked like Locke was bleeding over, like he kept sort of just being like Locke in some instances.
Yeah.
They never really, I guess, drew a main conclusion to that in my mind. But I don't. I mean, what do you ultimately think about that? Like, what are we supposed to think of what that was about?
I mean, my basic theory is just that when he takes on the appearance of someone, he's also taking on their memories and their thoughts and desires and stuff. And he can control them to a certain extent, but I think they're somehow present in his thought processes. And so I think to a certain extent they sneak in, they sort of come out. And I think up to the end, when he's like, hey, seems like old times, Desmond, we could fight over pushing a button. Like, it's almost like rationally he knows Jack's not gonna be like, yeah, me and Locke, this is Locke behind me, But I think the personality being present, he thinks of things that character would say.
Mm-hmm.
And then like anyone who sort of thinks of something to say, he feels compelled to say it to a certain extent. So I just see it as a byproduct of the way he adopts personas. That's why he seems to be speaking as that character. I mean, I think that happened with Christian too, and with Yemi, and with some of the other people.
Yeah. It seemed more specific with Locke. I thought it was sort of maybe separate because, a lot of the other stuff was, us not knowing if that was really Man in Black.
Yeah.
So part of it being them trying to convince us that's the character,
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's there, so I thought maybe they were trying to do something specifically with Locke since, he had this whole idea about who Locke was and whether he was right or wrong, and he had a sort of final word to say about Locke as a character, yet he started to sort of increasingly become more and more like him in certain big events and stuff. So it seemed like that was going somewhere, or maybe it was just, I don't know. It just seemed like that was, since he wasn't just like looking like Locke, he was kind of like, he did the whole thing to get Locke's body back there and all that stuff. So it just, I don't know, I thought there was something more, but I think maybe it just goes along with the rest of the, other apparitions and people he's looked like, where he just sort of comes off as that person and sort of, because he's using their memories to,
Yeah.
Like what he did with Isabella and stuff like that, like,
Exactly.
Because sometimes I think it's conscious, he's obviously trying to trick Richard, but it's interesting to me when it sort of seems to not be conscious.
It does seem like there's a certain degree of it he can't control.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it just pops out at times. He can harness it and sort of make himself really be that person, but I think even without trying, he just, little glimpses of that person come out.
Yeah. Well, R.I.P. Christian Shepherd, you are already dead.
You were dead at the beginning of the show.
Yep. John Terry, good job.
But yeah, well done. He's an actor that, I never heard of before Lost, like many actors I've seen in Lost, and I'd really like to see him in something.
Yeah.
Well, I thought maybe it'd be cool to see him do a David Mamet movie or something.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, I just feel like he'd be good with that kind of dialogue. I'd like to hear him do it.
Well, I'll call David right now.
Please.
Yeah.
I know you two are pretty tight.
Yeah, well, he just won't stop, bothering me.
Yeah, I know.
Calling me for film ideas.
Right. It's a tough.
Mm-hmm. It is a tough.
I don't know how to end that sentence.
Let's end it by moving to, well, I think at this point it's almost anybody, but who do you want to RIP next? That's everyone that's in that church.
Well, I'm not really looking at the list, so I don't even know.
Yeah. Why aren't you looking at a list? Come on.
Because I don't know what list you're looking at, and so
I just had a list of people who were in the church.
Oh, okay.
So, like I said,
at
this point, it's anybody on the list.
Okay.
All right. Let's go Miles. Miles Strong.
Oh, Miles. What a survivor.
Yeah.
From the time we saw his character, I thought he'd be dead soon.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, he proved me wrong. Very interesting character, I think. Sarcastic, but somehow not unpleasant. Selfish, but you didn't hate him.
Yeah.
You could kind of count on him, but he'd kind of look out for himself. He occupied a very weird position.
Mm-hmm.
But he could read dead people, which was cool. And he was Pierre Chang's son, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So he had a history with the islands, and I think his early days with the freighter mission was good. ambiguous, Locke putting the grenade in his mouth, and the way that evolves into him just being trapped with everyone on the island, and then joining Dharma, and then becoming sort of best friends with Sawyer.
Yeah.
Of all people, which would sort of make sense, I guess, since one of Hurley's early comments was that they sent us a new Sawyer or something. When he makes a comment to him. So I guess they had certain personality similarities. And